trivial, like, oh, surely Imagine my surprise, huh? Imagine my surprise. My friend, Spooker HD. Number 1 and 2 places. Don't call it a comeback. You never left, but if it's a combined chat, it's not happening. Maybe. Just maybe. Find out what's up. Good to see you. Escape says, hey, in chat, by the way, might have to lurk today. Don't want my Wyvern build to get influenced. No, I understand. But I'm going to be talking all about it today and learning. You know what I mean? Like, some new information came out. I'm pretty excited for today's stream. I want to go through it. I got to do my due diligence. Is fucking freaking this shit out. Whoa, this looks terrible. What's going on with my computer? Whoa, dude, all my shit just bombed. Yo, what's going on? Hey, thank you. So, did you see that? Hey, oh, you should see what I see. This is horrible. 1 sec, I gotta fix this. I just got started. Okay, there we go. Woo! Master fucking laps as always. Path of Exile, best game ever made. Hey, Diddy, no gay ass dude. Insane. How you doing, man? Yeah. No, terrible, right? No, it's not packet loss. It's just something. I got. Listen. I need a new battle station. Okay. Thank you. X Factor 99. Thank you for the prime, man. Thank you very much. And yo back at you. Kidder 28. Thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate it. Nippin', eh? Rock Taroth, this man. I just got to see photos, man. Hopefully the family life is treating you really well, my friend. I sincerely miss chatting with you and stuff. Hopefully life is good, dude. It's all good, my friends. Insane. If you're not off on Friday, you should be. It's looking good. Now, give me a 77 in chat if you have no idea what some of the news was about the Wyvern class that we had no idea about, but Jonathan kind of let it slip on the Talkative Tribe podcast. That's got me pretty fucking excited, yeah? Hey, Moria, thank you for the prime as well, man. Again, thanks for choosing me. I can't thank you enough. Okay, you guys don't know. You're in the dark? Okay. So Escape. I know Escape, you want to build your own build, and I know you might have to lurk because of this, right? Also, you're going to sneak in the Ashes of Creation Alpha? Fuck no. No. There's only like 3 games on my radar, and that's not one of them, okay? What time's the launch on Friday? That's a good question. There's a countdown on the site. Let me take a little peek. Looks like 2 days, 21 hours, 49 minutes from now. So I think this is where it is. We're going to find out. Come here, guys. You need to learn this. Then we're going to start like talking through it. Big stuff. And sincerely, Sincerely, Master Laps. I appreciate it. Whoa. No, we're good. I don't know what that is. Sometimes my computer locks up. It's just, I don't know what it is. I appreciate the 500 bits, Sumo. That's very generous. Call you E-Honda. Hit so fucking hard, yeah? Hey, what's up, Veshwin? Yeah. Kind of looking juicy, but yeah, not close to release. Okay. Kind of looking juicy, not close. Yeah, I'm going to learn. Okay. So, first of all, talking to Tries a Gentleman, we've been on his podcast. I had a great time. Very, very genuine dude. Solid guy. Nothing bad to say about this man. Like, I'm so glad that somebody interviews the guy working on the game so we get some community questions in there. I think he's doing a great job. And now, you got to tell me if it's too quiet. Essentially, hey, Titan, what's up, man? What you're going to find out is Ignite is different going forward, particularly for dragons, wyverns, okay? And that wasn't known before. That's news to me. That's news to you probably. So check this out. I caught this. I was driving around, did some electrical work today, still alive. So it went well. It went very well, yeah? Thank you for the consecutive watch. Okay, here we go. Let me like play this, and I hope this is the part, then we go.
Question while we're talking about the Wyvern.
Okay, let's listen to this.
Does Black Flame Covenant work with it or not? Because we saw it was like an attack-based gem. On the gem,
is Oracle any good? Nobody knows. Right. Nobody played yet.
Spells only. So I think
nobody knows.
I think I mistakenly thought that it did at one point and said something about that, but I think it probably doesn't. Okay. It's not a spell. So yeah, it is an attack. Yeah.
Is there any way in the future there would be a keystone where we could get the same sort of thing?
I'll have to think about that. You know.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Let me see. Keep going.
I won't talk about that.
Oh, you can leak it. Yeah. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. Okay. I appreciate that. All right, yeah, that.
Okay, hold on, stand by.
One more follow-up on it. Generating charges in boss fights. Is that something that people are going to be easily able to do?
Last time we streamed, we talked about this. How the hell are we going to get charges on like boss fights? Because if we devour as a wyvern, last year we talked about devouring somebody, getting a bunch of power charges, but how do you do that on a boss? So here we go.
Because that's one of the big complaints that I saw, that, I know you just said you'll be able to do a soul totem build, so it must be possible. There's just a few pieces in place.
Sure. But then in terms of just the general way as well, we've got things like that a little bit like in the kind of more mid-game options for that. Well, I mean, even early game, really. You've got things like Wing Blast that can generate charges. And like, so for example, what we're doing with that is like during regular clearing, it only generates charges very occasionally. For boss fights, you'll generate 3 charges when you use it on a Prime for Stun monster. So you
get 3 charges now. We know you get 3 charges. So what they're doing is they're treating the skill differently depending on the content it's doing. So against regular monsters, 1 power charge. Against the boss, 3. Spell totem goes up like almost instantly. So you're not sitting there grinding for it. It's there for you. Very good. That makes our single target really nice if that's what we want to do. We didn't have that information before, so let's continue.
Like, you can do that sort of, but as I said, in that context, it's more of an ultimate type ability. So if you want to do the kind of like pure totem build, you're going to need to find a solution to that that isn't just in the like base skill set. It's going to involve supports and uniques and stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, moving over to a melee-focused question here. So back when a bulk of the melee skills were first developed, I believe the game didn't have WASD implemented, so a lot of movement was baked into the skills to make them feel really good.
Good.
And then when WASD was implemented, you guys went back and you added movement to a lot of the ranged-based or spellcasting skills, but the movement is still baked.
Okay, I don't know where it is. Fuck, I thought I had it, but I guess not. But so here's what you need to know. In this podcast, where this guy Talkative Try, good dude, talks to this guy, Jonathan Rogers, making the game. Essentially, pause the music. That's what you need to know. There's 2 skills going forward that are stacking in a different way. One of them is the Wyvern Dragon Breath, which is going to ignite and then stack ignite magnitude. So if I burn this guy, every time I'm burning this guy with like Dragon Fire, every time he gets hit by my Dragon Fire, the ignite that would be added by that skill is additive. So once, twice, 3, 4, 5. So you start the burn, it's a slow burn, but as I keep hitting you with that, the burn builds. That happens. It's also going to be true for Incinerate. Now, if you remember, okay, so remember that, okay? So every tick is a hit. Every hit is a tick for Ignite. And so that right there means we have a build that A, does crazy good single target potentially, we're going to find out. And second of all, how do we make that AoE? Because that could just be the build. I'm saying we're going to be Trogdor fucking burninating the villages is what we can be doing. And so if it doesn't work, if for some reason that skill does not work the way that we want, do you guys remember that there's already a Chronomancer Incinerate build? Do you remember watching this? 33 in chat if you don't recollect this, if you don't know this. Because if you don't know it, I'm going to tell you it already exists and you could try it. And then what they're going to implement is going to make that increasingly insane. Way better. Yeah? Trogdor, exactly right. Aloha. So glad, my friend, we got that figured out. You know what's going on with that packet loss. Maybe. Sure, Dragon with Incinerate Spell Totem, boom, solve the game. That's not bad, right? He didn't know Trogdor. Yeah, it remains the same. We're getting, it's an internet thing. It's an internet thing, yeah? Yeah, in funny conflicts, good to see you too. So essentially, this was spilled. Here, skills. If you ever want to watch this, give this man a thumbs up, okay? If you want to, go ahead. Incinerate Chronos, Doomdirk, pretty damn good, right? And so you essentially freeze the entire game as a Chronomancer. Nothing can act. And then you just burn them with Incinerate. But now every tick of Incinerate is going to be even more potent. So here's what I want to do today. First of all, hey, Andy, how you doing, man? I want to say hey to you guys, see how your week's going. I want to set up some goals for this Last of the Druid goals, okay? This is not the new Crafting Shield combo. That's all good. Spectrum, how you doing, man? Things that I want, things that I would like would be the following. I want to make sure that, A, I'm having fun, okay? I'm having fun with whatever I'm doing. Should sound like obvious, but I'm going to write it anyway. So I want to make sure that I'm having fun. If I'm not having fun in the Druid, I'll play something else, okay? Second thing is, I want to check out how Wyvern, the Wyvern breath attack, right? Breath attack works. Like, I want to know that, and I'm going to check out that skill gem so far. I'd also like to find out a couple things. What Ascension works best? I told you guys we're going to start with the Druid, right? Remember we talked about that? I'm not sure if we're going to do that. We might make this fantastic because of what we just learned today. Okay? I don't care about div per hour, actually. I don't care about that. You hope entangling skills good, Hasker? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Okay, stand by. So what Ascension works best? Then we want to know what works well with Wyvern attack, right? I'm going to get the name down. So Wyvern attack. Like what synergizes well, right? Then finally, what items work, right, with this strat? I want to know what skill gems, skill/support gems work with, yeah, there we go, work with this strat. And I'm going to record all this stuff and share with you guys so we all know, right? And I think if we knew the gems, the items, how the skill works itself, then we're good. Then that's all we need to know. This isn't a concoction thing, by the way, Teflon Don. Yo, it's not that. Infernalist or Smith, we're going to find out. You'll be sad if it's ass. So escape. We're going to fly, spit some fire, fast. That's what we're going to try to do, right? And I don't know what you're cooking. I don't know what you guys are building on your Wyvern, but this is the goal for me. So this is what I want to do. I think it's over here somewhere, right? I think we had skill gem somewhere listed. Fate of the Vol, it was gem, Druid, gem maybe? I thought it was somewhere here that we had this. There's a link that we checked out last time. I need to find this. Primal Talisman, no thanks. Druid, maybe it's here. Yeah, I'm not sure. Audio, text, passive overrides, something. Somewhere here we know the skill gem. We can check it out. The thing is, though, it's an attack. So it's not a spell. It's an attack, right? So like Nippin's talking about, if we decide to put more single target focus on getting charges, working our way to a boss, then dropping a spell totem just to do that, like Incinerate, we're there, you know? Of course. Now, what'd you say, Veshwin? He says, as far as I remember, the only things that Ignite works like that for is Wyvern's Breath and Incinerate. I'm pretty sure he said it's only 2. I promise you it's all he said so far. And he might extend that out to other things, but that's the only thing we're going to get is those 2. So you can be like Ignition spreading. I want to find out how to do that. Like, that's a couple questions, right? What is a great way, right, to spread Ignite in PoE 2, right? We're talking items, gems, whatever that is, right? Items, skills, whatever that it's going to be, okay? What is a great way to scale Ignite, right? That's what I want to know. We're talking faster attacks, right? Is it faster attacks? Is it going to be Ignite magnitude? Is that a thing? Who knows, right? Once we know this, because I'm not going to particularly look at this, not SSF dependent. Yeah, dependent, yeah. Can be trade. Okay, cool. That's what I want to know. So my approach has to be this. I'm having fun. I want to use the Wyvern Breath attack. What ascension works best with that? What works well with the Wyvern attacks, just in general? Like, does the support that we choose, does the ascension that we choose make sense? And then what items work at that? What skill gems work at that? Okay, got it. And if we're lucky, maybe just lucky, one of the ascensions that we talk about today that we find out about, maybe we can actually start planning something for this. You know, Ignite's tick faster. That'd be fantastic. Or is there a better one? Is Ignite increase better? Like damaging ailments. Is there a way to go? Fire Warrior, is that a thing? Tom, it is a thing. It's called Smith of Katava. Yeah. Flashbang warning, but the data for Flame Breath versus Hammer of the Gods. What is this, Kenty? You said flashbang warning, data for Flame Breath. Okay, let me see this. Hold on. Flame is already up. I need a link to this. Someone just send me a whisper if you guys know what it is. I'd be down for that. What's going on, man? Oil grenades to spread? Not yet. Legendary Beard Man, yo. He says, good evening. Hey, man, how you doing? Yeah. We're going Wyvern. We're going to go Wyvern. Some new data just came out from an interview with Talkative Try and Jonathan, the guy creating the game, essentially, one of the guys creating the game. And he's saying that you can stack Ignite Magnitude, which you couldn't do before, which is good. So I want to check that out. Hey, Theory David, how you doing, man? Yeah. Intis, the low-level ring or gem spreads? Give me the name. You said, here's Ralph here, says, because Black Flame Covenant doesn't work with Wyvern, yeah? You're going Blood Mage Wolfpack with Zealot's Oath? Really? Blood Mage Wolfpack. Tell me more about that build. Did you hear that he said that they added a Keystone passive that lets you use a Scepter with a Talisman? That's pretty cool. Yeah? Never Born Lucky. I'm here to blow your mind. Druids can use Scepter. Oh, I just talked about that. Mind not blown. Cheers. Yeah. From Lacati's stream, that spreadsheet has the data. Okay. Has somebody already gone into this already? Here we go. Bingo. Thanks. Awesome. Okay. This is what I want to see right here. This is, again, I got to find out how to get to this. So we know it's Shapeshift. We know it's Wyvern. We know it's Air of Effect, Sustained Fire Duration Channeling. Yeah. So mana cost is 88, 6 rage per second to burn. Okay. Cooldown of 6 seconds, attack speed, 800% of base. So it's 800% of the base attack speed. Got it. The damage is 70%. Requires a two-handed weapon, Talisman. In our case, I don't know that we're going to use a Scepter, but it's not off the table. Because there is a Scepter in Path of Exile 2 that gives you that chaos explosion when you blow something up. So it could be the case that you want to do that. Like you add the weapon on swap and you start blowing the whole screen away, right? Could be a thing. Very much an endgame strategy. And Hammer of the Gods, why are we talking about Hammer of the Gods? Why is this even in the conversation? I'm curious about that. You're going Titan Bear Warrior, are you? Good for you. I'm going to start off as a bear because I have to. So what do we got here? Hammer of the... I'm not sure about that. I only care about this. Eternal Flame 3. Oh, they've already got some stuff going. Okay, here we go. Black Flame Druid. Doesn't even make sense, Demonic. So Black Flame Covenant, if you check this out, Black Flame Covenant wouldn't do a damn thing because that only if it's for spells. This is an attack, you know? Let me give you neck. Oh, I have a good neck. My neck's fantastic. I appreciate it, though. Yeah, Reno. Hello. How you doing, Reno? Nice to meet you. Welcome in. Fire your questions in. How the hell do we find out if the magnitude is only for Wyvern skill or alt? Because the guy making the game, Demish, said that. So when you're talking about this, it's what this guy's told us. There's only 2 skills in the game: Incinerate and this Wyvern Breath Attack. Yeah. Just use Meteor? No. Meteor Y. Yep. Black Flame Ring does Chaos though. So why do we care about Chaos instead of just pushing fire? Yeah, you know Wyvern's cool. What about Stomping Ground, Rampage Bear? I think Sumo, there is absolutely gonna be like a massive bear build where all you do is run. This is you. You just run through the game, blowing everything up, right? You don't have to type in caps. I can read okay, my friend. What do you mean? You said let me give you neck. And then I said I don't need your neck, and you said not what I meant. We can use full sentences, my friend. Feel free to talk to me. I'm enjoying a clean cup of Folgers and I'm talking to you. Couldn't be any better, man. What's going on? How can I assist? What can I do for you, my friend? That's right. So here's the thing. Here's the thing that we really have to solve, okay? And I'm not sure, I haven't even read this document yet, but here's things I want to know. Does it make more sense to increase frequency, right, of ignite ticks, or extend duration? Which is more efficient? That's my question. So like I could see 2 ways here immediately. Initially, one, we have a guy that he has really fast attack speed. So that breath comes down rapidly, subsequently increasing ignition on one target. Got it. Or we just extend the duration, the attack speed's the attack speed. So every time we get the ignite, it's going to roll on that guy for a long time until he's dead. You know? You said it's a 50-50 on both. Oh, I'm sorry, on both for max results. Is it Dre Hellsworth? Nice to meet you, man. So you're saying it's a 50-50? It's the exact same? I'm curious about that. Let me know. How you don't want to be shady? How can we do this without the passive tree? So that's fine. All we need to know is what's in the game today that we know of that allows us to have an idea, have a game plan, right? And then if they additively increase things that we want that are relevant for what we're trying to accomplish, then on like the last minute, we make those alterations and we go. At some point, in my mind, at some point before this league launches, we're going to have that data leak. We're going to know what that is. We're going to know what that skill tree start is. Once we have that, I think we'll be okay, in my opinion. Yeah? Now, I don't want to miss your messages today. Today's a big day. Today's an important day. We got essentially a build ready to rock and roll here, and I'm excited for it, this Flame Breath attack, okay? That's it. Yeah. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks for the follow. So what's the question? Hold on, Reno. Where's Reno's question? I don't want to feel like, okay, I'm not getting a follow-up. I'll wait. How you doing, Ahmed? Yo. Yeah, insane. What's that? Cocaine bear builds yet? Not yet. No. Why waste time, say lots of words when few click, do trick? Okay, Necrosis. I know you know the English language. You could do many short click make one long click, right? Something like that? Sure. Yeah. If Never Sync stuff came out today, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, they just rolled that out. There was a tweet talking about the loot filter data. So I'm thinking he's busy. You want to be a spellcaster druid using thunderstorms that rain down meteors and ice balls? Yeah, of course it is. Because, and I wish I had the data points here. There is something here for you, and it's going to be. I think it's called Apocalypse. So Apocalypse does that thing. Yeah. Sure. Or Ralphinator, right? So Ralphinator in chat says, Barricade, I feel like you'd want duration for sustained ignites. Otherwise, keeping the stacks high will be difficult with the older ignites falling off faster. Right. But let me flip that on its head, because I could have the argument the other way around, right? I don't need high ignite duration if I can apply 10 ignites a second. Like, everything should be dead. Like, you're going to see the life total start and then like melt is essentially what we're looking for. And also, it's interesting because I want to bring up this point too. Let's not forget that in the patch notes, they talked about monster changes. So right down here, I think it's near the bottom. And a big shout out to Spooker for giving the update on this patch. There was an update in the patch. Monster changes, right? Remember that bosses now have an anti-burst damage mechanic. Well, doesn't that just play perfectly with something that's trying to do damage over time in the first place? So if the initial thing is that you can't burst them down anyway, we can take maximum advantage of that situation where we just add a bunch of ignite stacks. So ultimately, I guess what I'm suggesting is like in a window where like nobody can blow them up and we can't either, the moment that they can like take disgusting damage, we're ready to apply it. And it's going to be essentially like what used to be that blood hunt effect is kind of my guess. So I enjoyed Blood Hunt quite a bit. I thought that was a very enjoyable process to play Path of Exile too. So with the anti-burst damage mechanic, this is looking sick. Like this is just making sense. The stars are starting to align. The universe is true, and I could see it working. And then it's just about bringing it together. Yeah, me too. Now, Dr. Hellsworth was talking about getting the rage to work too. So we have to find a way to get rage as we're doing damage. And I think like good attack speed can get that as well. So let me check out this document. So what are they saying? Eternal Flame 3. Let me see this. Okay, first of all, let's go in game. Right, that's right. So I think the holy trinity here is we're having fun because our build can do very good mapping and great single target. If we do that, this is all true. Hey, what's going on, Naladar? Yo. Welcome. Standard, let me see here. Let's just try, I don't know what I have here. Solo Self-Found, I guess. Show me all. What do we got? It's been a while. It has been a while. Blood Witch, is this our chick? Let's see. How you doing, Boston? 0308. Hey, man. Our ultimate holy cult leader. My friend, it's not a cult. This is not a cult and I'm not your leader. Good to see you. You're going to go cast Entangle or slow enemies. Yeah, then barrage them with Fire Vomit. Oh, really? Okay. Interesting. So you're going for the attack speed increase that helps with that as well. And Vomit is high rage. Can be used for damage amp. Hey, that's a good idea. So you're just going to sit there and like puke on the guy, get a whole slew of like oil, and then you're going to ignite that way? I wonder if that's the move or not. You might be onto something. It's definitely worth discussing. Yeah. Hey, Blazeworks, what's up, man? I am fucking great. I am doing fantastic, my friend. We just got some new data from our good pal Talkative Tries podcast with Jonathan, and I'm just trying to explore the opportunities here, see what's going on, see what makes a lot of sense, you know? How about yourself? Okay, so, and also, Lakati is talking about a couple things. I want to see what he's talking about. So, Eternal Flame 3, let's see. How about you? How are things? All gems. Eternal Flame 3, okay. So, what's he saying? Supports any skill that hits enemies, which ours does, causing it to refresh. Oh, fuck. He's refreshing the ignition on them. That's pretty crazy. But you have to do it on a crit. So it's a crit build, which, by the way, has always been successful in Path of Exile. If you have a crit build, it's very, very good. And I got to give a shout out, not to put anybody on a soapbox or a pedestal here, but I got to give a shout out to Endotoxin, the Teflon Don, the plumber, with all the answers. This man, he taught me how good hitting a crit is in Path of Exile. I'll tell you, you feel the difference because then you start to scale up crit multi. So all of a sudden, like you're just annihilating the game because you'll always crit. And then when you crit, the damage you do is like amplified giga, like 3x, 4x, whatever, and away you go. And on a skill like this, where it's like at base, it's increasing the frequency. Oh fuck, that could be crazy. Yeah, I'm doing Wyvern. 100% cooking Trogdor, burning the villages. That's what we're doing. It's happening. Yeah. Then I could play. Maybe not. Maybe we cast on crit. Right? Maybe we do. Yeah. Maybe we do. Hey, Initial M, what's up with you, man? How are you? Sup? You got your cult Kool-Aid package on Saturday. Excited to get it open. That Guns for Hire. No, you did not. Nuh-uh. No way. That's okay. So that's interesting. But let me see. Let's see what the other options are. So supports any skill that hits. Fine. This is great. Causing the ignites to be inflicted less often but last longer. No. What's 2? Okay. Causing the ignites to last longer. Okay. So this just increases the ignition duration. So we don't have to go 3. This just wait. Stop. Pause. We don't have to go 3. If we go 2, the supported skill has 100% increased ignite duration already. And again, ignite. We're going to master this fucking skill. We're going to master this ailment, okay? We're going to know everything we need to know about this to be informed in a way that helps us make this guy possible. We're going to do that, yeah? You want to see the Druid Ascendancies. Any guess on when we get that? There's a little bit. Demish, I have reference to an image, my friend, but I actually don't want to like tout that as like, you know, the 10 Commandments here, my friend, because it's subject to change. So I don't want to send you down a path of inaccuracy, but we have something. We have something based off the footage we saw, which can always change, right? Yeah. Sure. You want to try and do a bleed cold build since the unique bleed ring works with chill and blowing stuff up with heralds, and that sounds good. Yeah, you could do that. Of course you can. Yeah. Hey, me too, Blazeworks. What are you working on? What are you planning on? What are you going to play? What's your thing? Crit multi plus negative res unbeatable scaling vectors? That's right. Negative res is going to be fantastic. Remember, we can't penetrate res in Path of Exile. This is important. So many little things I say so fast. You guys are kicking the shit out of me here now. Oh yeah, I gotta be able to tell you some stuff. Yeah, you know what I mean? Curry Trilogy. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now stand by. Chucklebot. He says Fire Flower Amulet plus Naganu Charm equals Perma Max Rage. We're gonna highlight that. Okay, and this is where I need your guys' help. Like, let's start spawning some ideas as well in addition to what I got. I'm gonna say thanks to you guys. Yeah, Ecolian. Thank you for the 10 months, man. And yo, back at you, my friend. Thank you. Gurney comes in. Thank you for the lucky 13, man. Gurney, how's life? How you doing? Good to see you. And Jace's dad. You too. Holy shit, guys. Holy shit, you guys. Thank you. Thank you for the 22 months as well, man. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, not a cult. Here we go. You better name your character Trogdor. I was going to go Trogdor for sure. I'll come up with something. There'll be some name that's good. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Maxim. 291. Thank you for this tier 3 subscription, man. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable, man. Hit me with that Carlton if you got it, you know? Send that sucker to the moon. Whoa! What the fuck? Guys, oh! Take it easy. Thank you for the 30 months. Take it easy. Please. I'm just discussing the future of what hopefully works. You know? Oh, look who got hit. Echo. More got hooked up. Blazeworks TV. Lord Mir, congratulations. Yeah. Lord Mir, congratulations. Yeah. Nemiko, Swori TV, Drow 86, and Planet Plura, congratulations. Big Macons. Hold on. Is that Tuafly 679? Go say thanks to Jace's dad, man. Thank you. Yeah. Insane. ADHD? Yeah. 41. And this is still the energy. Perfect job for streaming. I could play a game, answer tons of messages, and also make sure the stream's not fucked up. Yeah. Brilio, nice to meet you, man. You playing this? You saw Ignite stacking on Breath Stack? Yes. Yeah. Pause. If you're just getting in here, let me show you what's going on. First of all, we're talking about the news that was dropped in Talkative Tries podcast with Jonathan. Okay? Jonathan said there's 2 skills now, and if you don't like the Druid, this is great. There's another option for you. I'd recommend it's Chronomancer. We're going to find out. There's 2 options now. So you have, and I think Lakati's got screenshots. So Flame Breath is now going to allow you to stack Ignite ticks on targets. So tick 1, tick 2, tick 3, tick 4, tick 5, and we just go, right? So the faster attacks you have, the more Ignite ticks you can apply. How we get there? Interesting conversation. Big part of today's stream. Secondarily, if you don't want to do the whole like Wyvern Druid thing because it's not really your bag, baby, right? Then you could check out Incinerate, which is something that already exists today. You could literally make the build now and see if you like that in the framework of a Chronomancer Ascendancy. So you essentially freeze the game and sit there and sizzle a guy with Incinerate and burn him alive. And you can't do a damn thing about it because you froze time. But now that Incinerate that you're doing, that is going to be even better going forward because of what Jonathan says, which is now a stacking tick, which is crazy good. Very powerful. Subsequently, like instantly solved our single target problem. And then Nippon came in the chat with a good idea as well. If you devour something and you have power charges that last a while, why not drop a spell totem that then has Incinerate? Now you're double dipping on Ignite stacks per target. There's 2 sources doing that. Ooh, what if you have totem limit of like +1? Who knows what happens then, right? It's interesting. So now we have a thing. I should also record that because it's kind of important. Spell totem, right? Spell totem for Incinerate stacking. I think what's going to happen. You can do that if you want. Yeah, they said any. Yeah, did I get a new webcam? No, I freak. Why? Is everything okay? What's going on? Do I look okay? We got. Yeah, we're good. Jazz hands. I freak. I just changed some like values and stuff. Why? Is it okay? What's up, Sam? Can you Incinerate at the camera one more time, please? There you go. I look handsome? Thank you, Fury. Thank you. Insane. Yeah. Budkins. Yeah. There you go, dude. Welcome in. Yeah. Not Flicker Strike incident? Not this time. No, since you're asking, I did some soundproofing so the mic should be a little bit more direct. I've also got the lighting set up. I'm happy, man. Like, I'm happy. I'm happy to be here with you guys. Everything's working out. It's nice. Yeah. And yeah, right? Yeah, Hellsworth, right? So you get that Incinerate totem working too. All right. I would love to find out on PoE2DB, how the hell do we see all of the skills again? I'd love to see that. I want to see that. And I forget where that was. It's not under Druid. Was it under Gem? Hold on. Gem. This is it. Okay, I'm looking at it. Okay, perfect. Okay, good. We're here. So Flame Breath, attack, shapeshifting, Wyvern, AoE, sustained fire, duration. Okay, so let's get in the game for a second. Hits. We're going to talk about hits. We're going to talk about Ignite so that we all have like a ground floor of understanding what we're doing here and how we can maybe make it better. You know? No, not right now. Not right now, Budkins. Thank you, man. No, it works just fine. Trust me, I've tested it. Hey, happy Tuesday. Sit down. Seatbelt engaged. Feet dug in the floor. Body ready. Pepperonis pushed back behind the t-shirt. You missed those scenes. You used to walk in. Oh, you know what? It's just about getting the technology in Rayclast. It's tricky right now, but they should be coming back, Tom. Mm-hmm. No, I didn't. I don't know anything. I'm not looking. This is the question, right? So Cam of House Coach says, hey, Barricade, did you notice that one of the Oracle nodes about totems also mentions attack totems? No, and that's simply because I'm not putting a lot of effort into what is there because I know it's going to change. So because I don't know what that actually is, I don't want to invest too much energy and resources into like making a build based off of some kind of shifting sand below the feet of the skill. So not yet. I think Caleb Smith of Katava is a no-brainer, man. It looks really, really good. You can change ascendancies, yeah. If you want to change ascendancies in Path of Exile 2, you just complete the latest and most dangerous ascendancy that you did. If you do that again, you can reset all your points. Insane. What's that, Tom? You said it's crazy that people are talking about Path of Exile 2. So you're talking about me? When Last Epoch just dropped so much data on their upcoming season? Well, I don't think it's crazy. I just don't care about Last Epoch. It's not a game that excites me. This game excites me, so I'm going to talk about that instead. How you doing, Danny McShane? Yo, dude. You want to try Katava as well? Spell attack? You can't. Guys, no. Stop. I got to answer that because you guys broke my heart, so it's my turn to break yours. So Fury Jury in chat says, I want to try Katava spell attack volcano build. Remember that cast spell on hit. Okay, let's go to the patch real quick, and we're going to go through this. So remember this, okay? You're talking about Smith of Katava, right? So Smith of Katava. Watch. Okay. This is all good right here. So the fire spell on hit melee skill granted by Heat of the Forge on Smith of Katava now costs no mana when triggering socketed spells. It also gains 10% increased damage per level, up to 200% increased damage at level 20. Okay? If you're of the opinion that you're going to be using this for Volcano, it's been told to me, and I haven't seen any data points in the patch that would suggest otherwise, that you can't use Volcano. I'll say it again. You cannot use Volcano on fire spell on melee hit because Volcano is and I'll bring it up here. Volcano is a channeling skill. You can't put channeling skills inside of a cast on melee hit. Other than that, it would have worked. It's a fire skill. So if and when we find out that that's changed, now you got to build. Because that will be fucking nuts. You're going to sit there and play the drums on top of a boss, and all this shit is going to be exploding everywhere, which would be fantastic for you. But I think remember as well that the way Volcano works, it's a limit of 1. So you're going to put overabundance, give it a limit of 2, and so on and so forth. If you really want Volcano to pop, in my opinion, I think maybe, just maybe, you check out Stormweaver with their new +2 limit on stuff. But I don't know. I don't even think that's like the best. Just something to say out there. Yeah, you can rain fire. Who channels the volcano? Not me. Hey, there's a full sentence. Necrosis, hell yeah. Yep. Insane. Upcoming seasons in March? That's fine. Right. You only play male characters? Wow. You can change that, you know? Yeah, Spectrum, that's right. They're all cooking a very big dinner. Mirror shards incoming. Oh, really? Oh, have fun. No, I know. It was the Kevin reference. I caught it. Okay, let's get back in the game for a second. Let's make sure that we understand everything about this, so we're not missing anything. Okay, like nothing. Give me this. And by the way, you can just mouse over a skill, hold Alt, and then click on the dotted lines below. All right. Wild statement. Yeah. Janus, what's up, man? Yo. I hope you're cooking too. That guy's fantastic. Okay, hits. Any damage that isn't damage over time is hit damage. So we know that. Damaging ailments, we're going to click on this. Doink. Give me some of that. So, damaging ailments which result from a hit will calculate their damage from that hit and will not subsequently have damage modifiers applied directly to them. Okay, so anything like Ignite that results from a hit will calculate its damage and not subsequently have damage modifiers applied directly to them. As a result of this, raising hit damage will result in more powerful damaging ailments innately. Okay? So damaging ailments would exist because they're an ailment, and I'll click on this too. Like, we're going to learn some shit, okay? We're going to learn a bunch. Put this over here. So ailments are a family of debuffs with associated types such as bleeding, ignite, chill, freeze, shock, electrocution, and poison. Got it. So tell me more about Ignite, because we're going to live here, because we're a dragon, right? We grew up playing, yeah, right there, perfect. We grew up playing Double Dragon. Our Bimmy Jimmy Lee is on fire tonight. What's going on, Ken boy? Yo. Insanity. Ignite is an ailment, okay, that deals fire damage over time and lasts for 4 seconds by default. The chance for a hit to ignite a target is determined by the total magnitude, thank you very much, of flammability, thank you very much. Oh, yeah, okay, let's do it again. So the chance for a hit to ignite a target is determined by the total magnitude of flammability on the target, including the amount added by that hit. Okay, perfect. Fire damage from hits contributes to magnitude of ignite. Okay, we're okay so far? So hits dealing more fire damage inflict stronger ignites. So what we're trying to do is essentially use, if I tab out of this, we're screwed. I should probably just put this on like a print screen or something. What we're trying to accomplish with this whole setup, I love this because then I know exactly what it is and what it isn't. I love that. So we know we're using flame breath, fire breathing from the Wyvern as the mechanic, the tool, to simply apply an absolute boatload of ignites. Good ignites, okay? Like meaningful shit. The kind of character I want you to make where this guy becomes the dragon, right? Breathes and the whole room explodes. Is there a guy there? Spell totem, breathe, and all of a sudden he's dead. Thank you, pick up the loot. Done. Now, if it happens that I could leech some of that back, woo, that'd be like trifecta. Let's continue. We're gonna find out Twitchy triggers. We have a lot to discuss. Hey, Sinister dude, I didn't see you in the room. And Jeroquette, welcome in, man. Yo. Anyone out there doing lab carries? My character is empty. I couldn't carry if I wanted to, my friend. Okay, let's continue. I need to like, I gotta focus on this, Mick. Not to be a dick. I gotta do this, then I'll know. So the base magnitude, here we go. The base magnitude of an ignite is fire damage per second equal to 20% of the fire damage dealt by the hit. So, question. Ignite stack from that ability plus flamethrower? No, I know. No, it's not flamethrower. It's incinerate. Okay, question. Let's make sure you guys are following along. It's very simple so far. If I hit something for 100 fire damage, how much ignite damage is he going to take? Over 4 seconds by default. How much? Okay, I hit you for 100. How much ignite damage do you take over 4 seconds? What is that number? Okay, I'm telling you it's 20. Okay, it's 20%. So you would take 20 fire damage. Got it. This is calculated using the final damage dealt by the hit, but not any modifiers on the target that affect how much damage they take from that hit. No, it's 20. Okay, this magnitude, which we're gonna check out next, is not further affected by any modifiers to the damage you deal. Okay, modifiers and debuffs that, and I'm gonna like break all this down into English. Modifiers and debuffs that affect the enemy's ability to mitigate damage, such as shock, can affect the enemy, the damage the enemy takes from ignite, but any such modifiers that specifically apply to hit damage do not ignite. Okay, does not affect, such as penetration. So here we go. Here we fucking go. So we just realized that lightning comes back in the conversation because if I shock you, you're going to take whatever shock is. Usually it's like 20% more damage. Okay, that's basically what we're talking about. So that's fantastic. Let's talk about buffs and debuffs. The magnitude of a buff or a debuff are the values of the stats it applies to the target. A buff or debuff, music. Here we go. Next, too somber. With higher magnitudes is more powerful. So if we can increase flammability or ignite magnitudes, hot shit. Modifiers to the magnitude buffs debuff come from whoever applies it and are multiplicative with modifiers to the effect. The buff or the debuff. So they're multiplicative. Sexy. Very, very good. That's what's going to make this disgusting. That's what's going to send this through the roof. Sick. Insane. Yeah. Okay. So here's what we know about ignite. We smack this fucking guy. Damage buckets. Right. We smack this fucking man in the mouth. Boom. Ignited. Now let's go ahead and read our skill for a second. I really do want to capture this so I don't lose it because this is hot shit. So MS Paint, love to see it. Boom. Boom diada, boom diada, boom diada, boom diada, boom. Good. Got it. Cool. Saved. Let's tab back out because we need to go read some shit. Okay. Let's do it. All right. All right, you sexy SOB. Breath. Flame breath. Shapeshift into a wyvern. Take to the skies. Immolate enemies with a jet of fire. Channeling ends after a short amount of time, but can be prolonged. I'm going to check this out. You're too clean, whoever that is. All right. It can be prolonged by spending rage. Consumes power charges if possible to empower the skill, gaining lightning damage, shock, right? Awesome. And spending rage more slowly. Okay. So converts, all physical damage to fire. So now we're 100% fire damage. Doesn't matter how we get there. All of our damage is fire, which is going to apply right to our ignite. Sick. 750% more ignite magnitude. Jeez. Rage cost is ignored for the first 4 seconds. Keck. Cannot gain rage while the skill is active. Ooh, tough. Immolation radius is 2 meters. Empowered flame breath gains 50% damage as lightning. Jeez. Empowered flame breath spends rage 50% slower. Damn. Okay. You can't get perma rage. It's not possible. You cannot get perma rage, okay? Now, first of all, oh, it's Death Star. Hey, man. No way, it's been 30 months. Somehow, time slowed down. Hey? Not me. I'm not someone that slowed down time. Thank you as well, man, for an extremely generous tier 3 sub for 30 frickin' months in a row. And I'll give it back to you, man. I will bow down. I'll bow down back to you, man. Thank you. All right. So, here we go. Empowered shock, more stacking is nice. Let's pause for a second. Check this out, my friends. We initially talked about in our notes, we said flame flower amulet plus Namganu's chosen charm equals perma max rage. No, that's no longer true. So we're going to say debunked, okay? Debunked. And here's why so far. Because you cannot gain rage while this skill is active. Can't do it. Not possible. But you're going to expel a bunch of rage every time. So you can't gain rage. How do we get past that? We have to find some way to exploit that rage prevention during the skill, because here's what I'd like you to be able to do, everybody. Hey, I'm playing Wyvern today. This is 0.4 Path of Exile 2. I'm going to open up my map. Okay, cool. I go in there. I swipe my wing. I bite a dude. I have power charges. I take to the sky. I just fly around. Everything explodes. That's what I want. I breathe fire on everything. Trogdor, vision achieved. Okay? That's how we want to do it. Okay? That's what we're going to try and do. Yep. Well, I stream the Game Awards, not on the 11th. When the hell is that? What's today? Tuesday? What? No, it's a Thursday. I'm off. No. I mean, I'll watch. Maybe I'll even watch it. I don't know. Probably not. Mm-hmm. Is there a way to gain rage with totems? They can give rage and use a breath. Interesting. So let's try to get around that. Can other sources, right, provide rage to us? Interesting. Right. Toy Soldier. I heard the same thing. I heard the same thing. Yep. Yeah, but I don't want to switch. And it was true that Toy Soldier makes a good comment. He said, Jonathan Rogers says inside the podcast, it is possible to run an entire map just breathing fire. So there's going to be a way. We got to find out what that is. Shaman regens rage. Can't gain rage. Cannot gain, right? Cannot gain rage while this skill is active. So not sure. And I'm hoping that we can solve it. That'd be great. They announced that you get the Druid portal for watching a stream. Yeah. I know about that, Juggernaut. Yeah, you do it, man. Yo. Okay, so we've got some restrictions here, don't we? We've got a few things to overcome. First of all, Temporalis. Oh, that'd be weird. That'd be weird if we have to go there. Maybe it means maybe it does, but you can't gain rage. Got it? Yeah? Right. Now, where's that? Hey, Sinister, do you mind sending me a shaman? Let me see. Is it up here? Let me see. One sec. PoE2db.tw. Where is our Druid Ascendancies? Where the hell was that photo? I think it maybe was a screenshot sent over. Something like that. How you doing, Toadstike? Hey, man. Who knows? If you can't gain, there's going to have to be some way to sustain the whole time. Exactly right. We're going to have to sustain it the whole time somehow. Not sure what that is yet, but we're going to figure that out. And I don't see it here. It was on Reddit? Okay. I just need a link to that image. What's this? Oh! What's this? Sorry. What is this? It's a DM. It says, hey, sorry to DM you like this. I helped my friend craft his items, and I followed your video step by step. This is a DM to me on Discord. It's really good in how it works. Thanks. But right now I need to craft my items, and I can't find them in the market. Can you teach me? Right? And then it's, I could pay you on PayPal. I don't know. No. My friend, I will never do that. I appreciate this. No. I have no problem making crafting guides when I understand how to make the item itself, but one thing you never have to do is pay me directly through PayPal to learn how to craft items you need for yourself. That's the closest thing to RMT I don't think I will ever do. But no, I don't mind sharing information, my friend. I think that's kind, but no. I'd have to look at what you sent me. It's got to happen after stream, but I won't do that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah? Yeah, no. Not going to happen, my friend. Thank you. Patience. And then maybe at some point in Path of Exile 1, I can check out the build you're playing exactly and make those items kind, but no thanks. Yeah. No. No, it's okay. No. No, so, no. Appreciate it. We're good. Okay. Let me see this here. Stand by. Okay. So it's... No, I don't. Hey, Mendo. What's up, Mendo Trees? Welcome in, man. Welcome. We're just checking out some Path of Exile 2 stuff. I have data points on this. I just got to find them again. This is not it. It's not for Tenka, not for you. Who sent them across the table here? Was it Captain? No, wasn't Crouchin? Nah. Wasn't Horde Dog, wasn't H Crip. So many great texts from you guys lately, man. Thank you. Let me see. If you're not sure what I'm doing, I'm currently looking. I am looking for the Ascension passive skill tree points. I thought it was here. Let me see one sec. I thought it was here. Free weekend, nah. I really thought it was. Yeah, Font of Rage is gone. That's not a thing. Patch notes unique item Truewood. I don't think so. I don't think it's here. Oh, got it. Giga! Nailed it. Thank you. Save your fingers. I got it. So you're asking about some of the stuff that we discussed earlier when we reviewed this. So let's talk about this for a second. Some of these key passives. Now, some of this stuff is... Thank you, Delente. Thanks, man. Some of this is subject to change, which is why I don't want to use this as like the rule, but more or less like a guide. Hey, Phil. What's up, dude? Yeah, I've got it right here. So Wisdom of the Magi. Gain the benefits of additional bonded modifiers on runes and idols. So doesn't really apply to us yet, unless there's runes or idols that allow us to like somehow gain rage on kill, but we can't. And I think that's what it's going to be. I think there's going to be some sort. There we go. Yo, what up, man? I'm thinking, welcome home, dude. Welcome home. I'm thinking it's going to be a thing that we get access to by when something dies, get rage back. I think, but I'm not sure. Okay. Is this like Ascendant in PoE 1? No, it's a whole new class, Mick. It's a whole new class. You gain 40 spirit for each available empty charm slot. Maybe we go into that. I don't know yet. I'm not sure. Passive point, +4 to max rage, +3 all res. I'm looking downtown here. 12% increased elemental damage. That's going to be nice for us because that elemental damage should be fire. Every 2 rage also grants 1% spell damage. Like, do you see it already or no? What's that? Furious Wellspring? Is that a skill or support gem? Death Articulated gets you 5 rage per second, but you remember 2 seconds, right? Look for specific writing here. Cannot gain rage while this skill's active. Top node in the tree. Okay, sounds good. Up here? Yeah. No inherent loss of rage. Interesting. Regenerate 6% of your maximum rage per second. Increases and reductions to mana regeneration rate also apply to rage. Okay? Skills which are not default attacks cost +5 rage to use. I don't think a regeneration bypasses a can't gain. +7. Is there a difference? I think there is a difference, yeah. Apocalypse, we could use this as like, I don't think we're going here, but I think someone who's not doing the shapeshifting guy and wants to be an elemental caster druid takes Apocalypse, I think. Right. No inherent loss of rage, which means like, I think there's rage decay in the game. Like you decay rage as you earn it, it kind of goes away, right? Exactly right. Remains the same, right? So Avatar of Evolution, 5% of physical damage taken as. This is all fantastic. This is going to make us feel tanky. Also give no inherent rage loss. The gloves do. Okay. Death Articulated. Yeah. Yeah, rage decay. Exactly right. I think that's what that stops. That stops rage decay. Life and energy recoup. So 4% of damage taken is life. Not for us. That's fine. Reactive growth. Okay. What is this? Take 4. I'm right here. I'm like covering it up. You guys see this better? Yeah, that's way better. Okay. 4% of damage taken recouped as life. Awesome. That's so sick with Defiance of Destiny. 4% of elemental damage taken recouped as energy shield. I don't think we care. Changing rage and regenerating rage is what's going to get us around that? I don't think so. I disagree. Because when it says you can't gain it, that means it's not coming back through a regeneration, through anything. Did you see that? How much better it is? 30%? 20 was already nuts. Yep. Hate Forge, Molten Mitts, and you can remove with new corruption. Lose all rage on reaching max energy. Max rage, excuse me. Hate Forge, and you remove with new corruption. Lose all rage on reaching max rage. So you think, and hey, nice to meet you. You think Hate Forge is the ticket? Gain 3 random charges on reaching maximum rage, okay? And you lose, and then you corrupt away the second line. Right. Let me check that out. Relentless rage. Okay, so what's our first problem to solve? Remember our goals, okay? That's why a sheet like this is good. It doesn't exactly right. Okay, so are we having fun? Fuck yeah. Okay, Wyvern Breath Attack works. So Flame Breath. Let me get the name here. It's Flame Breath. Let's put this in here. Wyvern Flame Breath. Okay. What ascension works best? We're going to figure that out. Say what? 36%? Oh, yeah, that's true. 36%. That's fucking nuts. Half your health, half of lost health comes back. Like, it's crazy. Hate Forge got nerfed. Yeah, we'd have to read the patch notes on that. So, couple things, my friends. We don't have the entire script here. We don't know all the things. We have to wait and see. I'm going to check Relentless Rage right now. Let's go in game. Okay. Oh, it stayed. Sick. Now, I want to read about flammability. So flammability is a debuff that now provides the chance for... Now, before I read any of this shit, before I read any of this, I want to come over here and type in flammability, right? Flammability. The values of flammability magnitude in the passive tree have been increased massively. The second I read this, and I've read like every line in this patch note, the first time I've ever done this, the vision I get from these guys was that fire feels really pushed, and then I find out after that they made Ignite better. So fire already feels pushed. Okay, cool. They make unarmed attacks feel really, really good, and they're trying so hard, so freaking hard to make the Acolyte of Cheola something great with Void Illusions, but I'm not there yet. So the fact that flammability magnitude in the passive tree got massively increased, I would love to find out if they ever used that terminology in the past. As an example, we've massively increased slam damage, and then we could find out what percentage gain that is. Like, is it 0.5? Like, does 1,000 now do 1,500? Like, what's massively mean in their eyes? That sounds terrible. Here we go. Hey, what's massive mean to you, though? You know? Yeah. I know. Did you see? Like, Void Illusion looks great, but something has to... Anyway, it's great. So, like here, right? 15% increased flammability magnitude. 15, 30, 45, 85% increased flammability magnitude. Like, okay. With Voltaic Mark being nerfed, what's a good replacement? I'm looking for Shock. Tons of lightning damage is good, too. Increasing Shock magnitude would work as well. Reduced rage loss, and rage loss starts later. Oh, interesting take. Now, weave and roll, that's an interesting take. Are you yeah, if you're trying to apply shock, you might just be doing something where you make things wet so they're easier to shock, Hasker. That could be the way to go. So weave and roll brings up some interesting situations. He's saying, hey man, if we just prevent the rage loss for like later, that might be it. That's good. Papa Wig Zombo. Thanks for making a fun game even more fun, theory crafting. Hey, no problem. I'm interested, man. Yeah, wet. Yeah, you can make things wet. Yeah. 700. No. The skill 750, you know? Look up Blood Rage in the tree. Oh, fucking pork chop. Seasoned beef, delicious as hell. Look at this, man. You guys are hitting heavy today. I really thank you, man. Thank you again for this tier 3 for almost 2 years together. Thank you, pork chop. You got it. Stay wet. Hey, you too. Don't you dare. Ashen Jedi. I sure can. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Stand by. It's rage cost. Okay, hold on. Stand by. I want to see this. So first of all, time out. If you don't know, because maybe you don't, every class has like a different starting point on the tree. You probably know that, but let's just go over the basics so that we can like go intermediate and advanced, whatever, okay? So we know that our druid guy is starting somewhere here, okay? He's on the left-hand side of the tree. So while I see things like flammability, magnitude, and crit chance, which sound perfect for us, by the way, this probably won't be this way. I would suspect this will be altered, and depending on what they're saying in the patch notes, that magnitude might be way better for us, okay? And then downtown over here, like flammability and ignite magnitude, flammability, and ignite, these are pretty much like in the books. So based off what we're seeing and how we know that, go to the game for a second, how we know that ignites actually get applied, which is what we're trying to exploit in terms of value, and haven't even seen Locati's data yet. We know that any hit that we smack this fucking guy with, 20% of that value by base default is the 4-second ignite. And every time we tick that guy with our fire breath, every single time, that's additional ignite ticks, so that we start to like overlap these. So we're trying to get not 1 attack per second, but I want to get like, we get 8, 6, 10? How many ticks per second can we apply that are good ticks? Because that multiplier is going to be freaking huge, potentially, right? Potentially, massively overworked. Yeah? Insane. Now let's check it out. Yeah, Velatus. Nice to meet you, Velatus. Yeah. I am excited. Thank you. Yeah, Frank. What's going on, Frank? BT Javu. Thank you for choosing me at the Prime, man. Thank you, man. Come here. Take a look. There you go. A Primal Talisman by default. This does not have any increased attack speed on it at all. This is 1.3 attacks per second. So let's put that in there. Ask her. No. Does that help you, by the way? Does using like moisture to make things wet to increase the chance to shock them? Does that help you? Who's that? Is it Kilvio? Thank you. Let's write that down. So base attack, and there could be other ones. So Talisman, base attack, attack speed equals 1.3, is that what we said? Per sec. Got it. Yeah, okay. So the base crit hit chance is 9%. Okay. So at 9%, okay, I got this. So at 9% on an attack, you're looking at, if we went all, so here, follow along for a second, before we even talk about like flammability, all this shit. With the, fuck, I got to show you this so you know where I'm going here, so you know I'm not like just making it up. Okay. Path of Exile 2. Oh, what happened? Hey, sweet. Okay, life stacking Blood Mage. Good. Open this up. So on the Blood Mage, it turns out that Spark, the spell, has a 9% base crit chance on Spark. With the help of our Ascension uptown problems, yeah, right up here, Sun to the Flesh, that put it at 15% base crit. Okay? 15%. A difference of 6. Long story short, we know that without Sun to the Flesh, where's our crit hit chance? Crit hit chance. Okay, effective crit chance, 97.5. You get rid of that. Okay. Now, Spark is a 9%. Not 9%? 9% spell crit chance, which is the same as what Flame Breath is going to be as an attack. So what I'm showing, the reason all this shit, is if you decide to go with this crit system, this crit framework, you've got a 70% chance to crit if you start it up here, which we will not. We're over here, which means we're not going to get from nothing, or we get from nothing somewhere else. We're not going to be getting things like acceleration. We're not getting any of that shit, right? Because we don't have the points to come over here, because we got to connect up and then kick over. And there's some stuff over here we're not going to take because we're not doing Ada Louise scaling yet. But if we can still scale Ada Louise, if we can still do that, remember that any physical that we do gets converted to fire 100% over. So that's important to know too. We might still be able to pull an Ada Louise out of our ass. Ada Louise and Tech Rod, because even though that ceiling's been there, this whole system exists to give us potentially like 10 million damage, which nerfed all the way down by 60% is still about 4 million, which will incinerate everything. But that doesn't really accomplish the goal of spreading ignites if we can, like Hinokor explosions on Righteous Fire Chieftain. I know the single target would be fine, but we'd have to work our way in. It's different. Okay? So let's continue. I know that the framework for this at 9% is 70% crit. Okay, we know that. And there's a system, and there's like a framework for that. Okay. It's just not the same. It's not that damage isn't the same. But the percentage is important, okay? The percentage is important. Now we know that. Who's this? Apathetic Tactician. Thank you for the follow. Come on in. Hello. Okay. Now, what was the thing you said to look for? I'll leave this up just so we have it. You said it was rage something? Let me go in game. I need to understand this. I almost got halfway through. I got like through the first paragraph of flammability. So it's a debuff that provides the chance for hits to ignite the target. It itself is not an ailment, but is closely associated with ignite. So fire damage from hits contributes to the magnitude of flammability. Okay, so any damage that I hit the guy with will be applying to magnitude, how much affects flammability. So the hits deal even more fire damage, which means we'll do 20% more of that number. The base magnitude of flammability is 1% chance to ignite the target for every 5% of the target's ailment threshold. Interesting. So we need to get that ailment threshold down to 0. Oh, we're all winning. Yeah. Hola, what's up? Hi, Gio. So what we're doing here so far is I'm trying to make sure that I've got this bulletproof understanding of how Flame Breath on the Wyvern is going to work as of today. This could all shift slightly in 0-4, maybe, and I'm sure that it will, but we know that any fire hit that we do, 4 seconds in duration, that shit ignites 20% of its damage. I hit you for 100, you're taking 20%. You're taking 20, got it. So we now know that the base magnitude of flammability is 1% chance to ignite the target for every 5% of the target's ailment. Okay, I'll get out of the way a little bit. Threshold is fire damage. Flammability from a hit is applied before that hit checks whether it should ignite the target. Okay, great. And so it'll affect the chance for that hit to ignite. Great. Hey, what's up, Fonzie? Yo. Since the chance for hits to ignite from flammability on the target modifiers, which increase the chance to inflict ailments, will increase the magnitude of flammability inflicted. Got it. I get this. This is fine. What's that? Nook Alpaca, are you doing this with one of the new Druid Ascendancies? We may. We need to find out what is the most effective way so far to scale up ailments, so far in my opinion, or to scale up fire damage. Which one does that best so far is where my head's at. And I could be wrong about that. It could be which one does the fastest attacks. So we get more stacking ignites. That's like the next part. Once we understand the basic system of what the thing is we're going to use to play the game with, how do we then make it chonky? That's what we're doing now. Effects which do not hit targets, but ignite as if they had, such as ignited ground. Okay. Yoink. Give me that. We're going to check that one out next. Yep. Also inflict flammability, but do not roll a random chance to ignite. Such effects will only ignite once the total flammability on the target reaches 50%. So at the moment that they're 50% flammable, they're flammable. Got it. Multiple instances of flammability stack, raising the chance for hits to ignite the target up to 100%. So everything you do, he's ignited. That makes sense, right? He's becoming more like he's drying up. He's gonna be sizzling. Got it. That's perfect. Each instance of flammability has its own independent duration, lasting 8 seconds by default, my friends. Let's talk about ignited ground for a second. Ignited ground repeatedly inflicts flammability on enemies as long as they're standing on it. Great. By default, ignited ground lasts for 4 seconds and has a radius of 2 meters, which happens to be the exact same. A 2 meter radius is the exact same radius as flame breath. Okay, 2 meter radius. Got it. Immolation radius too. Got it. Okay, so let's see here. All of our damage is fire. 750, so it's basically 7.5. 7.5 ignite magnitude just to start. What's that, pal? Crimson Casts. What are you saying, sir? Maj Health, what's up, man? By the way, I don't want to be rude to you. You said I got one of my builds ready to set up, I think. Yeah, I cannot show damage. It's not supported, but oh man, you're going to be a tank, POB? Oh, what are you playing? What's your thing? Thank you, AK Killa. I appreciate the consecutive stream watching. Yeah. I think so too, Cypher. So we'll talk about this in a second. Scaling crit seems to be the no-brainer. Why would you only do 100 damage when you could do 350 damage? Why? Because the decision to not do that would be better than 350%, right? 350. It would have to be, right? That's right. Curse the enemy. Yeah, you want to be a dragon? We're going to do it. We will be flying high in the sky. We're doing it. It's happening. Yep. Yeah, so Janus, they both got nerfed to about 60% total nerf. So it's if you want to like invest in it, still insane, right? Still, I'm going dragon, yeah. I'm going to teach you how to train your dragon too. Yeah. Kev, bro, let's go. 813, thank you, Kev. Okay, I think this is all I need to know. I think this is it. So do we start building this out? I got to read what Crimson said. He said, being able to get enough intelligence on the tree to get curses spells, things like elemental weakness, frostbomb, is too insane. What's that? Too insane value. Hopefully oil spitting thing we saw applies exposure well enough, and you can just stay a dragon and not need to use those tools. So it could be a thing where you're flying in the air, then you land, breathe oil, right? Get your stuff back up, go in the air and go again. Maybe. Who knows? You said Flask of the Warrior solves the whole problem. Let's go check this out. Does Flask of the Warrior solve the whole problem? Flask of the Warrior. Excuse me. Flask of the Warrior. Where's this at? What's it called? I'm not seeing it. Are you talking about this? Blood of the Warrior? Are you talking about Blood of the Warrior? Effect is not removed when unreserved life is filled. 30% of damage taken, yada, yada, yada. No inherent loss of rage during the effect. Okay, but you gain rage if an enemy, gain rage when hit by an enemy. That does not solve the effect. In my review, this is not an answer. This is a situational, recoverable position at best, right? Gaining rage when you're hit. I don't want to get hit. I want them all dead. Like, dead. You remember when Smaug kind of flew in and took out that village on the water, right? I want you to be that Smaug, not a villager, right? I want you to be the dragon, okay? Flying down from the mountain because you're pissed. And then guess what? Time to pay that fucking Sandman, boys and girls, right? It's going to get a little hot in here, right? I want to bring some flame retardant clothing because Poppy's coming. And he's not settling for nothing less than complete and utter domination of the village, yeah? Insane. Well, Janus, how much do you think it's going to do? You're basically, what's that? Physical Righteous Fire? That's what I want to make. A 2-meter one, right? Death Articulated Ornate Gauntlets you can use for rage per second. You can't. Okay, let's find out. Death Articulated Ornate Gauntlets. No inherent loss of rage. Regenerate 5 rage per second. Maybe. You cannot lose rage. So you cannot. Check this out. Let's see. Cannot gain rage. Cannot lose rage. Huh. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's what you did? Oh, I'm sorry, man. I must have missed that. My apologies. Yeah. Hey, Larry. Olympic Larry. Cheers, man. Thank you for 6 months here, man. Cheers and salute. Thank you. Okay. These are interesting. There's a Lich mechanic that sounds similar, right? You can't die if you have energy shield, and the whole idea is your energy shield value can't be changed, so you're essentially almost immortal. So if you have no inherent loss of rage and you regenerate 5, you basically can't. You lose 5% life per second. How are you getting that back? That's the thing we have to figure out. How the hell are you going to get 5% of your life back? You would leech, because it's an attack. So you could leech the damage back, which would be kind of nice. Yeah, Kenboy. Bear stomping is good. Insane. Is there a rage cost converter? In what way? You could probably make it bigger with magnitude. You absolutely could. Like, have a look at it. If you look at the skill, it's AoE. It's area of effect. So if we check out in game, there's area of effect support that we could make that larger, which is great. Like, we could go that way. So maybe what I'm thinking is, like, on map clear, we just gem swap, right? We go for bigger magnitudes, so we hit more things, like, huge. And then on boss, it's single target, smaller but like acute, yeah? Severely limits your top end damage with respect to Tech Rod and Adalui's Bloodletting, then no cost reservation multiplier, which is massive when spending that much life on a skill. Yeah. Tech Rod's over 4 seconds and less regen per life now. Yep. Yeah, so that's all been considered. And so when builds are doing like 11 million damage, 20 million damage, right? Which Spark was doing, let's call it an 80% loss. At an 80% loss, you'd be where my build was, carrying players 6 Chronomancer runs. Still viable, still gonna shit on the game. Just a lot more effort to get there because crafting's different now. The Omen of Homogenizing Exaltation's out and the Coronation's out too. So to craft that insane gear is gonna be a lot trickier to do, but still possible with a little bit of RNG, right? You can still make the build work. I'm not doing it, but I know it's not dead, and people are gonna tout Spark as dead. It's not. It's nerfed, but the amount of power we had before was beyond necessary. So that's nice. Yeah. No, I'm using the 0.3 POB Death Star. Yeah. Elandavos, thank you for the Prime. Am I saying it right? I think so, right? Elandavos, thank you for choosing me. Thank you. You said people, hey, Ken Boy in chat, people keep saying Werewolf is going to be faster than Bear. Calling it now, Bear will be the fastest clear with that run move they have. I mean, you could be God King Calm, right? And like roll through it. Yeah. Yeah, no. So Death Star and anybody else who's curious about this, what I'm using here is just POB, and I'm using it so that I can look up items, I can look up skill gems, I can look up supports, I can do all that stuff at the moment. But what I don't have is this. This is what I'm missing. This little slice of pie. If anybody has this, they're way advanced. They can do some really important stuff. And in particular, if you had the Druid tech here, you'd know exactly how to slot in, right? Your first decision, all that stuff. Yep. I did. Right. So this is what we're doing. This is kind of what we're doing. Blood. What's that? You said blood rage on the tree gives you 8 rage when consuming a life flask. It does not. It does not. With respect to this skill, okay? There's like a few rules here we have to know, okay? Like, we're gonna go back to basics, make sure that I know people are floating in and out of the stream, so it's gonna be kind of tough to keep the message consistent. But I'll do my best. That's my job, right? New vol mechanic, you can remove the what's that? The negative effect. Yeah, which would be cool if it's a vol item. So Flame Breath is what I want to play. It's what I want to play when 0.4 launches. I want to become the dragon. I want to be flying through the sky, blowing shit up. And if that sounds exciting to you, really, really cool. Remember that in Talkative Try's recent podcast with Jonathan Rogers, we learned that there's 2 skills that get the ability to stack, ignite, tick, or dots. So instead of just having ignite for 20% of the value plus magnitude, it's every time you hit, which is 1.3 seconds, every 1.3 seconds of the talisman, you get to add another ignite tick. And the ignite tick is 4 seconds by default. We know that because we're in the game staring at it right in the face. It lasts 4 seconds by default. So we know we're going to stack without any increased attack speed, 3? There's a window where you have 3 different ignite stacks. So you're essentially at 60%? So it's 40% more than you would have had before. But they're multiplicative. They're freaking multiplicative, which is nuts. So a couple things to consider. That's going to stop us from enjoying this build. And I'll read that message 1 second. We cannot gain rage while this skill is active. We cannot do that, okay? Unless we can get rid of that. So far, we cannot do that, okay? And we know when we read this, consumes a power charge if possible to empower the skill, gaining extra damage as lightning, which, by the way, the ignite dot will be affected by shock, so even more multiplicative, insane damage, and spending rage more slowly. So we know we want to consume power charges with this. We want to do that. Like Wing Slash, Devour, power charges up, get in the sky and burn. Got it. I'm down with that gameplay. That's fine. I don't mind that amount of piano key. Perfect. The question we have to solve right now as a community thus far is the line that says cannot gain rage when this skill is active. Because there's 2 things. We can extend the duration all day. There's uniques that do that already, like the wheels, what I'm thinking of. There's stuff on the skill tree as well for extended duration. Fine. But we cannot bypass so far the cannot gain rage while using this skill. Because we're expelling rage, we're expending rage, we're pissed off, we're in the air, right? We need to make sure that we have a way to get rage back. So as we're playing the game, you're flying, right? You're burning. This is cool. Your rage bar, though, is depleting. And the second it goes away, you're on the ground. I want, in the air, rage, this rage bar goes up and down. That's it. And then we get to the boss. No problem. We have 3 power charges. Spell Totem, Incinerate, myself in the air. That's double dot ticks, by the way. Double Incinerate dot ticks, ignite ticks. That guy's fucking dead. That guy is dead. And all we have to do at that point is learn how to scale up damage, be it physical, because 100% is converted, or fire, and I'm down for the conversation. That's what we're talking about. You're a newbie myself, but I also want to start a Wyvern. Yeah, my idea is to scold. What's that? Scold Birdie plus Ngamu Chosen and Shaman damage conversion. What are you converting on Shaman? Love to hear that. What is, and I got to see this Ngamu's Chosen thing. This keeps coming up. I think I need to memorize this one. I know it's a charm. A ruby charm, right? Grants your maximum rage on use. Yep, that'd be all right. Yep. Is apply the new corruption shit to the skill to remove cannot gain rage? I don't think it works like that, does it? Are you telling me we have to do temple runs to get that vol, to get that out of there? Fastest rage gain will be the war cries. So be channel and do some war cries. But you can't gain rage. I don't think so, Demesh. I think that's not right. It drops on the 12th. Yeah. Scold's Brittle. Let me see this. Okay. Scold's Jade Tiara. Here we go. So you get energy shield, spell damage, does nothing for you. Cast speed, nothing for you. Okay. Take 100% of mana costs you pay for skills as fizz damage. What are you doing with this? So you're taking Shaman to convert damage in as an element? And you're at... Hold on. Okay. Okay. One more time. What's it called? Chosen. Got it? Okay. So you're taking mana cost that you pay as a skill as physical damage. Got it. That's step one. Then you're converting damage taken as life and elemental damage taken as recouped. Let me see here. So take 4% less elemental damage per adaptation, okay? Then you gain elemental damage. So you're converting it here, right? So you take damage, then you convert it as elemental damage, and then you gain maximum rage when you take fire damage, is what you're doing. So that's your 3-piece value meal. So you have like maximum rage at all time. Avatar of Evolution, yeah, right here. So 5% of physical damage taken as fire. So you take 5% of the damage you spend as mana to come in to get that. Right. And then you have this cyclical system of maximum rage at all times. That works. That works. So you have an engine. You have an engine here, okay? And all you have to do to mitigate that, in my opinion, is get some amount of leech, which will be a joke, you know? What's going on, Navron Yo-Yo and Triple H? Time to play the game, dude, right? How you doing, man? Thank you for the prime, yeah? And I know you've been here for a while. Thank you, sir. Yep. What's going on, Wonder Boy? Can we be invulnerable while flying and doing flame breath? I think not. In the video footage, they show you taking hits. That's right. That's right, Doom Dirk. Yeah. If you go for that setup, you want to add Breath of the Mountains. Let me see. Breath of the Mountains. Let's see this. Breath of the Mountains, Sapphire Charm. Double click, add to build. What do you got? So you take cold damage, grants power charge. Oh, you just made it. Oh, you guys. Interesting. So you've just made it. You've just made it so you have power charge and you have max rage right there. All through charms. Good job, you guys. Woo! Gaining rage is easy. Need to either reduce the cost or convert the cost to another resource. The gaining rage is free. It's how we don't lose it is what we're looking at next. Yep. Not yet, but soon. What's that? Because Flame Wraith says cannot gain rage during the effect. That's what I'm worrying about. Oh, you're talking about flame breath? Yeah, that's the problem we have. The problem we have is if we have a tremendous amount of rage, how long does that rage last before it's gone? So, like, definitely stacking up rage makes a lot of sense because, like, imagine you're driving a car down the road, right? You got a small tank of gas, you go 1 mile. Okay, well, you're at a gas in a mile. Or you stack a bunch of rage or gas tank size, and now we're going down the road for 227 miles. Woo! Right? Are we able to clear the content in 27 miles? Yes or no? All right. It does. It scales. It doesn't scale ignite as an attack. It increases. No. The only thing this does. I really should press Control F on this. The only thing Flame Breath does is that it gives us 750% more ignite magnitude. It doesn't scale any ignite at all. It converts fizz to fire. So everything we do is fire. But that's it. Why not look at can we negate damage while channeling the skill like tremendously? That could be the next focus. Right now, I'm trying to understand how to make the engine. Right now, we don't have an engine. We don't have one. We haven't created Franklin. We haven't created no Frank. The son of the Fantastic Four, infinite energy source. We gotta make Frank. Yeah. But you could, yeah. So like, guys, we could go like this. Right here. This is fine. This works. So when you have this set up, congratulations, you now have basically instant power charges and instant maximum rage. So you're playing the game, ends. Jump. Okay, I want this. I want the whole time, nonstop Trogdor. I don't want to land. I want to see how we don't land, okay? And I'm not necessarily sure that I want to use this. Maybe I have to, maybe I don't, right? We're going to find that out based off what we know. Sure. Right. Yes, Kenboy. Once we're in the air, we're airbound, right? There's wind in our sails. We're doing good things. So let me see here. So that's good. Flame breath. Yes. Okay, we got to figure out what ascension works best. And I'm going to have to talk here because I'm curious because my perspective might be incorrect. Might be something we're thinking about. So I think we say, what is the skill that we want to play? What's going on, Professor Bum? Hey, man. Got it. Flame breath. Okay. Flame breath. Now, what makes flame breath really, really good? Is there an ascension behind that? Is it an item that makes it good? Is it a skill gem support that makes it good? What's the thing that makes flame breath feel really, really, really good? Like, what is that thing? Is it high mobility? Is it damage scaling? Like, what is that thing? What handles that the best? I need a whiteboard. Check this out. How's this? Ta-da! Hey, welcome to my whiteboard. You know? Yeah. Raluk. Yo. So I think the way I wrote it was, I want to know what ascension works best. So let's go ahead and take a peek at like what ascension makes a lot of sense with a skill called Flame Breath, where it's shapeshift, where it's Wyvern, area of effect, sustained, fire, duration channeling. Yeah? Insane. Oh, thanks a lot. Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah. I give good professor vibes. I like to help. I like to teach, like to learn. You know, elementalist maybe. Why Demish? Why? Rage Forge support. We're gonna go in there real quick. Okay, I had to check all this out. Okay, so let's talk about Rage for a second. Where the hell do we get Rage as a support? Because early on we don't have all the uniques, right? We have to get there. That's like the end. Once we know like where it goes, where the ceiling is, we know how to build the temple down. Okay. Yeah. Hotline Miami track. Yeah, you like that shit? Oh, you know. Okay, I'll leave it on for you. Yeah. Yep. Maybe weapon swap, Sneaky Bish. Hey, Nates, you locked and loaded for the new league? Oh, yeah. Dial in. We're learning some shit. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so Rage, right? Supported skills grant 3 Rage on melee hit. So if I just put this on Flame Breath, it wouldn't do a damn thing because I can't gain Rage. But I could put this on anything else. So I can build a bunch of Rage, then go in the sky. Okay. Raging Cry. Okay. Supported skills grant 4 Rage per 5 power of counted enemies. Okay. Got it. There is, Wonder Boy. There is. It's one item. It's gloves. I have it written down. Font of Rage, no longer in the game. Oh, I love the unarmed bear. I hope it's fantastic. Looks fantastic. Okay, Rage Forge 1, okay? Supports any damaging skill that you use or trigger yourself, causing it to consume Rage to deal more damage. If you don't have enough Rage to consume, the damage bonus will not apply. So it consumes 10 Rage if possible to deal 35% more damage. That looks sick. Okay? And what about Rage Forge 2? Supported skills have a 30% chance to not remove Rage, but still gain benefits as though they had. A 30% chance not to remove Rage, but still gain benefits as though they had. So you go up in the sky. That's bad gameplay, my friends. Okay? The supported skill, okay, of Flame Breath has a 30%, it's not 33, it's not 34, it's 30. So 30% chance to not remove the Rage. Okay, got it. So then the only thing we have to do, because there's a dual axis here that we have to cover, it's duration, extension, and Rage prevention, or loss of Rage, okay? So if we go in the air and we start losing Rage, drop. Go in the air, start losing Rage, drop. Go in the air, you're not losing Rage, Rage Forge, okay? Now it's going to consume 10 Rage if possible, which it can't, to deal 35% more damage. Interesting. How are you playing the Druid already? I'm not, my friend. I'm just checking out in-game stuff. We're just talking. Cooldown 6 seconds. Not worried about the cooldown. Oh, not worried about that. We can go past that. We can put like cooldown recovery and stuff, gem swap, and then we're in the air we go. Right. Okay, right? That's right. I don't like that gameplay. Right? Weave and roll? You said Chronomancer, stack Rage really, really high, then time reset before Rage runs out to do it again. Maybe keep chaining it? That's fucking genius. That's genius. That's genius. He's totally right. You can totally pull that off. That's the thing. Yeah, uptown problems, right? Temporal rift. So yeah. Yeah. Hey, Celestina, I'm more than ready, yeah. And has a chance not to consume cooldowns. Sure. So here we go. Footprints in the sand, I believe, is the one. Now, this has changed a few, so maybe I'm wrong. Recoup effects, don't care. Enemies presence are slow. Okay, here we go. So I think it's footprints in the sand. So you have maximum everything. Like, everything's here, right? And so the problem is, like, it puts you back where you were. So, like, depending on how the fight's going, you're not exactly where you want to be because you have to go back in time to where you were. That's interesting. Hold on now. Okay, what ascension works best? Let's press down here. Let's see. Okay. Chronomancer equals footprints in the sand. So far, that's pretty good. I think so. Temporal rift. Let me see. Let's just make sure we read this. Could be different. Okay. Temporal rift. Go ahead. While active, passively leaves after images of your recent past. Can cast a spell to return to your oldest after image, teleporting that location, resetting your life, mana, energy shield. Doesn't say anything about rage, right? To the values they had before. Okay? Maybe not. Maybe not the move. But I will say, for anybody that doesn't want to be a Wyvern, Chronomancer doing this shit with the time freeze and incinerate will do something similar. Like, you can do this without ever being a dragon. You'll be fine. Yeah. So Chronomancer, off the table. No. Debunked. Debunked. No rage. Return. Okay. Then you said Infernalist. Let's just check that out. Let's go check out the Infernalist. See what's going on over here. Exciting. All right. Increased magnitude of flammability, 20%. Speak to me. Speak to me. What else? Bringer of Flame. All damage from you and your allies in your presence contributes to flammability and ignite magnitudes. All damage. Well, it already does that. All of our damage does that. Except for the charge moment, where it's like wing slash devour, then go. Because everything else from our skill is going to be 100% of fizz damage converted over, right? Like, we already get that. Hey, three small dogs, how are you, man? Like, we already get that. So far, I'm not seeing it. Let's continue, though. Demon form. Now, truth be told, I've never played Infernalist Demon yet, but I know every time I played with one, it looked cool. If you had to be a demon form, you couldn't be a shape-shifting wyvern. That's not a thing. So I'm going to assume this is off the table already. Let's just say no. Fuck that. Yeah, no. Okay. Increase max life into what? Altered flesh? 20%. Okay, so this is taking damage as an element instead. That's cool. Vidat's Gaze. Reserve life. Maximum life. Do we have maximum rage? Oh, that would have been sick. That would have been so sick. If we get increased rage for life, that'd be sweet. Seething Body. While high on... Okay, get this. Pyromantic Pact. Maximum mana is replaced by twice as much maximum Infernal Flame. Gain Infernal Flame instead of spending mana. Take maximum life and energy as fire damage. That's fine. We can mitigate that. That's fine. Okay. This doesn't do anything for us. Next. No. Next. Gain 50% of damage is fire? No. Minions? No. Okay. This Hellhound's sick. It's very, very, very tanky, but no. Makes us tanky. Ooh. Okay. Grinning. Okay. This is... Now we're talking. Here we go. So 12% increased critical hit chance? Hell yeah. Because I think we want to be crit. I believe we want to be critical after like delving into this a bit. Grinning Immolation becomes ignited when you deal a crit hit, taking 15% of your maximum life and energy shield as fire damage per second to get 50% more crit bonus. That's not worth going into Ascension for. Hickenberg X, dude. What's going on, Hickenberg? Welcome in, man. We're going to be playing the Wyvern. We're going to be flying around town looking good. Yep. Can't you go blood and hurt yourself to gain rage? We're going to find out. Ignite does not crit, does it? You tell me, Demish, were you paying attention? In class? Slap with the fucking ruler. Does Ignite crit? Hello. Frank the Ghoul. Hello, Frank. Isn't that channeled skill full dot, no crit? Is it? Is it now? Ignite does not crit. That's true. Yeah, Knuckles, fatal. Knuckles. Can't crit. A way to convert rage cost to health, like mana to health with blood magic? If so, blood mage would be insane. Let's go find out. So far, I'm going to say Infernalist, right? Not enough value in the tree. Okay. Next. If we go, hey, if we go blood mage again, you can't hate me because it's good. Okay. Why go crit? Okay, guys. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. So flame breath, right? Shapeshift, AoE, sustain, fire duration, channeling. Okay. So we shapeshift into a huge dragon. We go in the sky. We immolate enemies with a jet of fire. Channeling ends after a short amount of time. Okay? Got it. Can be prolonged by spending rage. Yes. Consumes a power charge if possible, which we want to do to empower the skill, gaining lightning damage and spending rage slower. Okay, cool. So my initial thought was the way that Ignite works in Path of Exile 2, if I type in like Ignite, let me see over here, like flammability, right? Okay, so if I press Alt and I click on Ignite, remember that Ignite is going to deal 20%. It's 20% of the base fire damage, right? So when you channel, though, you guys have a good call. When you channel, though, this is where I'm wrong, you're not going to crit. You can't crit a channeling skill unless they change it. We already know that this skill is going to allow you to stack Ignite dots. That doesn't mean that Flame Breath can crit. If we learn that Flame Breath can crit, then we're on that build. 100% we're on that build, okay? Yeah. Thank you, Professor Bum. Fire Penetration 2 gem is a must. Well, let's go check that out quickly. Fire Pen. Let's see. Supports any skill that hits enemies, making those hits ignore enemy fire res. Yep. Yeah. Hell yeah. Fire Penetration 2. Yeah, unless we have a skill that gets through it, sure. Love it. Okay. So what works well with Wyvern attacks? Fuck that. Make that more interesting. Fire Pen 2. Okay. Removes all fire res. Not with Wyvern attacks. Fuck that. With Flame Breath. Be specific. You pulled a kinetic converter and an extended barrel and a photoelectric cloak and angled grip 3 blueprint out of Electromagnetic Storm Dam Battlegrounds. Best raid I've ever had. Dude, that's a good time. Congratulations. I pulled, I think I got a Toro blueprint. And then I had a fucking heavy ammo blueprint that I got laid down by some scum guy. It just didn't go my way, but you had a better run than I did. Some channeling skills can crit, just not dot channeling. Wait a sec. Does anybody have any information on whether or not that can crit? I'm assuming it cannot because of the channeling text. My assumption is no. Okay, I'm assuming no. Could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. Yeah, I agree with that. That's good shit. Okay, Blood Mage. Here we go. And I'm sorry if you go Blood Mage again. Okay? So everything costs life. Everything costs life. Got it. By the way, Sanguine Tides is nuts. Really, really, really good. Really nuts. Enemies you curse. Do we curse in this build, guys? We do. We put flammability all over that shit. All up in there. We do it. We curse like a motherfucker. So Whispers of the Flesh? Yeah. Enemies you curse have at least 15% of life reserved? Yup. Okay, what else we got? Grasping Wounds. Okay, that's just huge tanky. Crimson Power. Not necessarily something we're looking for. Blood Barbs. Bleeding you inflict, which we're not doing yet. We're just burning. We're not bleeding anything, okay? Don't care about that. Elemental damage also contributes to bleed magnitude. No. Spell damage leeches life, does nothing for us. It's like a sailor, right? Like a sailor. If it has a hit portion, it can crit, but dots can't crit. But if there's a hit portion that results in a dot, the dot will be bigger from the crit. Exactly right. Yeah. Wintality. Hey, MK player? Who's your favorite? Kung Lao. Kung Lao all day. I agree. This is what we're talking about. If it can crit, the initial hit is what we scale up with crit strike chance and crit magnitude. That then sends a massive flammability magnitude multi right into Ignite every time we cast it. So we'd be looking to make a weapon that's a talisman, in my opinion so far, that potentially has plus to skills, has attack speed, crit hit chance. If we get that, we're good. Maybe flat physical, whatever we want. Because everything we do as Fizz scales up into fire anyway. So that would be the case. Back in the day, MK player, who's your guy? Sub-Zero, yeah. Ripping out spinal columns, yeah. Yeah. You can crit with Incinerate. If you can crit with Incinerate, it makes sense you could probably crit with Flame. I don't know yet. I don't know that. I don't want to speculate. I want to ask GGG some questions. Okay. Spell crit, don't care. Son of the Flesh, don't care. We know Gore Spike doesn't matter. So unfortunately, the only thing that stands out to me, and I'm not an authority on this, I'm just reading out loud. The only thing that stands out kind of nice would be probably Whispers of the Flesh. Enemies we curse have at least 15% life reserve. And didn't they change this to be even better? Didn't this get changed? Insane. What about the legendary fire charm? Yeah, we can use that. So in our rough theory crafting concept here, Ngannou's Chosen grants maximum rage on use. And so we can, if we end up using Scold's Brittle, which is a great recommendation by you guys had so much value, you don't even know. Thank you for being you. We take damage so that we self-ignite, basically. Have realism go knock on GGG's door. They do your fucking job. Tell me if the initial hit can crit. That'd be great. Yeah. Scorpion, eh? Yeah. You doing some of this shit? You tell him to get over here. Is that what you're doing? Bringing him in? Huge uppercut. Send him down in the spikes. Yeah. Bone Storm and Ember Fusillade are channeling skills that can crit. Thank you, Ralphinator. Yeah. Incinerate's not what we're doing. Incinerate is only the supplementary skill we're going to use to do great single target damage, in my opinion. And if you want me to discuss that quickly so you can be up to par with what we're talking about today, with making the Wyvern Flame Breath great for bosses, give me a 33 in chat. If you want to know why Incinerate is going to work well with us, like it's peanut butter and jelly. Like we want to do that. We want to smack a guy in the face with power charges and then spend 3 to get a spell totem up. Okay. Base crit chance on the skill. Let me see this. Yeah, it's 6%. It can crit. It can crit. All right, my friends. Thank you. I know I go quick and sometimes I talk fast and I've already been called out for ADHD today, so I know I'm going quick. So here's the thing. One more time, it's fun. And I'm gonna keep telling you guys because it's really, really exciting. It's awesome stuff. So the last podcast, talking to Try and Jonathan Rogers, they disclosed that Incinerate and Flame Breath, right here. Right here. Flame Breath and Incinerate, when 0.4 launches, can stack ignites on a target. They can stack it. So that means when you're a dragon circling a boss, breathing fire all over his face, before you do that, you put a spell totem down that casts Incinerate. That Incinerate cast is burning this guy with ignition stacks, right? But then so is your dragon. So you have 2 sources, and this could be like limit, I don't know, maybe you put like additional like overabundance on it so that spell totem has, maybe there's 2 or something. I'm not sure yet. We'll figure that out when we get there. So you summon up these totems. They all ignite the boss. Well, you ignite the boss, and then you're like double or triple stacking ignites. That means that scalability should be freaking huge. Like you should melt this fucking guy. And the problem is you're not going to melt him really, really quick because they've added this up in the game so that monster changes downtown. You can't initially burst them down. Bosses now have an anti-burst damage mechanic. So what I'm kind of like interested to find out is the window of time it takes for me to like wait for that anti-burst so I can start doing regular damage. If that window is about the same or less than my ignite stacking window, I won't even feel the difference. Because I'm just going to start putting all these dots on it. Then the window goes down, damage goes away, done. And when we're not doing that on single target, we don't need the spell totem to breathe. We breathe. We just fly around town and we do our breath thing. This is me telling you the dragon's in the air breathing, okay? Does that make sense? And so there's 2 things that have to happen. One, we have to make sure that we have a great way to make sure Flame Breath is operating the way that I want it to work, which is nice and comfortable. Then we get into things like, how do we make AoE feel better? What's that look like? How do we make single target look great? What's that look like? I think we know single target. I think we know that with spell totems and Incinerate, okay? I think we know that. So I'm just sharing as we go. Yeah, is that charm the only way to stay in Flame Breath? No, and I don't even know that it can. Exactly right. Boondock Saint, the charm does nothing other than activate your max rage, go in the sky and fly. Okay? Candlemaker glows would be sweet in the build. Let me see this. What's going on, Crouchin? Candlemakers, Somber Greaves. Flammability magnitude is doubled. What the fuck? Flammability magnitude is doubled. Oh, that sounds so gross when your flammability magnitude by default in the skill is 1500% more. Oh God, everybody's dying. Yeah. Talk to me, Crouch. And he says, yo, I thought this was pretty slick and scheduled a couple days off for work. Yeah, when the league launches, didn't realize on call until next Tuesday. You're on call until next Tuesday? Right now? Oh, Jesus. Hey, enjoy the time off. Yeah. Ignite magnitude. Oh, he's right. He's right. If we can double that, that'd be huge. Yeah. Flammability magnitude. Yes. Flame breath. Ignite magnitude. That's the one we want to look at. We want that ignite magnitude to go up because it's essentially 20% times 7.5. That's what you're getting on your hit. That's what I think it is, but grossly assuming. Thank you. That's still kind of nice. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. I want to look at culling. Yeah. Chucklebot to say, Fire Flower Amulet should keep that Rage Charm activating all the time, and you'll be able to corrupt it for +6 fire skills. Okay, let's take a look at, was it Fire Flower? Okay, stand by. So, none. Okay, thanks. Fire Flower? Solar Amulet. Okay, this sounds very, very familiar. Okay, let's take a peek. Rarity of items found, yes. Mana regeneration rate, which if we choose Shaman, could affect Rage regeneration rate. You take 100 fire damage when you ignite an enemy. So we're just burning. +3 level of all fire skills. Okay, so on the surface, common ready, drop bombs. Right? You take 100 fire damage whenever you basically breathe fire. By doing this, you're self-igniting, which means your Nimgamu's chosen is going to be automatically activating. Because you're going to get maximum rage when you take fire damage from a hit. And that hit is the solar amulet hitting you. Now, +3 to all fire skills, that does affect this because Flame Breath is a fire skill. Got it. Yep. That's right. Frunky, which is why we're talking about this now. Really? All good, yeah. Yeah, it's all good, right? You take the little wins you can get them and we roll through it day by day. You got it. Yep. Reason Incinerate can crit is because it has ignites as though dealing. Yeah? Flame Breath does not have any of this wording. So, Wintality, we got to wait to see. I'm assuming it doesn't. I'm assuming it does not. If it does, you should, in my opinion, all build a critical framework, a critical hit framework, right? We're cooking. We're trying. Yeah. Right. Fatal. Right. Correct. Yeah. So far it can't. How's the build crafting going? It's in its honeymoon inception phase. Yeah. I'm assuming because look at, right? Let me see here. Yada, 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 yada. Okay. There's 2 here. Channeling stage, duration, AoE, sustained fire. It's all same. Let's see. So ignites as though dealing blank to blank fire damage. That's the line of text right there that allows the critical hit chance to occur on Incinerate. It's the hit. It's the initial hit that you get. If you check that out and compare that with the Druid skill right here, Flame Breath, it doesn't have that line. It just says you can empower it, you know? Yep. I'm not sure yet. Hey, Realism, what's up, dude? Is that 13 yos? It is. Man, thank you for the tier 1 tonight, man. Thank you very much and happy Tuesday. How you doing, Realism? You been enjoying some of that arc? We're getting into the weeds a little bit. So the latest podcast told us a lot about what this Wyvern build can do when you fly in the air. It's really, really exciting, and I'm down. Yeah, Berserk, what's this? Buff, Berserk, yeah. Lose 1% max life per rage per second while not losing rage. It grants 59% increased rage effect. Really? What the hell? You gain 59% increased rage effect? Do you know how good that is? Hold on. Am I losing my shit? This could be insane. 59% increased rage effect. What does Shaman say? Every 2 rage also grants. Okay, so it's not that. Okay, I had to read this for a second because I thought it was just going to be wild. So it's not so much rage's effect, right? Grants 1% more attack damage per 1 rage gain to a maximum of 30. You lose 1 rage every second. That's fine. That's okay. That's cool. That's great. But I was considering for a second, and thank God I read, because I was like, wait, if we increase rage and what rage does by 59%, and this is not true, but if that was true, then holy shit. Like, this might be really, really great. Anytime I can double dip on an effect, it's going to be very, very good. That's not happening here. You guys are killing me. You're killing me with all the support. Wonder Boy, thank you for the prime in the 19 months, man. I hope you had a great time for the 19 months. Play Lockwood! W Druids, yeah? I don't want to do a Crown of Eyes build. I really don't. I really don't want to do a Crown of Eyes build, you know? I don't want that. I'd like to try not to. If it means that we have to, okay, but I don't want to. You know what I mean? Right. So check this out. We don't know, right? We don't know. The empowered, right? Let me click on this. Okay. Empowered Flame Breath, right? Gains 50% of damage as lightning damage, okay? So empowered skills do not have any inherent bonuses, but a number of stats and modifiers specifically apply to empowered skills. You guys are fantastic. Are you enjoying this too? Are we all theory crafting some dragons? I'm telling you, it's going to be fun if we do. I can't wait to see what the community comes up with, and I'm down to be a part of it. It's fun. So as lightning damage is one of the 5 damage types, which we know. So the only thing that we don't know, okay, is, and you'll see there's no crit on this. We don't know if the empowered flame breath, because it gets lightning, actually gets to crit. If it does, we're going crit. If it does not, that's fine. We can still appreciate lightning damage because that gives us shock, which subsequently gives us a multiplier on our ignite damage, because ignite is affected by shock's multiplier. Hot shit. So we would really fucking love to get some of that. If we can get some of that, jokes, because we're already converting all of our physical damage to fire. That's happening. And then that extra lightning thing, it's only there to give us, like, on targets that are going to survive us, it's only going to add shock and then blow them away. Like, great. Okay? You're going Smith as Wyvern? We haven't checked out all the ascensions yet. I'm going to. We're going to go around the wheel to check out these ascensions. Yeah, these ascendancies. You're going to be trying to do a Song of Fire and Ice. Did you see the changes to Whispering Staff? I did. Yeah. Whispering Ice Staff seems interesting. It's buffed. It looks like a viable weapon now. You know, you're going Deadeye? Just doing it, eh? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Drew Mako. Thank you, Drew. Right. It would be difficult. Syncopation, it would be difficult. So syncopation on the YouTube side is a good question, a good point, I should say. Remember that we're talking about single target, where you have your dragon, then you have your totems, your spell totems. So we have the situation where we're at a boss, and we have 3 power charges. We expend them to get our spell totem up, and then our totem is shooting. It's shooting incinerate. Okay, for ignite stacks. That's just happening. That's only doing that so that we can support the flame breath ignite stacking already happening. So we get a larger ignite, but it's going to be total value. So the point he was saying was, wait a sec, if you're trying to scale damage for flame breath, isn't it going to be kind of impossible to scale like spell damage too? You can't do both. Well, Crown of Eyes kind of helps with that, but I don't want to be a Crown of Eyes build. I feel like handcuffed when that happens. So yes, you're totally right. Yes, I totally agree. And oftentimes in Path of Exile, and we could be wrong this time, oftentimes in Path of Exile, it makes a lot more sense to go all in on one and really push that to the moon, right? Shoot for the moon, land in the stars, and you're happy. That should be the case. J-Mac, I like that you're getting involved, man. Thank you. Here we go. I saw no snipe limit. Druid Wyvern going to embrace the new? I'm trying. Kind of a burst summon Skitterbot? Maybe. You said Pathfinder plus Resonance plus Sniper's Mark, and then what are you getting? Are you converting that into what? Power charges? I can give you that already. Last Protagonist. Hey, thanks, man. And good to see you. We can get you that already if you just use Breath of the Mountain. Right? Whenever you take damage, you get power charges. And I can make you, we already have an engine here, take that damage. Yeah. Scold's Brittle, right? You take damage and you cast stuff. So that damage you take gets converted from physical to an element, and now you're self-fulfilling your fire and cold damage, which means you have power charges, you have rage. You're there. Okay? No problem. Sleep up. Yeah. J-Ro 48. Thank you very much. Thank you for choosing me. I appreciate that. Hope you feel welcome. Yeah. Okay. Back to the plan. So let's get caught up again because I move quick and I go all over the place. Chronomancer is not going to work the way we want. Could be the best, but so far it's off the table because Footprints in the Sand does not give us rage back. It only gives us back life and mana, which could still be good. Okay. You'll be selling bows. There you go. Infernalist doesn't make sense because I really don't think there's enough value in the tree. While that's vague, it's accurate based off my premise that we're using it's attacks, not spells. Okay. Now, Lich. I got to say, I am very, very ignorant on Lich personally. Now, I know that this crystalline phylactery is like what makes this thing kind of great too. So I'm going to get to Lich later just because I'm basically blind to the Ascension. I don't know shit about it. And I'm going to get, fuck it, let's take it face on. Let's go. What do we get? Increased life, sounds good. Increased mana. Okay, so I'm going this way. Soulless Form, 10% of damage taken bypasses energy shield. Who's that? Is it Cephix? Thanks, Cephix. Come on and say hello. Meet the dudes. Dudes, Cephix. No inherent mana regeneration. Well, that blows because we can, okay, fine. Regenerate mana equal to 6% of max life. Okay. Then we get more, so 6% life and what? Your life cannot change while you have ES. Okay, so that's the immortal shell. Price of power. Spells. We're not doing spells. Other than spell totems. They consume a power charge of able to deal 40% more damage. Jeez. Well, that solves a single target, doesn't it? Sure. What type of weapon will be needed for this build? It's not off topic. I want to make sure you guys can be a part of the conversation with knowledge as well. So remember that this druid skill that we're talking about is Flame Breath. Flame Breath requires you to use a talisman weapon. A talisman weapon looks like this. And it is at the top end, because we saw it in the video, it is on par with a two-handed mace. The attacks per second are 1.3, and the critical hit chance is 9, which is the exact same as Spark was last time, just for what that's worth, okay? So you're looking at a talisman for that. All right, let's continue. Let's get back in the mix. Music! Okay. Eldritch Empowerment. Spells, doesn't matter. Deal 30% more damage. I don't give a shit about spells. Don't care about that. Next. Curses you inflict have infinite duration. Now that's nice. Yeah? Yeah. Theobald. Nice to meet you, Theo. Yes, they've added a key passive in the skill tree from Jonathan's interview, or Talking to Try's interview with Jonathan, that says you can use a talisman and a scepter. We know that's coming, but it's not known so far. Yep. How you doing, Stone Cold? Welcome in. Yep. How cooked am I? Fubgun is going to play what I was going to league start. Yeah. Is that good or bad? Enjoy your league. It's up to you, right? Don't let somebody else's impressions determine how much fun you have. Have fun. Build your own build. Have a good time. Sure. They love phylacteries, yeah. Shape-shifting passes that'll benefit from demon form on the druid side? Maybe. That'd be interesting, yeah. A9 WEG, if they have that, that'd be cool. Say it again. Am I also planning to add the change Stormfire if you're able to still shock, since power charges and power lightning damage from which Stormfire takes % of the ignite damage is lightning and fire? Let me see. Holy fuck, you might have just done it. You might have just done it. If that's true, are you being genuine here? Let me see. Stormfire support now causes enemies shocked. Okay, I'll read through it. Now causes enemies shocked by supported skills to take a percentage of ignite damage as lightning damage, as well as fire damage. Okay. I still don't know if that means hit. Okay? But if that means hit, now that's the connection that allows you to go into a crit strike build. Okay? If that's true. I don't know that that's a hit. Maybe. Okay? Maybe. I think not. I still believe the answer is no on that. I still believe it's a no because give it to me. Give it to me. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Right here. Because Flame Breath is channeling still. The only way you get to crit is if you hit. That's it. So I don't think so. So not yet. We're not even talking about the support gems just yet. Just look back at your talismans. You said your talisman is the answer? Okay. More than happy to look at that. My talisman. Good. Tell me what you're referring to so I know. Have you had any thoughts on Hailstorm rounds? It looked pretty cool in the demo. It looked pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not really a crossbow guy yet, but I could always come around, right? It's unlikely, but fuck, I can come around if I try, you know? Yeah. Yoke of Suffering. I know what Yoke of Suffering is. I used to sell it. yeah. Oh. Anarok, thank you so much. And Moreland, happy 3 years, babe, dude. Still helping people pull up their fly in any situation together, right? Thanks, man. Thanks, Moreland. Thank you for the tier 1 for 3 years. Yep. It bases the form damage on the tally stats. What? It bases the form damage on the tally stats. I understand that. I understand that. Okay, no, I get that. So as a base, we go in the air with flame breath, right? We go in the air with flame breath. The amount of damage we do when we're breathing fire on things is determined by our two-handed talisman weapon, W. But what we don't know is the initial flame breath that happens, that carpet of fire you lay down, because it says channeling skill. It's not like Incinerate, where Incinerate ignites as though it's dealing damage. It is just a bare damage over time. Ignite, right? If it hits, because it's an attack, if it hits, we're in the money. Then it's a crit build. If it doesn't crit and it doesn't hit, then it's not. So far, right? This is just like, this isn't rigid. This is just where we're at, right? But I know that the determination of damage is predicated on the modifiers of our talisman. Yep. No, I didn't. What did Dreamcore talk about? No, no, not yet. When in doubt, blood mage it out. Not yet, Horde Dog. Not yet. Would you put, what's that? No. Has POB DB updated Incinerate yet? Just making sure you're looking at the most correct one. I would hope so. This was just sent to me today. Yeah. Specific. Oh, here we go. Thank you for the 50 bits, Jason's dad. Specifically Ignite and Wyvern. Send me a link on Discord. I'll give it a watch. Yeah. So here's what you're talking about. You're the second person to bring this up. You're talking about Blood Mage converting with Blood Barbs, right? Bleeding you inflict on cursed targets is aggravated, which is to say that they're taking double bleed duration. Aggravated means like you're moving. When you move, you're aggravating your bleeding, so you have double bleed damage. Elemental damage also contributes to bleed magnitude. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to get the elemental damage that we deal converted to a physical bleed and then amplify that up. What do I think? I think I'm giving up a lot just to do that, and there might be a more efficient, lean way to go. Class fantasy-wise, fuck yeah, get in there. Be a blood mage wyvern in the sky with blood dripping everywhere and shit. Sounds good to me. Fantastically speaking, that shit's wild, but I don't know that we're here yet. So far, I'm checking out I've no Infernalist, no blood mage value, and I'm on the Lich so far, but and also Chronomancer didn't pass the test yet. So we'll see. Yeah. It could be fun. You Sam, if you're like hot and bothered under the collar, you give that shit a go. That could be fun. Now let me see this guy. Incessant. I don't know what this word is. Cacophony? I like that. Infinite duration sounds good. Okay. Rupture the soul. Cursed enemies killed by you or allies in your presence have a chance to explode. Well, there you go. There you fucking go. There's Hinakora. So there's Hinakora's explosion. Okay, but they're dealing damage as chaos. So we need a chaos converter into fire. Or we don't. We just use overkill damage on Trample Toe, right? And that just explodes the room. Wait. Am I reading Trample Toe wrong? The Trim Greaves? Deal 30% of overkill damage to enemies within 2 meters, which is the exact same as the base immolation radius, 2 meters. So you go in the sky, Cacophony, you go in the sky, everything's gone. 15% movement speed, though, so you're not really flying around town, right? You're just kind of sauntering on by. Add that to the build. Interesting. Trample Toe, interesting consideration. Yeah? There's Joey. I'm getting there. Yeah. All right. Interesting. Interesting. But still not winning me over. While you're not on low mana, you and your allies in your presence have an unholy might. Okay, so that's fine. That doesn't blow me away either. Okay, increased mana, no. I don't know. I'm gonna say for Lich, in my opinion. I haven't seen anybody else's input yet. So for Lich, I'm going to say this. This is my take so far. Outside of infinite curse, not enough value that I could see on the surface. The Abyssal Lich, I don't know shit about that. And I need to learn. And I can become dangerous. Weapon swap Blood Mage, Rake first for guaranteed bleed, then Flame Breath to finish it off when shapeshifting. That sounds sick. That sounds fun. Get that Rake in there, right? Oh yeah. The Phubix, thank you. Yeah. Wait, how you gonna rage sustain without being a shaman? Now you're getting the right question. Now you're getting the right question. So we don't have that answer yet, but we're gonna work towards that. I'm on shaman so far. Yeah. It could, but I'm not. Yeah, sure. Have you figured out how to sustain charges for your fire breathing squirrel yet? Yeah, we already know charges. Yeah. So charges, guys, sustaining power charges, that shit, that's easy. That's Costco samples. And to do that, it's simple with the Scold's Brittle, which you guys recommended, the Jade Tiara unique. You take you take mana cost as damage, physical damage. And if you decide to go shaman, you will convert physical damage to elemental damage of fire, lightning, and cold. So you cast some shit, you take damage, you self ignite. Essentially, you take fire damage, and then you take cold damage, which means you get power charge. So you cast power charge, charge, infinite charge. That's your engine. So Scold's Brittle with dual charm is the engine. And so we got that. That part we got. What we haven't solved yet is duration issues and rage generation sustain, if that's even a way that we go. Okay? Are we starting a druid? Oh, I'm going druid. Oh, yeah, Koga Drake. Yeah, we're going Wyvern. The whole plan here is to make a Wyvern in 0.4 that stays in the air, clears the map, or does really solid single target so far. This is our goal. Have fun. Wyvern Flame Breath forever, right? Forever with good, I'll say good to great single target for everyone. Winky face. No, I'll do smiley face. That way it's more legit. Okay? That's what I want. That's our goal. I love how you talk through everything that makes sense to new players. Oh, thanks, man. It wasn't that long ago that I was a new player. Matter of fact, I'm pretty green to a lot of the games still. I just love it, and I just can't wait. I just can't wait. Right? Didn't Flame Breath skill say you couldn't use charges gained during the skill? It said you couldn't lose rage during the skill, but let's go find out what it says one more time. Converts physical damage to fire. That's all of it. You have 750% more ignite magnitude. So whatever you have, this skill gives it 7 times 7.5. The rage cost is ignored for the first 4 seconds of fire breath. Immolation radius is 2 meters. Empowered flame breath gains 50% of damage as lightning damage, and empowered flame breath spends rage 50% of your rage slower. I'm not even kidding. I'll shortcut it for you guys that have things to do today. I sincerely think Shaman's my front ascension so far. You're gonna find out why when we get there. It's all about, in my view so far, it's all about rage sustain. It's about staying high in the sky and depleting rage eventually. So I want to get so much fucking rage that we just have so much, so we just go in the air. We go in the air. Oh, we landed. Too bad. One hit, boom, max rage, go. La 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 la. Life is good. Single target, not a problem. Boomsticks. Done. Okay? So it's about getting your maximum rage, which is going to be hopefully in the hundreds or 100, whatever. And then we just whoop their ass. But we're going to find out. I would actually love to just like supremely, I would love to find out that there's a better ascendancy, and I just didn't know. I can't wait for that to be. Ooh, only way to find out is to look. Blaze works. Thanks, man. Hey guys, I don't know what this is. I don't want to first of all, let's give Blazeworks a little shout out for helping out, but also Dreamcore's got a video speaking on huge ignite damage. I don't know what this is. We're gonna find out together, and just take a little break about like theory crafting. See what he has to say. 8 minutes. Okay, go ahead. What topics are we talking about? We're talking about
Path of Exile 2's 0.4 up.
Hey, 77 in chat. If this volume's okay, my friends.
Is launching in just 3 days' time. And last night we got an insightful interview from Talkative Try with game director John
Flame Blast, and it's kind of default
flame breath ability.
So, for example, the Wyvern Flame Blast, and it's kind of default incarnation. So this is just aside from totems, right?
Yeah.
So this is the one where the Wyvern flies up and starts burninating everything. So in its sort of default incantation of that, it's an ultimate, really. You should be using it as like a boss ability if you get the opportunity. You know, like if you heavy stun the boss, you start burning it. And the way that one works, by the way, is that it actually stacks ignites that add together. So unlike other ignite,
just so you know, just little personal tangent. So I hear this. I'm listening to the podcast as I'm driving, like doing electrical work today, and I hear about stacking ignites. My fucking car starts moving. I'm like, oh, what did he say? Like,
in the game, which you have to do a big hit.
Insane. Yeah.
This is a type of ignite where, like, every time you hit them, the ignite grows and grows and grows and grows. So, like, that one there is like a kind of interesting thing with that particular thing. So it actually works really well against.
That's why we're building what we're building. Okay, good.
So this is an unprecedented mechanic for Ignite in Path of Exile 2.
That's us.
Usually, Ignite is an ailment that only stacks a single time, and only the most damaging instance of Ignite on the target will deal damage at once. But Jonathan here says that the Wyvern's Flame Breath will stack ignites so that you can deal more and more damage.
Which we know, yep.
Now there's a few different ways that this can be interpreted, and the exact way that this skill works will be very important. The first would be that Ignite actually stacks in count from this ability, somewhat like Poison without a maximum limit, which would mean that each instance of Ignite has its own individual duration, and each instance also has its own damage, and the damage from all of those stacks is added together for a final DPS from Ignite on the target. The second would be that there's a single Ignite, and each application of Ignite adds to the damage of that Ignite. This would also mean that the Ignite duration would constantly be refreshed as it keeps being reapplied. This is the most favorable interpretation, and
pause. One Ignite that sums damage from each instance application would be great, because we would Ignite, which would remove the requirement for the gem that we listed previously. So we have, let me see here. We wrote down the skill gem. Fire Penetration 2 removes all fire res. That's fine. And I think we have another one here. I have to find it so that we can just... There's a support gem we can use that will automatically refresh ignition, so we don't have to worry about that. So if we don't need that support gem, that's good. That means more damage.
I also think it's the most likely one to be true. However, a third interpretation could be that there's a single Ignite, like the second scenario, but each application stores its total damage and duration within that Ignite. So even though there's only one Ignite, the damage could still fluctuate and go down once the duration of individual applications time out. Which one of...
I believe... Okay, I'm not sure what he's going to say here. Guys, so here, am I in the way? Let me see what you guys see. Okay, check this out. Give this a second. Which one do you think it is? All influence? I think it's one. I think it's Ignite stacks count similar with Poison. Each stack has its own damage and its own duration. The base duration is 4 seconds. I think it's one. Which one do you think it is? You think it's 3. You think one Ignite that sums damage from each instance application. Each instance tracks damage and duration. Interesting. We don't know yet. Okay, you think it's 2? Okay, who said 2? Toy Soldier? One Ignite that sums damage from each instance. Got it. I believe it's 1. And like, hope I'm wrong. And I could like make up some frivolous fucking logic behind it. But like, okay, I've already created Poison, so I'm just going to make Fire do the same because I already did Poison, you know? I think I would love for 3. Reveal looked like, I don't know about that. Okay, and initial M says 4. Are you feeling all right, my friend? Did you press the wrong button? You got big, thick nubs there? Yeah? Yeah, I think it's 1. I hope it's 1. If it is 1, then we're building it right. Okay? Let's continue.
These interpretations ends up being true will be important for how good this ability actually ends up being. But let's take a look at some numbers.
JRG Games, thank you.
Now, this is a level 13 gem, which requires a level 52 character, which is likely when you're able to first access the skill. I think the only stat that's likely to improve on this gem with levels is the base attack damage, which is 70% on a level 13 gem.
Not on a boss.
The mana cost will likely go up, and the rage cost may also scale up. Notably, this rage cost is ignored for the first 4 seconds.
Wait. 6 rage per second. Stand by, gonna do the thing. Doesn't rage have a base cost of 5? Everything is 5? Rage regeneration now pauses rage decay. Similarly to other meanings of gaining rage, this means that your rage will never decay when it's regenerating. All rage spending costs have been changed to 10. This is a rage. Okay, got it. Rage no longer causes a visual effect on your character. Okay, until you have more than 10. So rage cost is 10. So it can't be 6. And if it can, that breaks the rule. It's 10. Continue.
And we don't currently know if that means you'll be able to activate it if you don't have any rage. So base mag...
Pause. Let me do a little probe here. What he just said. It's important. 1 sec.
And we don't currently know if that means you'll be able to activate it if you don't have any rage.
I think we do. I'm going to go on a limb here. I don't think you can use Flame Breath unless you have the mana to use it and the rage to use it. 77 in chat if you agree. Because if you didn't need the rage to use it, why the hell would you have a rage cost? Are you suggesting, potentially, it would be you can cast it for 4 seconds because the initial cost is basically, who cares? Like, if that was true that you didn't need the rage, then what the hell is the cost tag for? Right? Just my opinion. How you doing, Capital K? Let's continue. Let's learn a little bit more what he thinks. Great. Love watching these videos. Makes you think.
So, base magnitude ignite in Path of Exile 2 is 20% of the igniting hit per second for 4 seconds. This skill has 750% more ignite magnitude and 70% base attack damage. So, ignites from this skill will deal 119% of base attack damage per second for 4 seconds. That means that each ignite will deal 476% of your attack damage across the full 4-second duration.
Huge.
Now keep in mind that this is an attack that uses your equipped talisman to deal damage.
Yes.
We don't know much about talismans just yet, and we don't know about the modifiers that they'll be able to roll.
Right.
Presumably, being two-handed martial weapons, they'll be able to roll basic modifiers like local increased physical damage and increased attack speed. We have this example talisman on the reveal page. This one has 1.3 base attacks per second, which can likely be scaled up with an increased attack speed modifier, but let's just go with that 1.3 base. With 800% attack speed, you'll have 10.4 attacks per second, inflicting 10.4 instances of ignite damage per second. So at exactly 4 seconds into the channel, you would have inflicted 41 instances of ignite damage, dealing a total of 4,879% base attack damage as DPS from ignite. Now that seems pretty good, but here's the part where that interpretation of how the ignite stacking actually works is going to be important, because if it's the most favourable scenario where it's just a single ignite with damage being added and the duration being refreshed every time there's a new application, that would mean that this number can not only go a lot higher, but that the damage can also persist for a long time after you stop channeling the skill. But if it's going to work as individual stacks, or if each damage instance within the ignite is tracked for damage and duration, this is the point where those first applications of ignite will begin falling off as their durations are expiring. Now, there is, of course, plenty of other ways to scale this damage, but the value of those scaling methods would also revolve around how...
I'm talking kind of faster, but that's what I agree with, yeah? Sounds so broken, sounds so good, right? And then I want you to put a spell totem behind that. So there's even more. Woo! Bob on the buddy,
this
hello,
skill
how you
actually
doing?
works.
Yo, yo.
For example, ignite duration is less valuable if it's a single ignite that keeps having its duration refreshed. But it's going to be a much more valuable stat if each stack has its own duration.
Because it multiplies off each other.
But the crazy thing about this is that we're just looking at a level 13 gem here, and we're using the base speed of a talisman with no attack speed modifiers.
Yes.
So the actual numbers are likely going to be a lot higher than this with a high level gem and a decent talisman.
And a decent passive skill tree that gives you increased attack speed. Yes.
Now, Flame Breath is not going to be a great skill.
And increased duration. Yes.
For clearing monsters, unless you're able to overcome many of the restrictions, such as the seemingly giant movement speed penalty while you're channeling the skill, and the cooldown and the rage generation. But for single target, this skill looks very strong indeed.
Yeah!
Especially if you're able to lock down the boss with a heavy stun or similar. I'd also note that Jonathan mentioned that Incinerate will have the same mechanics in 0.4 as well.
Oh, and by the way, with that Ignite thing, just I saw you were kind of reacting interestingly to that. We are going to try and change Incinerate to use that system as well. So
I'm starting off as a Wyvern, Ramble. It's happening. I don't know what the Ascension is. We're figuring that out. Again, Blazeworks was kind enough to share this video, which we're gonna link it to. Give it a thumbs up if you like it. But anyway, we're learning more about like exactly what the hell's going on and how we could build something kind of awesome.
Kind of a different thing we're trying out.
So it seems like this is something they're testing for Ignite in general in PoE2, and I'm not going to go into the numbers of Incinerate in this video, but that skill did get a small base damage buff in the patch notes, and the stacking Ignite will be a huge damage buff on top.
Huge!
And it will be interesting to see if they're going to roll out these mechanics for all of the Ignite applications in future patches for Path of Exile 2. Ignite is certainly one of the lacking archetypes in the game right now, and I think this approach and perhaps the inclusion of Ignite proliferation being a thing baseline should go a long way to...
So your WASD, right? If that's how you play, just really quick. You're moving backwards and you're aiming, you're basically reverse playing, you know? You're just doing like infinite spirals to get, you're basically always, you're playing backwards. If you like the way a Wyvern's ass cheeks look, you're going to love this build because you should never see your face. You're always like moving through the map, right? Backwards. You're just blowing shit up behind you. It's what you're doing. It's great. It's great. It's like fantastic. Let's continue.
Making these types of builds a lot stronger.
Yep.
But that's going to be it for this one. I just wanted to cover this skill after the reveal of the stacking.
Yeah. The reveal of stacking was like the big nugget. It was so good. Here, I'll share this with you guys. Please do what you want. You don't have to do anything. But if you feel like you want to support what he's putting out there, give it a thumbs up. I'm sure you'd appreciate it. Okay. Good shit. Yes. No, Demonic, you're right. He says in chat, this is Demonic. He says, didn't Zizaran say you only get a wolf and bear at the start? So the talisman you get had, and you can see it in the video, there's two icons. You throttle between bear and wolf in the beginning, and then you get Wyvern later. But Righteous Fire, we didn't get to level 16. And once we got there, it was flame on and away we go. That's right. Wyvern Ass Cheeks. Is that your character's name? Yeah. Wyvern Starfish. Yeah, if that's what you like. Little blue knot in the sky, right? Is that a bird? That's a plane? Oh my God, I'm dead? Done. Okay. So back to where we're at inside of our theory crafting enjoyment, which I'm really having a good time. Eric Smaug? Maybe. I'm going to have some cool names. I got to come up with some cool names. Yeah. Yep. Incorrect. Sasoriata Suri. I'm going to read what you said out loud, and I want you to seriously think about this, please, and thank you. Maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong, but let's give it some thought. He says, hey, left side of the Ascendancies are out. Right side attack speed seems utter dog shit. Without the right side, you talking about this? Without the right side of the passive skill tree, this build sucks ass. Is that what you're saying? Well, my friend, wouldn't you love to know that if that's what you mean? And if not, I'm still going to say it anyway because I think it's important. Remember that they're adding 250 passive skill tree nodes that we don't even know what they are yet. We need to find out what those are because it's more than likely that some of these nodes are going to be applicable to what we're trying to accomplish. Right? Right. So it's not going to be utter dog shit like you say. It could be great. As a matter of fact, wouldn't it be surprising if the left side was so good compared to the right for us for a change? That'd be great. If you just look at this for a second, look at the wealth of data inside this right little pie, this little cluster, and look at how barren it is over here. Well, guess what? You don't have the Druid. You don't have the Templar yet. The classes that are going to fulfill that space, they're not in the game, which is why it's a little bit barren at this point. So bare necessities, little joke of Druids and stuff, that's where we're going. So I would say don't worry too much about that. Dog shit, for now, yeah. You say 120 specifically in that area. Did somebody count, Janus? 120 decisions you don't have now, right? I barely can't even consider the difference. Yeah. You said in the video, there's only one ignite on mobs. It's not like it's poison stacking. If you look on slow motion, yeah, I noticed that too. I saw the value of ignite going up. I saw the percentage going up. I caught that. You're wondering if we're gonna get another timeless jewel. Yeah? Melodus in chat says for the Val, since incursion's coming. If we do, there might be some ignite nodes. That'd be fun. Yeah. Could be even worse. It could be even worse. In which case, we'll see how that goes. I'm not getting hyped at all for the Game Awards. I don't really watch award shows, but I'm happy that people can win cool shit. But no, I mean there is drops for that too, which is cool. But I won't be live for that. No. The stack damage for bosses, not white mobs. Why would you say that? I haven't seen any literature saying that the ignition can't stack on any target. It should be uniform across the board. No. Okay. What works well with Wyvern Flame Breath? We said Fire Pen 2 because Fire Penetration 2 in the game removes all fire resistance, which is exactly what we used on Choir of the Storms before. Okay? Oh, I haven't given that any thought. Okay. I'm thinking like we know rapid attacks, right? Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. Maybe their big announcement is telling the whole world the Druids come into our game. That's a big drop, right? No? Support attacks of 35% increased damage, so we can't take 50% less. So we're going to be getting rapid attacks at 25% base, rapid attacks 2. No, that's true. Yeah, I hear you, but yeah, you're not wrong. I guess I'm just suggesting that like at that end game structure, right? Ignite will rip things apart anyway, so it's hard to see a stack. Yeah. We can path to the left side of the tree and have attack speed. Yeah, we could. Do you mean the right side? JRG? Where we start left, go right? Or are you saying Pathfinder, go right, then move in? So I'm thinking, I'm happy to chat about it. Nothing's in stone here. So rapid attacks 2 is my go-to because it's an attack. So Fire Pen 2, right? By the way, I hope this doesn't come across this way, guys. I'm having a great time talking about this build with you guys. Theory crafting out options, just trying to make something out of this, like trying to mold something like that could be great. And I don't mean to, if I come across a little bit, I don't know, rude, I guess best way to say it. I don't mean to be. I really do want to take all ideas into consideration and talk through why something may work or may not. I'm not the arbiter of information on this. I'm just fucking stoked to play a dragon, man. And I'm just calling out things that seem obvious, and you guys are coming up with even good, like even amazing item suggestions too. So I really appreciate what we're doing today, and it's fun, you know? It's fun. So thank you for that. So yeah. Rapid attacks 2, okay? Attacks 2 because, excuse me, and that's because Flame Breath is an attack, okay? So I want no fire resistance. I want you to enjoy as much attacks as I can get, which is great. Oh, thanks, Juggernaut D. Can you throw piss jugs as a werewolf? I don't think so. No, there's no POB planner because so this tool that we use, Path of Building, is this community fork. This is made by people putting in their spare time for us to enjoy. So we have to be appreciative of that. Like, without people's effort, we wouldn't even have this. This is them working on whatever data they get to plug it in a meaningful way for us to enjoy. So we don't get that just yet. It could be Weave and Roll, yeah. What's that? Burgeon support gem? You think totems are going to be OP? Maybe they will be. Yeah. Okay, so Chronomancer, Infernalist, Lich. Let's go through. Stormweaver. I just think my gut, and I don't want to be presumptuous, my gut is this is not going to work because we are not Spell Totem Flame Guy. Okay? Yep. That would be so crazy if we do that. Okay, so let me see what's going on here. So first and foremost, we kick in. What do we get? Remnants can be collected. I really like Remnants. When I used Remnants, it was fine. Makes the gameplay a little bit more fun. I liked it. Maybe you don't. Storm's Recollection. Remnants you create reappear once. That's cool. So we're always infused. Remnants can be collected. Okay, yeah. And then they changed this. Something changed down here. Squall, right? Multiplying squalls. 50% chance when collecting elemental infusions to gain another one. Okay. But we only care about lightning so far, correct? Because we only get the infused lightning on our skill. Okay, let's continue. Increased mana regeneration does nothing for us. Increased critical hit chance for spells does nothing for us. You have Arcane Surge. Great thing, doesn't do anything for us. Increased regen, nothing. 20% of damage taken, doesn't matter, that's mana. Tempest Caller, trigger Elemental Storm on crit with spells. Okay, so then we'd be scaling spell crit, which actively works against our attack skill. Okay, no, okay, nothing. Heavy Snows, targets can be affected by 2 of your chills at the same time. Not so great. Increased chance to shock sounds good. Strike twice. Targets can be affected by 2 of your shocks at the same time. 25% less magnitude of shock. Okay, so let's call it what it is. Strike twice is a very powerful skill in this game. It's a very powerful effect in this game. Any double shock is essentially, and I don't know how this works, so I don't want to speak like I do. I know that shock, 1 instance of ailment of shock affects ignite. 2 instances of shock may actually affect ignite twice. So like imagine 1 ignite getting affected by shock in 2 different instances. That could be supremely powerful, like really, really good. It could be. Is it good enough to choose this? Not yet. But strike twice from this ascension sounds pretty great. And you'd have a 40% chance to do it. All damage from hits contributes to shock chance. Now we're talking. So it's always shocked, right? Everything's shocked. So Shaper of Storms and strike twice. For Stormweaver, I'll put that over here. So Stormweaver, this is my take. Doesn't have to be yours. Strike twice, and one more time. What's it called? Shaper of Storms. And Shaper of Storms is interesting with Ignite. Ignite damage multi. But again, not enough value. And when I say not enough value, I guess I mean compared to what I already know that the Shaman can do, right? All damage from hits can shock, okay? And we pretty much can. Yeah, that's in the patch, right? The Pathfinder 0.4 will be able to start the tree, either Warrior, Sork side. Yeah, I caught that. It's interesting. Excuse me. I'm not sure. Yeah, Toy Soldier. That's my life, yeah. Will count as hitting that way? I think so. Right? All damage. Oh, from hits. You're right. This is assuming a couple things, okay? So remember over here on the, where's it at? Right here. So what we were talking about was Flame Breath, when it's empowered, gains 50% of damage as lightning damage. And so I don't think so, but if it becomes true that an empowered Flame Breath actually acts as hit damage, then we're in the money with that. That's another consideration. What I think is going to happen is you're just going to get extra lightning. It's just going to do additive damage. It's not going to be something that's like, oh, you're hitting now. It's like, I don't believe so. Like Thor's not like, gotcha, bitch. Right? He's not like tasing your ass. It's not happening that way. I don't believe so. This is all speculative. Okay. Pretty fun though. Okay. Let's go through the wheel. Rage passives might be might make Pathfinder worth it. Maybe. We're going to find out. Congratulations on the Svalin drop. Yep. Yep. No, not in this case. Not in this case. I'm going to skip that song. That part sucks. Okay. Dots just do things. Dots just do damage over time. They do damage over time. Unless otherwise stated, like Incinerate, it is not going to hit. This tells you it's going to hit. It does damage. It ignites as though dealing damage, right? Which would be the hit. Just, yeah, remember that part. Okay. Let's continue. So, Chronomancer. Now, I'm thinking we did Chronomancer a bit dirty. We just looked at one part of it and said, yeah, no, let's start off. Okay. So, buffs on you expire 10% slower. Buffs on you expire 10% slower. Got it. Increased cooldown recovery rate. Well, that's kind of nice. That means we can go in the sky faster. By default, Flame Breath is a 6 seconds cooldown, correct? Let's make sure that we know that. Cooldown time, 6 seconds. Okay, great. So we get that down by 6%. What else? Now and again, skills have a 33% chance to not consume a cooldown when used. So every 1 in 3, you just get to use it again, right? Perhaps, yeah, the Fire Archon tech too. I think you might be onto something there. Yeah. Caputa, maybe. So now and again, pretty good. Like that'd be great. If for some reason we can't sustain early because our rage is low or something, now and again is right there to pick us back up. We're back in the sky. Okay, that sounds good. What else? Then we have Unbound. Okay, Unbound Encore grants Time Snap. So that resets all of our skills again, which is interesting. So far, maybe. Slow effect. Debuffs you inflict have a 6% increased slow magnitude. Well, we don't really care about that. The debuff that we're using is not even there yet. We're using ailments, right? Life recoup. I like this a lot. Rapid River is good. Okay. So this is a nice defensive so far, but not insane. Curse zones erupt after 10-second reduced delay. Inevitability. Inevitable agony. Let me check this out. Inevitable agony. 1 sec. Okay. Curse all targets in an area after a short delay, causing a portion of damage they take from hits, which we're not hitting yet. We're just flame breathing, right? To be tracked by the curse debuff. When the debuff's duration expires, they take all that damage again at once. That's kind of nice, but there's no hits. There's no hits here. So seems moot. What's going on, Sheppy? Yo. Welcome in, man. Welcome. Yep. Okay, so unfortunate. Quicksand Hourglass, nice. That's that. I think it's increased damage or haste or something. I'm gonna say for me, Chronomancer, Footprints in the Sand, even that. Like, I'm gonna change this up. Interesting cooldown, usage, but let me see. Not enough value. Again, just not enough value. There just isn't. Do you guys agree? Not enough value in the tree. Not there yet. How's the new PC? Fire Pen's mandatory. If you want to do ignites, Ignore Fire Resistance Gem isn't working with Ignite at all. It might work in 0.4. We'll see. You're playing Wolf Ritualist? That sounds fun. Sands of Time is AoE, but it doesn't do anything to give us more rage. It doesn't give us much outside of cooldown reduction. No hit. No hit. Right? It's not a hit. It's a tick. It's a tick per attack based off the weapon. Yeah, they're in the list. We have some alien ant farm here. It's attack damage. Okay, 1 sec, guys. So let's just cover this again. 2 seconds. Let's go through what we know. So shapeshifting is going to be requiring a talisman item in the game, which is a weapon, two-handed weapon. We know that because of Talkative Tries podcast with Jonathan Rogers, that they're going to give us the option to use a scepter and a talisman. You have to spec into that Keystone passive, I believe. That's what we heard them say. But that doesn't matter for us. We only care about a two-handed talisman to do the absolute upfront most Wyvern Flame Breath damage. Okay? So Flame Breath, taking a look at the skill the way that we know it today off PoE2DB, you shapeshift into a Wyvern, take to the skies, immolating enemies with a jet of fire. Channeling ends after a short amount of time, but can be prolonged by spending rage. And if we empower it through the use of charges, we know that the empowered Flame Breath spends rage 50% slower than usual. So we know that just by the design of this skill that we want to be expelling rage slowly, accumulating a lot of it, and then also doing as much fire damage as we can through the help of ignition. Ignite magnitudes, right? because this gives us 100% of physical damage converted to fire. It gives me 750% more ignite magnitude. Rage cost is ignored for the first 4 seconds. So you're in the air, 1, 2, 3, 4. Rage spending, rage spending, rage spending, rage spending, land. We want to make that rage last forever if we can. But you cannot gain rage while the skill is active. The fire-breathing immolation range is 2 meters. An empowered flame breath grants you 50% of extra damage as lightning, which will then be a multiplier on the ignite ailment you add. Remember that. That's a lot we just said, but it's all very true. Okay? Insane. Woohoo! That's true. That's in the game. Bite Blaze. That's in the game. You can see it. Have I looked at Infernalist with it? We have. And so the Infernalist, when we went through, not enough value in the tree. There really wasn't much on Infernalist. There's like 2 points that are interesting. Okay? Grants and gain might be the same thing, Ice Taka. That I don't know. We have to wait to see. We're going through the wheel. We're figuring this out, right? So Chronomancer, no. Stormweaver, no. Lich, cool. Maybe that crystalline phylactery is the key. I'm going to say no, personally. Blood Mage, no. Interesting stuff if you want to convert bleed, though. Okay. Infernalist, nah. Bringer of Flame was about it. We can't go into demon form. We're a frickin' Wyvern, so didn't really cut the mustard. Okay? How you doing, Reaper? Tons, Cypher, tons. Okay. Let's talk about the monks, okay? So here we go. What's this guy get? All right. So evasion, energy shield. Okay, maybe we go that way. It's possible. Lead me through grace. +1 spirit for every 8 item. Like, we're not really a spirit guy that I can think of. Evasion, sure. Protect me from harm. Physical damage reduction from armor is nah. Okay, cool. Got it. Faith is a choice. You get meditate. That's awesome. That's a really good defensive one. I am the blizzard. Chill magnitude. We're not going to take that. We wouldn't take that. We'd probably take, if anything, we'd probably take shock effect magnitude increase so that like the ignition dot is affected by a greater multiplier. Okay, I can follow that. That's cool. Gain 10% of damage is extra lightning damage. Yeah, makes sense because I'd be empowering my flames. Cool, sounds good. Increase elemental damage. Well, that affects my fire damage. Okay, yeah, I'm in. Unbound Avatar. Pretty good, but no. Okay, cool. So far, I'm thinking I Am the Thunder is probably the most interesting thing for me from this. Let's go down. Critical chance. Sure, if we can crit. So far, we don't know that we can. Center enemies. Critical hits ignore non-negative monster res. Hot. That's fantastic. That means I don't have to run Fire Pen. Great, if I want to run Fire Pen. Cool. Critical hit chance. Perfect. And scatter them to the winds. Okay, grants elemental expression. Let's check on melee crits. Well, we don't hit anything. So if we hit, this makes a lot of sense. If not, hey, GW, what's up, man? Yo, we're just going through some Wyvern tech, like deep dive kind of, like not even a deep dive, just a nice gentleman's review. And you guys are so great. I appreciate everybody's insight, man. This is awesome. We're building something cool. By the way, Shaman's leading. So if it's true that we can hit, then I think we got something here. If it's true that we can hit, we might have something here. If not, Invoker's off the table. So Invoker, I'm going to say, oh, here, right? Invoker. So Invoker equals cool or interesting, right? Interesting if we hit with Flame Breath. If not, then not enough synergy with skill. Okay? You think Monk for Wolf is good? Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, yeah. You want to play Wolf? Invoker's got you right here with I'm the Blizzard, right? Oh, fuck yeah. Everything's getting chilled. Everything's frozen. You're blowing through fucking, like, it's good times for you. You're blowing through these guys like 2 seconds. You get the new Tempest Bell. Like, there's a lot of value there, in my opinion, yeah? Doing the devs work? Hey, I'm doing my job. yeah, it's good. Zog, how you doing? Yo. Condoning Asylum. Shaman with Rage Tech might be the play. I believe that's where it is. I think that's the answer, yeah. What's up? Blue Bish. What do I think? How much Flame Breath will cost mana rage per second with full set of support gems? We're gonna figure that out. We're gonna do some arithmetic to see if we can get an idea. And I'm gonna rely on some of you guys for that one too. But we'll get there, yeah. Garukhan's Resolve gonna be Adalui's? Garukhan's Resolve. I'll check that out. Yeah, I'll check that out. I actually want to make a note of this. Let me see this, man. Let me see what he's saying here. I don't want to just lose what you guys are saying. I appreciate it. Okay. Like, actually, all the way down. Toss it over here. All right. So do we agree Invoker looking kind of mid? Now, in the strange world where maybe we finally get to realize the Acolyte of Chayula, let's see what it could actually give us. So increase maximum darkness. That's a defense. Don't really need that yet. Okay, we have no spirit. We have darkness. That's cool. We have even more darkness, and then we have more darkness, more chaos res. Okay. Not yet. So interesting. We get some chaos res coverage. Cool. Gain damage is extra chaos. Not bad. In Void Illusion. So here's what Void Illusion does. Every time you dodge roll, you get a Void Illusion. And based off the patch notes, who is that, by the way? Moonkin, thank you. J-Ro, guys, thank you for the follow. You guys are fantastic. Thank you for joining the stream and welcome in. Let's talk about Void Illusion for a second because it's actually kind of hot shit. So Void Illusion was heavily buffed. So now instead of doing, let me see, 670% damage, Void Illusion does 1,268 damage. So these voids last for 2 seconds, I believe. And they only do that kind of damage when an enemy kills them. So they literally make an illusion of yourself when you dodge roll. So if you're not dodge rolling, you're not creating void illusions, you're not getting the attack damage increase, and it's not working. I don't think you can dodge roll while channeling, but I've never had a dragon fly in the air either. So maybe that's a thing. That's kind of cool. All right. Go ahead, Daniel. What's your question? You don't lose them, they're just remove only. So it's a tab that exists that you can take items out to use them on your character if you so choose. If you don't, they can stay in that tab until you want to. Yep. Jugs, wow. Am I planning on checking out Diablo 4 Season 11 at all? Doesn't it come out the day before Path of Exile 2 at 8:30 Central? Isn't that 11? Isn't 8:30 Central time? I'm Eastern, so... Oh, is that... My geography is terrible. Isn't that 11:30 at night? Is Diablo 4 Season 11 launching at 11:30 Eastern? Can you tell me the time? Can you tell me the time that is? I know it's on the 11th. Can you tell me when that is? And hello, by the way. Yo. Okay, skill speed. Yeah. 9:30? 9:30 Eastern, Zog? It's the night before, yes? After the Game Awards? Okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I'll call it straight. Like, I don't know what kind of value that would give me when I'm ready. I'm so ready to play Path of Exile 2 the day before. I just think that the amount of enjoyment I'm going to get from one game like Path of Exile 2 compared to Diablo 4 in that time frame, it isn't even worth entertaining. I like the idea of sanctification. That sounds cool. I like the masterworking tempering stuff. That sounds nice. I like the changes to monster AI. That sounds kind of cool. Like I think they're doing good stuff, but I don't think that they give a person like me who plays video games full time, by the way, a good window of opportunity to enjoy the game before I go try another game like it. And so I don't think they've done enough to win me over. Unfortunately, that's what I have to say out loud. I don't think so. If you want to play it though, I hope you have a great time. It's just not enough window of time for me to actually enjoy the product they work so hard on. So I will not. I will be inside of Path of Exile 2. And if you don't echo my sentiment on that, that's totally cool, right? All good. But not enough time. Not enough time. So yeah. That's the truth, yeah. Invoker Wyvern? Oh, maybe. Yeah, Jugs, well, maybe at some point this season, yeah, like it sounds pretty, they're doing some, like I said, they're doing some cool shit. It'll depend on how Path of Exile 2 goes, because it's doing a lot of interesting stuff that I like. We'll see. They continually make decisions in that game. I feel like they're building it for a player that's not me anymore. And that's like the best way I can rationalize it logically is that the decisions in the game don't feel like the Diablo that I knew, that I want to play. But I think they're good for the game. If the game is designed for people that aren't meant to reach Torment 4, then they're doing everything right. You know, they're doing everything right. It's just not something I'm interested in. And this might sound kind of shallow, but I'm gonna be straight up with you because I have no reason to lie. I don't think that adding birds and wings to Diablo 4 is Diablo to me. I think that's catering to a market to make money for the company. I'm very much against that. I would rather the effort gets put in like artwork for like bloody demons, like sizzling fire and like decaying effect, think cool shit like that. I don't want to pet birds or watch them fly around my character. I don't give a shit about that. I'd rather see angels like tear open the sky and like watch the light come down, watch them fight demons and shit. That'd be really cool. Like Tyrael stuff and Belial and like even Belial's kind of like mid for me. Like I give a fuck. I'd rather see that gothic horror Diablo is what I thought I was getting with Diablo 4. I also thought I was getting Diablo, and I also thought I was getting Mephisto. So I'm going to be honest and transparent. I've been let down a lot lately with Diablo 4, and I'm only being impressed by Path of Exile. So I hope that they continue to shift that, but if they don't, that's fine. Keep making the game you want, you know? And that's how I feel. How about you? And I'm not trying to be that guy, but there you go. Right? Sorry. Okay. Oh, I don't know. Jorvith, they talked about that in the podcast about how do I say that? I forget the term they used, but it's like an effectiveness pool or something. So rare monsters get more effectiveness, which means more rewards, more difficulty usually. There's something like that. I don't have the data point on that yet. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, I'm not here to like, throw shit at a company that's working their ass off. So, yep. Yeah. So Janus, to Jorvis's question, Janus, I think you're talking about like additional relic chance drop, that kind of thing. So you get like more Desperate Alliance consistently, that kind of stuff, or like Waystone, not even Waystones, whatever the Guardians for Arbiter of Ash were dropping. You just increase your chance to make them drop that, and they would be there. Is that what you're speaking on? I think so. What do you think about that news? Is that like, how do you feel about it? You're the first person to come in and ask about Diablo 4 today, Jug. So I'd be down to see what your insights are. Feel free. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. Let's continue. We're almost there. We're almost there through this guy. So increased skill speeds. Yes. Skill speed means more attack speed. That means more ticks of ignite. Cool. Got it. Into the breach. So we open up the breach. We get a whole bunch more of these remnants. That's great. More skill speed. 8% more. Love it. Okay. Choice of mana, choice of life, choice of power. Wasn't this giving us chaos damage? It was adding additional chaos, right? Here we go. You say, I play, this is Caffeine Junkie in the chat. He says, I played Diablo 4 on launch. I enjoy Path of Exile 2 campaign, but mapping is too difficult. I only went to public school. Well, that's okay. Let me see this. Choice of power. I can't even see this, right? Choice of power doesn't come up. I can't see how that POB's out. Okay. Oh, it's not a skill. It's not an item. Okay, got it. What else? Let me see. Yoink. So that's interesting. That's interesting. Life leech. Okay, maybe. No, don't care about sap nightmares. Chaos res, don't care. All right. Volatility on kill, I like. All right. Nah. I don't think that Cheola, Acolyte of Cheola, I don't think this thing offers enough of what we're trying to do, because it's forcing me into a damage type I don't want to be in at all. I feel like, other than like maybe remnants and some skill speed. So I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no on that one, okay? I'm going to say no. Just a straight up. So Acolyte. Acolytes equals not enough synergy with Flame Breath. It seems, because it could. I just don't see it. I don't see the path there. I'm not sure if you guys agree. Oh, it makes all remnants one choice. Oh, that's what it is. You choose the remnant power, then no. So, yep. Oh, would any of the rumors change your plans? Paladin Shadow Drop theory. I'm gonna tell you. Oh fuck, dude. I don't know if you can feel the passion I have for video games, and like, and making sure that I'm like understanding what's going on at the time that I spend and the things that I enjoy. But if Blizzard drops a Shadow Paladin class at the Game Awards, if they do that, I think that might be, in my view, that would be what a slap in the face to the community that's been asking you about the Paladin, asking you about the Templar, asking you about the Crusader, whatever. If you just drop that on them and didn't tell them it's on the way, like really build up the hype for that steel guy, right? Holy thing comes down. Like, if you didn't tell them, I guess that would be you telling them, right? Maybe. Would I go back to Diablo 4 to try that Paladin out? I promise you I would. When that happens, I couldn't say, but I would absolutely like to try the Paladin in that game. I think that I would, yeah. That'd be good. Now, you said Paladin Shadow Drop. Interesting. What I would try it. Yeah, I would. Yep. A fast recap of where we're at the build. We're still okay. So we have some synergy we have an engine to make sure we always have charges. We have an engine to make sure that we're always at maximum rage. And we're looking for the Ascension class now by quickly navigating, conversing, talking about the options that every one of these Ascensions maybe offers us as a Wyvern Flame Breath character. We believe that Wyvern Flame Breath does not hit, but it does ignite rapidly, okay? I don't think so. Yeah? You'll never go back. Bodyguard's just not going back, yeah? Give me a 77 in chat if you're like me and you believe they will not shadow drop. They will not shadow drop a Paladin. I don't think so. I think what you might get is here's the Game Awards and here's a trailer for the new Diablo 4 thing coming out. I think that might happen, but that's what I think they're going to do. I do not believe there's going to be another class. I do not. My heart of hearts. Okay? Keep in mind, I am an official Diablo partner, so if I had NDA'd information, I would not be able to share that with you anyway, okay? Just know that. Let's call it straight. That's what it is. Cheers. I don't think so. All right? I don't hate it. It's not as interesting to me. Yeah. All right. So, look where we are. Made our way across town, looking pretty fancy, huh? Let's check out the Deadeye. You guys like the Deadeye, right? Misclick there. Now, let me see this. Anything with the Deadeye. Wind Ward has been removed. Bullseye. Okay, I caught this. So Bullseye now requires called shots. Bullseye applies 10 crit weakness. So we were using some spells before to do this, just to apply critical weakness to give us a better crit chance. Yeah. There you go. No, it doesn't. So check this out. First and foremost, we'll go through it again. So there's two pieces of huge news that came out of the podcast with Jonathan Rogers, courtesy of Talkative Try, and that was that Flame Breath will stack ignites. It's one of two skills that do it. So if you read Flame Breath, it's an attack, shapeshift, wyvern, area of effects, sustained fire, duration channeling. It's a channeling skill, okay? It has a level 13 cost in this example, has some mana and rage per second. It has a cooldown of 6 seconds, attack speed's 800% of base, attack damage is 70%, yada yada, requires a talisman. Okay. Then you get into it, it converts damage, has ignite magnitude, has rage cost ignored for 4 seconds, yada yada. All the stats are here, you can see them. Okay, they're great. So this thing can stack ignites, but so can its counterpart Incinerate, which is a spell. But Incinerate, the difference with Incinerate is Incinerate has a critical hit chance of 6%. And that's because there's a line in the spell that says, ignites as though dealing damage, fire damage. It hits. And because it hits, it has a critical hit chance on it. And so Flame Breath at the time of like today, it doesn't show that at all. So the only thing I can come up with that maybe opens the window of this thing having crit would be the empowered version of Flame Breath that gains 50% of damage as lightning damage. But I don't think that's true. What I think is going to happen is it does not hit. It just gives you tick rate of damage based off of the talisman that you use as a weapon as your damage. That's your damage range. Okay. So that's your damage range. And if it's empowered through some kind of power charge that you have, then the ignite just happens to have additional lightning damage. Got it. That's all that it is. There's no hitting. If it hits, which it doesn't, that I can see, but if it hits, we absolutely, in my view, should go with the critical hit chance and multiplier build. Like, no question about it, that's where we go. But I don't see that. There's no data that supports the hit. Okay? Does increased duration make Ignite last longer? It would. Yeah, because Ignite by default in the game, if I showed you, like, here, let's see, Ignite, right? Ignite's base duration in the game is 4 seconds. So Ignite, right? An ailment that lasts for 4 seconds. So if you extend that, awesome. Now you have more windows of time that all these ignites are stacking, which we may want to do. Okay. Ooh. Right. We have to wait and see. You're excited to play Druid and Path of Exile 2? Bacon's Nightmare, me too. Said in the trailer there's a fun build that kind of looked like Pulverize from D4. Dude. Yeah, it's going to like slam the game, right? Yeah. Sure. It has to be very specific. Slim and Jimmy, yo, you're changing your answer to you don't need rage for the first 4 seconds to cast Flame Breath? You think so? I think it's a requirement to use it. Maybe I'm wrong. Yep. There you go. Sorry, Jugs, I didn't see your question on the YouTube side. My apologies, yeah? Insane. Yeah, we could. Okay, let's continue. So back to the task at hand. So Deadeye. Increase Frenzy Charge duration. That only makes sense if we're going to take Resonance, in my view. So remember Resonance, right? Resonance is right over here. Hello Resonance, right here. So this is it's like a charge converter. Okay, so if I get frenzy charges, I can turn them into endurance charges. Okay, gain power charges instead of frenzy charges. Got it. So that's how I get my power charges. I use Deadeye in this case. Okay, I use a Deadeye, and now I have some conversion. Great. I'm getting frenzy charges. I make them power charges. Avidity. 50% chance when you gain a frenzy charge to gain an additional frenzy charge. So more power charges. Okay, got it. Great, and the duration's huge. So Thrilling Chase benefits from consuming frenzy charges for your skills have 50% chance to be doubled. Well, what's a benefit? What's a benefit of consuming power charges? What are you guys' thoughts on that? Benefits from consuming frenzy charges. Well, we don't have anything that consumes frenzy charges, really. So the benefit from Flame Breath is looking particularly for power charges, right? Yeah. Empowered Breath, right here. So consumes power charges, if possible, to empower the skill. So the Ascendancy is like, yo, when you use frenzy charges, we're going to make those payoffs better. You're like, well, I kind of don't. I need power charges. They go, oh, 2 ships sailing in the night. What's the next one? Accuracy rating. Yeah, probably. We're using attacks, but it seems to me like we don't need to worry about accuracy. Shit's literally having fire wreathed all over it. So apply 5 critical weakness to enemies while consuming a mark on them. Interesting. We're not even talking about consuming marks yet. But if we did consume a high mark, then maybe that's good. Who knows? Let's see. Projectile speed. Does Flame Breath count as a projectile? Nope. Doesn't do shit for us. Okay. What about this? Projectiles deal more damage. It has nothing to do with our skill. Projectile, so nothing. Okay? Nothing there. Projectile speed doesn't do shit. Endless munitions doesn't do anything. But that'd be cool if it did. If you could add the projectile tag, fucking A. You'd have like this crazy amount of flame breathing down. That's fun. Increase effect of your mark skills. Okay, maybe. Sure. Called shots. Sure. Potentially interesting. Actions, skill speed. Yes, love that. Tailwind on skill use. Sick. Okay, skill speed. Yes. Wind Ward. Yes. So Deadeye doesn't make sense entirely, right? Deadeye, we'll say not enough synergy, right? I'll say it again, with Flame Breath. Like, you're going to know, in my view, like when I'm doing these builds and stuff, I want to know, like, man, a lot of this is lining up. It seems like these should be together, right? Yeah, Wind Ward's gone. It is. So it's a little bit different in the patch notes, right? It's not there. It's gone. It's been removed. Yeah, not the same. Different. And there's not enough value in this. I don't see it. I don't see it. Okay. Now the next one is interesting. The next one I think we have to spend some time on. So we're talking about the Pathfinder. Okay, Pathfinder is always like, it's always good. Who's this? Is it? Thank you, Rue. Yeah, thank you, Rue. Thank you, man. Hello. I could struggle with that one. Okay, so from the top, gain a passive skill point. Yes. Traveler's Wisdom grants 5. Now, didn't they change this? Let's check this out. So Pathfinder, contagious contamination has been removed. Practical remedies has been removed. Running Assault now also grants cannot be heavy stunned while sprinting. That's cool. Okay. Added a new Path Seeker multi-choice Ascendancy passive skill. Let's read this again. Path of the Warrior can allocate passives from the Warrior's starting point. Path of the Sorceress can allocate passive points from the Sorceress' starting point. Each choice grants 4 passive skills. Okay. Traveler's Wisdom now requires Path Seeker. Okay. So Path Seeker. I assume that's going to be practical remedies into Path Seeker. I think so. So Traveler's Wisdom now requires Path Seeker. Traveler's Wisdom now instead grants attribute passive skills offer additional options. So if we take Pathfinder and we go with Traveler's Wisdom, what I think this does was attribute passive skills offer additional options. And this is open for interpretation. Would love to hear your feedback on this. So a passive skill would be something like this, right? It's where you're connecting through these attributes, passives, right? These are all passive skills. So instead of clicking like 5 attributes, Dex, Strength, Int, whatever, instead of getting just those 3, the other additional options would be, so Strength, Dex, Int, Damage, Global, Cost, Efficiency. I think it's a 6 option. And you would choose what you want instead of just the 3 attributes, of which you're going to need to use this talisman, right? You're going to need some stats there. I think that's how that works, okay? And if I get that wrong, then our evaluation of how impactful what Flame Breath as a Wyvern on a Pathfinder is a little bit askew, but I think that's what they're saying. I believe that's the case, okay? So far, I'm liking what I'm hearing. This is good. Like this is making sense. Cost efficiency is a meme? You think so? You want to get real dreamy? My friend, hear me out. Yeah? He confirmed that's how it works on the interview. Oh, did he? Oh, fuck. Hey, perfect. Thanks, guys, and welcome in the chat. Let's say for a second. Yeah. Let's say it's not a meme. Check this out. let's say that in Traveler's Wisdom, you go, you know what? I kind of want 5% increased cost efficiency. And I get that 10 times. Now all of my cost efficiency is half of what it requires. Well, we know that Flame Breath is going to require now 3 rage per second instead of 6, or what I think is 10, actually 5. So that means we can fucking soar through the sky easily. What if we had like 20? And then it's like 100% reduction. It's like, interesting. What if it costs no rage? Right? Oh, sorry. What if we go all in so that it costs no rage at all? There you go. Now this Ascension just solved the rage issue we've been having issues with. Right? Right. Yeah. Bite Blaze, exactly. So you said Deadeye can be real squishy early maps now? Yeah. I mean, glass cannon, right? Not hardcore. Yeah. It could reduce it. It could reduce it greatly. For no exactly right. So interesting that Pathfinder, can you get to 0? I assume. Hold on. Let's talk about this. I assume that with enough investment, and this is just the Ascension passive. This has nothing to do with other like reductions in the cost, okay? Because there may be a way to do that potentially, right? If we get this down to 1 rage per second, hear me out, and our total rage is 100, anything over 60 rage would be 1 minute. You'd be in the air for a minute. If it costs you 1 rage per second, 60 seconds, that's a minute. So if you can go to 100 rage, which I don't think we can do outside of Shaman, anything higher than that anything in the minute range is cool. You're flying for a minute. Then you land, hit, up in the air again. That's interesting. Like maybe we're there. Maybe we're close. What else does Pathfinder give us? Just briefly, right? We also get the ability to start off over here. And we get 4 passive points on the way in. I think so. We give up a lot of power for that though, potentially, right? Potentially, we'll see. So Pathfinder, kind of sounding like maybe. Magnitude of Poisons does dick for us, does nothing at all. We're not ever talking about that. That doesn't matter. Skill speed, unaffected by slows, great. Skill speed, yeah. Running Assault, less movement speed penalty when using skills while moving. Well, we do. Hey, Kinbo. Yeah, fun, right? Thank you for the tier 1 for 8 months, man. Thank you so much. And Lord Critter, thank you as well for the consecutive views. Yeah? Here we go. Forbidden Flesh and Flame when? Not yet. You wonder if you can only get 4 passes from the start, but you don't actually change the spot you start. So my guess is like, my guess is that you build your character out, right? Like I think it's like this. This is my guess. And guys, this could all be wrong. You know, Barricade dumb because you got it wrong, fine. But like things like this, right? Projectile damage doesn't do shit for us. Evasion rating, no. Like what makes some sense here? Like if we kick down, right? So 1, we're level 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just whatever, 5, 6, doesn't matter. 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever, cool. All the way over here. Great. Sure, don't care. It doesn't matter what this is. Great, cool. Great. Let's assume we have like a starter plan. Cool. Now we're here. Okay. With that Ascension, the first thing we would have to do, and I assume this would be the case, we then have to choose that we go from the Warrior's Path of the Warrior, right? Now we can start allocating passive points from the Warrior's starting point, and we get 4 points back. You can respecialize from 0 if you take the new Ascendancy point. No? Maybe. That's an interesting take. That makes a whole lot more fucking sense, right? But if we can grab that, then respec and start over here, perfect. That's great. But remember, that comes at a cost of damage or potentially defense. We don't know yet, okay? But yes, that makes sense. If you respec and you choose this to say your warrior starting point, great, then away you go. If not, that's pretty fucking dumb. Like you have to, there's no fucking way they're that crazy to make you waste points like that. Like that's pretty limiting, right? So is Jevnert? I'm going to go with your idea. I think you can respec this. So when you're playing this, you're going to choose, I assume, something like this. Then you ascend right on. And then you're like, cool, I spend all this gold, I get out of all this shit. And now I'm over here and I'm going right where I want to be, right? Now I'm at the warrior starting point and away I go. That probably makes a lot more sense. And by the way, that kind of coincides with when you'd be picking up Wyvern anyway. So you start off with like some really cheap ass joke, like beginning leveling strategy, just get through Act 1. Then you get into Act 2, Bob's your uncle, Pathfinder takes you right into warrior starting position. You're a Pathfinder with like potentially what though? This is my question to you. What the hell are we doing now that we're in Pathfinder? What's our payoff? What are we here to do? Right? What's the deal? Are we doing evasion stuff? Are we doing unaffected by slows, running assault? What are we doing? What's the payoff here? Did you see NeverSync's reply to Path of Exile's Twitter on them releasing new changed item info? No, but I know that they posted the item filter stuff early. I didn't have, yeah, probably speed, mix fire and poison. I don't think that's a good call because I think that poison takes care of itself. It doesn't need help. Check Discord. Oh, good. Oh, thank you, Sinister. I got a Lacati video as well. So Path of Exile says, hey, to help you get ready for the launch of Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids, we've prepared an item filter information you need in this news post, which is a whole bunch. On it, my mental state right now. Here we go. That's a lot of new commands. Renamed items, yeah? 10 pages of changes with a single typo breaking everything. No pressure. He's so right. He's so right. A single comma and his whole thing breaks. You gotta show him the love, man. I've only had nothing but good things to say about this guy. NeverSync, like at some point, because he was trying to help people in the beginning, now it's his duty to make sure that we all have items that show up in the game when we play it. Like, what a guy. What a bunch of weight on your shoulders, you know? Oh, did you see it? Yeah, did you catch that? Yeah. Insane. I don't see it. I don't see the payoff. You think the attribute node options are what would make it worth it, as you can scale damage or defense or cost? Yeah. So that would be it, though, right? That would be the conversation. That would be the conversation point with Pathfinder, in my opinion. Would be this. Would be this. So you get to go to the warrior start, and then you get Traveler's Wisdom to give yourself potentially reduced cost efficiency for longer like airborne activity and increased damage over stats. I think it's 2 life per point of strength. So you're not like, you're squishy, guys. Like, you are squishy. You just are. Okay, I'm going to write that down as something to consider for Pathfinder, I think. So Pathfinder. Interesting. I'm going to put a couple asterisks here. Considerable advantage with reduced rage spending. Interesting damage scaling. Maybe. Right. We don't know. It's interesting. So I said interesting. You can't be heavy stunned. You're sprinting through. Like, you're flying around as a dragon, right? You can't be heavy stunned. Everything's blowing up. That's kind of good. So I'm going to start off hardcore, Maj health, and then when I die, I go softcore. And I just continue that on to help people out, do some carries, do all that stuff. Chronomancer carries, like, I'm in, right? That's my game plan. We'll see what happens. Faded. Yo, 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 yo. What up, dude? How could you get reduced rage spending? Just wondering. No problem. So let's talk it through. That's why we're doing this today, right? We're theory crafting some clean dragons. So the idea is like, so far, let me just walk through and then we'll get to your question because I love to answer it. Chronomancer wasn't good enough. Infernalist didn't offer enough. Lich seemed outside of the scope of what we're trying to play. Stormreaver doesn't even make sense because we're doing attacks, not spells. By the time we're doing spells is when we're using totems. And then we have the plus to limit of totems, which is cool if we go that way, but who knows how that scales. Acolyte of Cheola feels like it's for Brittany, bitch, not us. Deadeye, not enough synergy with Flame Breath. And Pathfinder, I said considerable advantage with reduced rage spending, interesting damage scaling. So this is what I'm speaking to. To use the skill Flame Breath, which requires you to have this weapon, excuse me, I gotta get this better. You gotta have a talisman, right? You're using a talisman, you shift into a wyvern, now you're a dragon, you're in the air, and you're breathing fire. Got it. To do that, it's 88 mana and 6 rage per second. 88 mana and 6 rage per second to do that. What I thought was interesting was the nodes that you get from the patch notes provided for Pathfinder that says, hey, if you decide to take Traveler's Wisdom inside the game when you're playing it like this and you choose these Atlas passive skill points, these nodes, instead of just getting, like right here, right? If I grab this, okay? Instead of seeing Strength, Dex, Int, now I'm going to see Strength, Dex, Int, and I'm going to see, get me out of here, I'm going to see increased damage, global defense, and cost efficiency. Thank you for that. I'll say hello in a second. The 5% cost efficiency per choice that you make means efficient, less rage requirement, less mana per second. So if we spend enough in this ascension choice, it makes sense that we could get it down to, and this is all speculative, right? But it makes sense that you'd be able to get this down to 1 rage per second. So if you're not spending 6, you're spending whatever we can afford to spend, 1 rage per second. Now we're permaflying. Now we're permanently in the air and we're sizzling everything with a massive ignite magnitude and as a base immolation radius of 2 meters. Okay. So Pathfinder gives us the ability to like really mess around interestingly with the efficiency of being a wyvern breathing fire. That's the first one that's been kind of cool. That's what I meant by that. Long-winded answer for your benefit to learn as well, because I got to learn and make sure that I know it too. Yeah? Maybe Aleth Games, maybe you get it now. Who is that? Is it Sprilla? And is it Mulch It Up? You sound like you should be playing a wyvern just devouring things, eh? Come on in, my friend. Say hello. Nice to meet you. Yeah? Is Mountain Splitter bait, you think? Mountain Splitter. What? You'd have to tell me what that is. I don't know what that is yet. No problem. No problem. That's why we do this. Okay, another one. Another one. The Huntress. The Amazon. Now, I had a fever dream last night, and I woke up, thought my hair grew back. It didn't, and I was like, maybe it was about the Huntress. Do you guys think that potentially the Amazon is our key to success with this outside of Shaman? Let's find out today. Let's see what's going on here. What the hell do we get? First of all, check patch notes so we're not like going down the rabbit hole in the wrong way. Amazon. Elemental Surge has been reworked. So Elemental Surge now, when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to gain 3 surges. So you gain 3 lightning surges. Okay. And Surging Avatar says now when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge instead to gain 2 cold lightning and fire surges. So what's the max surges you can get? Has anybody played an Amazon? I have not. I just haven't. So is it 5? Is it 6? Is it 3? What's the max surges you can get? This I don't know. This I'm not sure about. Okay. You think it's 3? Okay, thank you. What's the benefit? What's the benefit of taking Pathfinder through the Sork tree? You wouldn't be heavy stunned. You have good movement speed, and you're going up top to save all the points to get out there. Yeah, out there. Okay. Let's see. With that information, let's see what's going on. Amazon. So, increased life, mana, recover from flasks. Okay. Esmiri Brew. That's fine. So, it's a flask-based skill. Increased evasion rating. Sure. Stalking Path. I'm right in the way. Stalking Pathfinder. Evasion rating from equipped helmet, yada yada, is all doubled. Okay, so this is good. Very defensive. Okay. Evasion rating from equipped body armor is halved, but equipped helmet, interesting. So you just don't put evasion on your chest. So evasion from helmet, gloves, and boots is doubled. Awesome. We make that up somewhere else, I guess. I'm not sure where. Increased amount of life leached. Here we go. Mystic Harvest. Life leech. We just need to leech mana. We need mana on kill or something like this to be okay. Or percent mana. Enrique! Life leech recovers based on your elemental damage as well as physical damage. Well, holy shit. That means that we're good. We're like always good. Because all we're doing is ignite. So our leech is very powerful there. That's good. That seems good. Okay. Elemental Surge. When you consume a power charge, trigger Elemental Surge to gain 3 cold surges, okay? And when you consume a frenzy charge, which we don't do, it's only power charges. Power and endurance if we go bear, but let's focus on this. You can't leech dot damage? Can you? You can't leech damage over time. Hope you're not right. I hope you're not right about that. If that's the case, then we're really fucked. That means we have to have like a lot of... Well, we just need Defiance of Destiny at that point. Sure. What's up, Demish? Remember, you're hitting yourself to have charges in Rage, don't you? If we go that way. So far, we're not doing that. So far, we haven't done that. Vince! Thanks for being vigilant, man. Thank you for the 44 months in the Tier 1 tonight. Thank you, Vince. Yeah. Okay, so Elemental Surge. We consume power charges. We get cold charges. Got it. Then what? Elemental damage. Surging Avatar. 50% chance for surges to suffuse your projectile. Okay, this is nothing. We're not projectile. Okay, no. This is just like lightning spear shit. So that doesn't do much outside of getting cold surges, okay? Skill speed, yes. Reveal weakness against rare and unique enemies. 50%. Whoa! Stop. Yeah, Gwyn, that's very good. My friends, predatory instinct. So we reveal weaknesses against rare and unique enemies. In my opinion, the only things that'll survive us. 50% more, which is a multiplier. So if you did 100 damage, you would now do 150 damage against enemies with an open weakness. Okay. And we have what? 8% skill speed into what? In for the kill. 20% increased movement speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. Okay, but what did we learn from the Talkative Try podcast with Jonathan? We said that the amount of rare monsters in maps is not gone, but the amount of monsters in the pack is reduced. So we will have a considerable amount of rares spawn, and we can change that later on. Okay, cool. Okay, just interesting. Good to know. So we have 20% movement speed when an open weakness is in our presence, which is common. We have to go looking for trouble, but it's common. Yeah? Is it Jigsaw? Thank you, man. Thank you for the follow. Come on and be a part of the conversation. It's all good. And a 40% increased skill speed when an enemy with an open wound is in your presence. With any enemy. Oh! Skill speed. Does skill speed affect... Wait, I need to see skill speed. I need to read skill speed here. Let me see this. Skill speed. Is there a tag for this? Skill speed. Let me see this. Skill speed. I need to find something that gives me skill speed. Fuck. Okay, skill speed. All gems. Skill speed. Skill speed. Show it to me. Show me skill speed. Come on, where's it at? Attack speed, don't care. Melee attacks. Okay, maybe it's here. Where's speed? Speed. Projectile. Speed. Okay, spell, attack. Fuck. Do you guys know where I'm going? Hit and run has it? Thanks. Do you know where I'm going with this? Okay. Okay, so let's speak English for a second. You have 48% increased skill speed when an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence, which means this affects speed at which all skills are used. Increases and reductions to skill speed stack additively, and increases and reductions to attack speed, cast speed, Warcry speed, and similar stats. So, no, it isn't. No, Burns PvP. No, it isn't. But I'm just checking out synergies with Wyvern to find out what seems to be like one of the most outstanding ascensions for particularly a fire-breathing dragon. That's what I'm doing today. So far, it's interesting. I'm learning a lot with you guys. So this is another one. I don't think skill speed is going to assist us outside of the attack speed increase for Ignite application. 77 in chat if you agree. There's nothing in, unless there's a unique that says like doubles the effectiveness of Ignite ticks. Okay, I think that what we're aiming for here is skill speed or attack speed primarily, okay? I think so. So this would give us 48%. That's pretty fucking strong. In for the kill, 48% as long as we're up against a target that we want to do good single target for. Font of Rage is out. Font of Rage doesn't exist. Then you apply them faster. Exactly right. So Cosmic, let's go back to base. By the way, good song, right? Let's go back to base knowledge for a second. Get grounded in the conversation. Make it simple, make it easy. Let's all understand and correct if we're wrong on this. So we're talking about primal two-handed talismans that have a base, in this example, attack of 1.3 seconds. This has no additional attack modifiers. Speed, okay? 1.3 is our base rate. Got it. Skill speed will affect how fast that works. That being the primal talisman, okay? If we have more skill or attack speed, that affects how often Flame Breath attacks, because it's based off of the weapon of 1.3, which we then augment to make it faster. So instead of 1.3, what if we got that down to like 0.5? Like, it's not going to happen without a lot of investment, but now that's where we started off the stream. We were talking about that. We have huge ignite or flammability scaling, magnitude scaling, or we go with attack speed. So if we rapidly in quick succession add a shitload of attacks in a 4-second, which is Ignite's based window, a 4-second window, that's a lot. Okay? I think so. So Flame Breath does not have a hit on it that we can see. Okay? It does not have a hit. That makes sense? Do I know if Grinding Gear Games changed the item that removes the lowest tier to actually be the case? What was the item called? We could check and see. You said it does hit. Condoning Asylum. Can you tell me where in the skill you see the critical hit chance? Check sustain tag? Oh, dude, I fucking hope. I hope you tell me everything. I hope you show me the future, my friend. Oh my God. Pepperoni's popping out. Eyes opened up. Let's see the future. Sustained skills cause a large number of hits. They roll for crit hits in. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So we're going to be a crit strike, crit multi build. They roll every single tick independently. Great. Condoling Asylum. Condoning Asylum. Thank you very much. Yes, we can leech. Yes, we can leech. How do we not read the fucking tags? Oh, fucking reading. Okay. Well, that changes everything. Wow. 1 second. Okay, last of the Druid's goals. Learn to fucking read the tags provided by the company when making new shit. L2P GG. Okay. That's our first goal. Read the fucking card. Okay. Well, that changes a lot. Does that okay, now that we know that, does that change anything in the Chronomancer? No. Infernalist, no. Lich, no. Stormweaver, no. Invoker, interesting if we hit with Flame Breath. It was interesting if we hit with Flame Breath because we get to apply more lightning damage, which subsequently gives us a fuck ton more, and it gives us Avatar, which is nice, but no. Okay. Acolyte of Chiola, that's a dream. Deadeye, not enough synergy, true. Pathfinder. All right. Pathfinder. We do hit with sustained skills. So Pathfinder, we don't even have to go. Oh, this is sick. Okay, hear me out. So we go Pathfinder to start to grab a shitload of these, just a bunch of these crit nodes to make the crit package happen on the right side. We don't know anything about the 120 skill points over here yet, okay? But in theory, we pick all these crit nodes up. Then we spec into warrior side, move our way over there for free. Then we start scaling up flammability or ignite. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Alfred, thanks, man. Jaina says, take a look at Garukan's Resolve now that you know you'll be critting. Okay, 1 second. Garukan's Resolve. Let me see. Is it a lineage? Garukan's Resolve. Okay, now that we know we're critting, check this out. Supports attack skills you use yourself, which already have some conditioned use. Support skills can be used after you have moved a certain distance. All we're doing is moving, but will bifurcate critical hit chance. Oh, wait. Doesn't this turn this into what was the unique forking spear? What was that thing called? What was that called? We are moving all the time. We're nonstop moving. The gem was changed. Okay, let me check out Garukan's Resolve. Thank you. What was that called though? Tangle Tongue. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Garukan's, yeah. Now grants max. Okay, it's changed. Now grants maximum critical hit chance with supported skills. Maximum is 50%. No longer grants supported skills become usable after you've moved 20 meters. Yeah. I don't think this is it. Maximum crit hit chance with supported skills is 50%. I want higher. We can get higher than that. We can just get higher than that. I mean, pinpoint critical will be kind of similar, but all right. Am I missing something? I don't think so, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, Dio. Yeah. Tangle Tongue, right. The gem is getting changed. Yeah, it's not the same. I don't think that's for us. I'm just writing these down so we can read some stuff that's a bit foreign. Okay, back to it. So Pathfinder gets us a crit package. 1 sec here. Let me check this out. So we're looking for skill speed or attack speed. Oh, don't we get Falcon Dive and shit? Well, so far it's a no-brainer. Ooh, so okay. I'm starting to get a concept here. So we have there's 3 pillars for this build to be successful. The first one is getting 100% crit chance. Then we scale up ignite magnitude, and then we scale up attack speed. So if we're always critting, we take advantage of 100% more damage, double damage off a crit, right? Then we can change the crit magnitude or multiplier, so we're at like 2%, so times 2. And the ignite is going to be individually assessed based off of the empowered lightning support. Here we go, getting wordy. So we shock a target with a shitload of HP to add a multiplier on our ignite that's evaluated quickly many times, and then we just melt him. In the situation that they don't have a large health pool, we attack rapidly anyway, so that things are just basically dead. Like everything we hit is dead, just burned to death. And then we look for the ascension that either allows us to stay mobile longer, do more damage multiplier, or attack fast. Yeah. So this is nice. You said read Garukon's resolve at bifurcates, check it on PoE2DB. Okay. Yeah. So you're always critting, basically. So you basically attack, right? Hits with this weapon roll their critical hit chance twice when determining if they're a crit. Got to move 20 meters though. That's the thing. So you're constantly floating around, and then sometimes you bifurcate and you crit. So if either roll succeeds, it is a critical hit, and thus the critical damage bonus will apply. If it rolls both, so you hit once and you want me to break this down? 77 in chat if you want me to explain the way I perceive bifurcating critical hits in basic English like I'm 3. I can try my best, okay? I'll do my best. Yeah. I can read that, Demish. I can see you. Movement required gone in 0.4. Isn't that in the patch notes, though? Didn't they say that? Right? Also, supported becomes after you've moved 20 meters. So once you move 20 meters, now you just have it forever. It just is. But the max crit hit chance will be 50%. So here's what I think is happening. Best I can explain. A bifurcate. So we're looking for an option to say, okay, you breathe fire. The first initial hit, the game goes, hey, is that a crit? No. Is that a crit? Yes. Yes. Now it's a crit. Congratulations. Another situation, you breathe fire. The game checks twice. The first one goes, hey, is that a crit? The other one goes, yeah. Is that a crit? Great. So they both say, right? If both rolls succeed, the crit hit and the crit damage will be applied twice. So that's the double dip, which is crazy. If a modifier makes your critical hit chance lucky, which we can do, that luck will apply individually to both of those rolls. So a lucky crit, and lucky means the game evaluates that evaluation again to say, hey, this is the higher number. So it checks, crit yes, awesome. You did 20 damage. Lucky. Roll that twice. You did 40. You did 10. You did 40. Hey, this one. You did 100. You did 7. You did 100. Hey, that's how that works. Okay? Yep. Furco. What did I miss from Furco? What did he say? And I don't know what the hell I was saying where I might have missed Furco's message. Yeah. What did he say? Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Furco, let me see what you said. Holy fuck, you added me and everything. He says, hey, Barricade, want to take a moment to thank you, man. If you remember a couple months ago, we had a conversation during the stream about my son getting braces installed. I totally do. I remember. I even tell people this day about that. Yeah, I even told my orthodontist about that shit. Yeah? He got the braces instilled eventually, and you guys gave me a lot of tips. Yeah, the water picked, the wax and everything. Yeah, it's done now. 7 days with his braces. Yeah, he's following the process plus using tips. Hey, man, that's it. Congratulations. Okay, first of all, I feel like a dick because I missed your message, and I must have been like knees deep in reading or something that I missed that. I typically don't. So, hey, man, you tell that. You tell a little man. We all do it, man. Congratulations. That's right. It's rolling with advantage. That's great. So yeah, Garukon's resolve, kind of hot. But you can't surpass 50% anymore with this. Man, that guy's got a bright future. Oh yeah. Arbiter's Ignition, yeah, that's what you want to use? What else did you say? You say Garukans, yeah? You think the trade-off is worth it? It depends on what we're giving up for it. Easy access to crit from Amazon, yeah? Opens up a different power change engine with Vol's Protector. Vol's Protector. Let me see here. Isn't that gloves or something, or a chest? Let me see. This came up before. Yeah, chest piece, right? Gain a power charge on crit. Yeah. The thing is, once you're critically striking 100% of the time, it's game over. Like, it's over. And we can get there 70% with our structure. So I'll toss this in here, add to the build as just something to consider, okay? Share these notes. Oh, fuck yeah, you'll have them all. Yeah, of course you will. I like this. I like Garukan's Resolve. That's fun. Okay. This one's 9. True. Like, the bifurcation, yes. The bifurcation basically takes 2 rolls. It's the same as using an Omen of Resurgence, right? Resurgence? Omen of Recombination. There you go. You're taking that 50% chance, dividing it in half because you have the advantage of 50, and 50 of 50 is 25, so 75. He's totally right. Yeah. Clutch crit. True. Awesome. Yeah. No, you're fucking nuts. Providence. You play your wolf and enjoy it, man. Have a shitload of wolves. You'll be that howling pack wolf alpha guy. I'll be flying in the sky, sizzling, sizzling these guys. It's gonna be great. Okay, let's get back into this for a second, because can you guys imagine, can you envision the situation where you're playing a Pathfinder, you actually grab a bunch of attack speed nodes, you grab a bunch of attack speed and critical strike nodes. As an example, like you're hitting this tree uptown, right, where we're seeing it right up here. So you're grabbing like True Strike, you're grabbing Go for the Jugular, you're grabbing Deadly Force, you're over here, you're grabbing Throat Seeker, all this jazz, Struck Through. That's going to be big. So you grab all this shit because it just makes sense to do it. And then you hit the passive that says, hey, guess what? Now you can also assign passive points from the warrior starting tree. Then you kick up over here for some of that flammability or ignite magnitude if we get it. I can see that being a build. That's got some serious legs. So I need to change this up because that's a bit different now. Pathfinder, considerable advantage to reduce rage spending and attack speed and crit scaling. Interesting. That's very good. So I'm going to put this with 2 asterisks. So far, Pathfinder is it's winning. It's winning so far. It's very good in my view. Fuck, I wish we read that part earlier. Okay, back into the Zon. So the Amazon does some cool shit. Skill speeds, attack speed as far as we're concerned. So we're hitting. A predatory instinct. We have 50% more damage. That's a lot, man. 50% more damage on a skill that gives you 750% more ignite magnitude. This is a stacking sizzling build. Okay, and then we also get 40% skill speed and movement speed when we have an enemy with open weakness in your presence. And presence is like what, 6 to 8 meters? Where can I see the new ascendancy trees? They'll be in 04. Okay, so Mira FGC. Good to see you again, Mira. Everybody, what I'm going to share with you here, I'm a little bit cautious because I just want you to hear that it's not set in stone and likely subject to change. But here you go. Presence is 9 meters, which is basically your screen, right? So this breakdown here that you're seeing, it's coming from a PoE2DB.tw, and then you just kind of navigate down to Druid. You can see some stuff here. So whether you want to see the Oracle or you want to see the Shaman, they're both here. But again, what they say, they're probably going to change. So just know that, okay? Just know that, please. Rolling Magma is, I think it's an attack. We're going to find out in 2 seconds. Let's learn, okay? Let's learn right now. 2 seconds. So go back. Rolling Hat Magma. Rolling Magma is an attack. Basically, all the dragon skills are attacks, right? Rolling Magma, it's an attack. Yeah, it's an attack. And that's how we're going to level our character. We're going to start that way, I think. Rolling Magma into Volcano, Bear Slam, la 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 la. Jokes. Guess what? Now it can fly. Boom. Switch, Ascension, go. Why are you sad? No. Why are you sad, dude? Attacks are good. Yep. Nah. All good. All good. 4 meters? Yep. All shapeshift skills seem to, they're attacks. You're attacking. Yep. What is open weakness? So I think it's something that, let me see, open weakness. Let's just figure this out. Open weakness, hello? Do they show us? Flashbang. Do they have Amazon passives here that I can see? I had my own Wyvern once. It was excellent. Okay, can I mouse over some stuff? I wish I could do this. Okay. Okay, what's it called? In for the kill. So in for the kill. Got it. Okay. Open weakness. Here we go. So revealed weaknesses are highlighted on the enemy life bars. Have you ever seen the game where the health bar is like all red and there's little sections where it's highlighted and stuff? Do you see that? That's open weakness. Like during that mode, that's where the advantage is, right? So it can occupy a total of 45% of their maximum life bar, but in random segments. So it's portions of their life are weakened life points. That's what it is. So I'll try to make it even like easier. You have 100% of the life bar. 45% of that bar has different colors in it. When you're in that range, you're in the open weakness range. So not the entire fight, but some, like not the majority, a subsection of that life is valuable for you. Okay, that's what that is. Okay. Well, yeah, look, Janus in chat says, the fact that they talk about spell totems listed with an ascendancy that is attack focused makes Janus TTV think that there are some spell attack damage nodes or a way of or a way to convert coming. Well, we have one now, do we not? Like inside the game now, before we get out of this, I think Crown of Eyes increases and reductions to spell damage apply to attacks. Hey, PG, I know. Heavy stream, right? So Crown of Eyes will do that. That's right. So we have a way now, but maybe additional ways. Sure. They said there's going to be some spell and attack hybrid nodes. If they have spell hybrid attack nodes and we have spell totems, then that means our incineration spell totem will become only more valuable for single target and probably bridge the gap between campaign to early mapping. And then later on, we won't need any spell totems we can convert into something else because we don't need to have that. Our burn should be high enough, would be my guess. Yeah. No, I agree. It makes sense. Stay Drew. Oh, Stay Dude. What's up, man? Oh, Stray Dude. Hey, man. Yeah, we're getting into it. We're learning some shit. Okay, guys. Amazon's looking nice. Critical strike. Chance to hit with attacks can exceed 100% chance to crit. Gain an additional critical hit chance equal to 25%. Okay. Of excess chance to hit. But it can't be over 50 if we use Garukans. But if we don't, then that's great. Penetrate. Here we go. Put Comet on spell totem. Comet doesn't achieve what we need. We don't need more clear. We're going to be fine. Our clear should be more than fine. You want to double your damage? Do I want to double my damage? Yeah, you did, Bon. Yeah. Yeah. Attacks using your weapons have added physical damage equal to 25% accuracy rating. There you go. How do I plan on generating rage to use flame breath? I know plans on lowering cost, but yeah, right here, my friend. Again, some of you guys are coming in the stream like later on. It's all good. My apologies if you're kind of not, if you haven't heard the whole thing, the whole spiel. So let me just type this quick. Double your damage is one weird trick. Oh, the one damage secret grinding gear games doesn't want you to know, right? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that bait, but here we go. Let me just write this down. I think Amazon looks really, really good. So I'm going to put that in the notes. Then I'm going to go over like the basics real quick for you, where we're at with it. Amazon, okay? So good damage. Solid critical framework. What else do we need to talk about with Amazon? Movement speed, right? Good movement speed. Okay. Thunder, here we go. New season comes out Friday. How you doing, Sheriam? Hello. That's right. Sasori says, accuracy stacking also plays great into gaining a lot of attack speed. So that's true. That's true. Yeah, true. Good movement speed and attack speed. Here we go. Okay. This is looking good. Amazon might be the move. And life leech on fire damage. It's all very good. Like, very good. So I'll put a couple stars here too. It's looking good. Amazon Pathfinder so far. Excuse me. Here we go. Okay. So the question. Hit me with it. How do I plan on generating rage to use flame breath? Okay, check this out. Pause. Here we go. So far, this is what we know. We know the Wyvern requires a talisman, right? Where's it at here? The Wyvern requires this new weapon type to use flame breath, which is a skill we want to use. We want to be a Wyvern using basically flame breath and flame breath only. That's what we're trying to do here. So how do we get this? Well, so far, just as one idea, sure there's many, using Scold's Brittle, Jade Tiara. This is going to allow you to take, if you go with the Shaman Ascendancy, okay? If you go with the Shaman Ascendancy, you're going to take some amount of your mana cost as physical damage when you use your skills. That physical damage from the Shaman Ascendancy gets converted over to an elemental type, Fire, Cold, and Lightning. And the second that you get that Fire, Cold, and Lightning conversion, you get to enjoy Ngamu's Chosen Ruby Charm and Breath of the Mountain Sapphire Charm. The Sapphire Charm is going to give you a power charge on use whenever it's there, and then the Chosen one's going to give you maximum rage whenever it's used. So you essentially always have maximum rage because you're damaging yourself. So once the charm goes down, maximum rage again, and once your charm goes down, you have more power charges again, always empowering your Flame Breath to have Lightning Infusion essentially, then yeah, basically full rage at all times. So that's the Shaman window. That gives you that kind of, that trinity of like, you have Flame Breath, you have power charges, rage, go. That's what it is, okay? That's what we know so far. That's kind of a mini engine you guys helped create today. Yep. Cast on Ignite support gem for Fire Breath. Cast on Ignite. Ooh. A support gem. Cast on, hold on, what's this? Hold on. Cast on Ignite. Isn't that cast on ailment? Isn't that is now? I don't think so, right? It's a spirit gem, right? Yeah, I have the wrong one. I don't think we have to. I know cast on ailment it generated like shit compared to like cast on crit. So I'm thinking cast on critical is where we're gonna go. Because we're gonna crit like a motherfucker. And then the question becomes like, what are we casting on crit? You know what we're gonna cast on crit? I would love to cast volcanoes. But we can't. So we have to find that really cool skill to cast on crit. We can't channel Incinerate, but that'd be hot shit. We'll get to that next. That's the reward for all of our hard work, right? Do I remember what gems I had in my Righteous Fire shield, Triple H? I'm on your guide, but I don't see any gems for the shield. Malevolence, Tempest Shield, and Purity of Fire would be my guess. Comet could be good, but like, why go to Comet when you could just like do more fire damage? How many divines for the charms? I don't know, because it's not even out yet, you know? It's not even out yet. Time will tell. Comet's cool. There's options. Spark. Hey! Now we're going to see. Who knows? Who knows? Okay. So far, so good. So far, so good. Amazon's looking good. Now, Ritualist. Yep. Maybe a curse. Yeah, maybe a curse makes a lot of sense. That'd be good. Maybe. We can do many things. We can curse, do another one. No problem, man. Yep. Get one Druidic Prowess per 20 rage spent. I wonder what Druidic Prowess does. Me too. Druidic Prowess. We don't even know the modifiers on these weapons, right? We still have to learn that. But having an idea is really, really solid. This is great. Okay, so the Ritualist, okay? The Ritualist Tang. Here we go. Okay, you've already won me over. 20% increased physical damage. Yes. Corrupted Life Force grants Blood Boil. Isn't this the one that like blows shit up? Let's go see what Blood Boil does. Blood Boil. I've played a lot of Path of Exile too. I feel like I haven't played enough. Enemies in your presence accumulate blood boils periodically. Yeah, when they die, the boils pop, applying corrupted blood to enemies near them. Okay, got it. Tanka, thank you so much. Thank you for streaking everywhere. Corrupted blood deals 2% of slain enemies' maximum life as physical damage per second. So this is not anything to do with Flame Breath. This is everything to do with Blood Boil and Blood Boil specifically, which is pretty interesting. It's another way of doing damage over time. So Blood Boil, not off the menu, but something we have access to. Movement speed into as the Whispers demand. Ritual Sacrifice can be used on yourself to remove 20% of your maximum life and grant a random monster modifier. Yeah? Didn't Blood Boil get a change in the patch, or am I thinking Corrupted Blood? Let's go find out. Hello. So, two things we're going to find out. First of all, you come first. We're going to check out Blood Boil, then we're going to check out Ritual Sacrifice, okay? Let's go look up Blood Boil. Blood Boil. All right. So, Corrupted Life Force now also has you deal 15% more damage to enemies affected by Blood Boil. So, as long as they're affected by this, you're doing more damage. Yep. Can I do a poll for your league start for me? Kaltarak, Stardew Valley, Gardener, Oracle, or St. Salter's Bleed, Poison, Death, Blossom, Titan? Sinister. Huston, either of you guys there? Do you guys mind running a poll for St. Salter? You think you can cast Living Bomb? That'd be fucking mint. Or we can even do like Frost Bomb and shit. We do all kinds of stuff. Let's get it going. So Stardew Valley Gardener, okay. Or Poison Death Blossom Titan. Interesting. Will I stream this weekend for... What's that? Will your stream this weekend be good for beginners? I think so. I want my stream to be good for anybody, but I go through a lot of concepts like this and we talk about things. I'm not just going to blast my way through the game and like, you know, that's it. We play along. We have a parallel. What we're building here, my friend, is a parallel build. So like what we're going to make, what I'm going to make, I welcome you to play the same thing, right? Make a similar character. Your gear is going to be different than my gear. Your gems, maybe you find higher level gems than I have. But what I've noticed over doing this for several seasons is that you and I, we're all a little bit better because we're playing a similar build and we learn things. There's nuance, right? So once you learn a little bit of tech, I can learn it. I can teach others. And if I learn something, I can teach others as well. So like we're all the better for it. It's kind of like playing multiplayer, like a LAN party, without having to team up initially. Later on in maps, we're teaming up. Like that's happening, right? We'll see how it goes. If I try, Flicker Strike didn't work. We got fucked on the 11th hour. It's fine. Okay. Do you see a poll happening at all or no? Okay, Saint Salter. I don't see a poll happening. Here. I'll give you this. Here. Okay. Here you go. I got you, man. Oh, Jesus. Whoops. Okay. Delete, enter, done. Got it. I'm going to spin the wheel. I'm going to spin the fuck out of that wheel. There you go. Yep. Hey, the Wookiee, thank you too. You ready? How the hell are you playing Amazon and selecting Shaman's Ascendancy? I'm not. Yeah, you are confused. Alfred, that's not what's happening. What we're doing after this, just to be clear, I'm going through this to read every single Ascension node with my mind's eye thinking about Flame Breath as a talisman skill before I get to do it on Friday. I'm going to know, with our conversation, what support gems make a lot of sense. Garukons. What else do we have here? Fire penetration, rapid attacks. We're going to have a good idea what kind of makes some sense. So when we finally, like at the very end on a Thursday or whatever, I finally get access to that passive skill tree, I can start to make some choices. So when we play on Friday, I got an idea. I have a path to follow. So I'm not trying to combine things. Like I can't do that, but I can look and say objectively, like, yeah, there's a lot of synergy there. The build is not fighting itself. That makes sense. And we learned that on Pathfinder, and we learned that on Amazon. And we're about to go through the ritualist here to see what's up. And so far, it's looking kind of good. But Saint Salter, let's fucking go. Grim Reaper, enjoy. Yeah? Good luck, man. Let's see what you get. Yep. Let's see what you get. Woo! Yep. Insane. Really? Condoning asylum. I appreciate that clean comment. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Sasori. Yep. What are you playing, dude? Yeah. You want to get a pair of comfy socks? I'm wearing my Inferno Strides right now. New season's Friday on Scene 805. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yep. Yep. Me too. Underwing, we're going to learn right now. My friend, it seems to me like you're going to be enjoying Saint Salter's Bleed, Poison, Death Blossom, tight. Congratulations. You're doing your own build. Get in there and fuck them up. Yeah. All right. You got it, my friend. Happy to help. There you go. Let fate decide, yeah? All right. Back to it. Let's get caught up. So from the top, physical damage, yes. Corrupted blood, maybe. Movement speed, yes. As the whispers demand. Okay, so ritual sacrifice can be used on yourself. So let's go learn about ritual sacrifice. Okay, so ritual sacrifice is there. Cool. Let's check the patch notes for ritual sacrifice. Okay, ritual sacrifice's stolen modifier duration is now 2 minutes from level 1 to 20, as previously 19.5. Wait, what? So the modifier you steal from this skill is 82 to 120 seconds. It used to be 15 seconds to 20 seconds. Quality is now plus 20 seconds to stolen modifier. Wow. Well, that's an extremely large buff to ritual sacrifice. Okay, so let's go keep reading this. Okay, so nice. Okay, so yeah. And it grants you a random monster modifier. So you're a dragon, right? And you're flying through the sky. And the modifier you get is what? What's the thing that you get? You know? Yeah, oh, so you're saying it's like a power creep because they're kind of bad early on? That's a shit ton. So you sacrifice it to get a bunch of stuff. That's fine. Interesting. I've never played a ritualist before, but that's pretty cool. Yeah. Hey, Stora. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, ritualist is interesting. Okay, what else we got here? Charm charges gained. Okay. So maybe we don't have to be a frickin' maybe we don't have to be like a, I don't know the word, druid after all. Like we don't have to be one. Why can't I think of the fucking word? We have the oracle and we have the other guy. Can't think of the other guy's name. Shaman. Thanks. You're not going to be a shaman. You could just get charm charges. Okay, what's this? +1 charm slot and 20% more charm charges gained. Okay, so this deals with that. Mind phylacteries can instead consume 25% of max mana to trigger charms with insufficient charges. Are you birthday Ben? You're playing on Amazon. You really enjoy it? I think so too. Teleporting around, blowing shit up on a dragon sounds kind of interesting too, Snowbro. Mini temporalis, right? Can you look for the effects maybe on the wiki? Sorry. Oh yeah, I mean, there's gonna be some good, some bad. You don't when you choose something like As the Whispers Demand. I think you just accept the fact that you're going down RNGesus lane and you get what you get. Some maps are good, some maps are good, as is my guess. So, mind phylacteries say that we can just start triggering our charms whenever we want. Yeah? Okay, interesting. What else do we have here? Life recovery rate, yeah? Increased life recovery rate per 5% missing unreserved life. Well, that's just fucking tanky as shit if you can use, like, everything I'm saying is Defiance of Destiny all day long. It's so fucking good. I hope I get a Defiance of Destiny. It's so good. -20 to all elemental res. Reduce spirit. Maybe that's what we do. Reduce max mana? Hard to say. We need mana and rage. Into what? Unfurled finger. So that's our third finger slot. Increased attributes, 3%. How much does increased attributes matter for us? We're talking about what? It's probably fine. Your character is just 3% better. Okay. Mystic attunement. 25% increased bonuses gained from equipped rings and amulets. Yeah, that's insane. Fucking, this whole thing's nuts. It's just so sick. It scales so. This is exactly why the comment was made, and I totally agree. This is nothing but rewarding you for having crazy gear. Like, gear is such a big part of the game that I think that once you have good gear, magnifying that this way is obvious. Like, there's a lot of value there. I get that. Yeah. You said ritual sacrifice is all right if you do get a good buff, but you can only have one at max. Ritualist is really good with the right rings. I think so too. I think I would say this. So ritualist sounds, I'm going to put this under like of merit, okay? Okay, ritualist. I'm going to say it's got interesting combos with gear. I'll put in brackets like feels gear dependent, right? Feels gear dependent to perform. That's what I would say. Would you, hit me with the 77 in chat if you agree. It's got it. So the ritualist by itself can be very, very good, but a lot of what makes it really good is how it pulls from like it pulls from the content. So if you're not hitting good rares, that feels like shit. If you don't have good gear, then what you have sucks. So this all sucks. But if you have, like, you find a fucking killer set of rings, yep, you're gonna be like to the moon. Okay, I think that's my take of this, and that doesn't apply necessarily to just a wyvern, and that doesn't necessarily apply to just a talisman. But that's the game. So like that's what ritualist does. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just want to be fair. So ritualist, interesting. Yeah. Interesting combos with gear. Feels gear dependent. Yeah. Okay. to perform. Could be nuts. Could be nuts. And I'll put this again, gear scaling. This seems, I'm going to put win more. I'm going to put win more. Win more. You guys know what win more means? It's a Magic the Gathering term. You know what win more is? If not, let me know. I'll explain in 2 seconds. I'll just explain right now. Win more. You've already won the game. By doing this next step, it doesn't mean you're going to win. You're just going to win more. You've already won. So you're already doing great. Now you're just really, really good. That's win more. Okay? Roger Jinx, you said the rich list was your second character after I got really nice jewelry. Gave me the winky face. Thank you for that, yeah? If not rings, it's bad tech. Got you. You're winning, you just win more. Yeah. But more is better. Not in this case. You love winning more in Commander? You take your Eldrazi, stick him sideways, shove him straight up your partner's ass, and he can't stop you because you're Eldrazi. Yeah? How do the Rift rings work now? Does quality increase value? Rift rings? You talking about breach rings? Basically, Sasori out of Surrey. It sounds like if you went Huntress and you started Amazon, you're good. Then when you get really giga shit, then you go Ritualist. Yeah. Yeah. Milling decks. I'm going to spit up some folders on myself. Okay. Ooh. Give a fuck about that. All right. The Gemling Cheese and Air. Mr. Gemling. Remember, we're talking about, let's get back into like focus mode here for a second, okay? Please and thank you. So here we go. Gemling Legionnaire. Flame Breath. It does do hits. It does have a massive ignite magnitude multiplier. We're fully converting physical damage to fire. We cannot gain rage while it's active. And if we empower this through the use of charges, then we have 50% additional damage as lightning. Is it 50 empowered? Let me see. Empowered skills do not have any inherent bonuses, but a number of stats and modifiers. Okay, fine. So Empowered Breath contains 50% damage as lightning, and the breath spends rage slower. This is what we're building. What Ascension makes sense with it? Let's check out Gemling Legionnaire. Equipment and skill gems have 4% reduced attribute requirements. Okay, no. Did they change this? Did they change this, Gemling Legionnaire? Let me see. I thought so. Okay, Thaumaturgical Infusion now grants +1 to max cold. Okay. +1 max fire and +1 max lightning. And you only need 3 gems to do it, not 4. Thaumaturgical Dynamism granted advanced Thaumaturgy, notable passives, now generates a charge once every 5 seconds instead of 8. So Dynamism's every 5 seconds. Where's this? Where's Dynamism? Is this it? Did I just see it? Am I dumb? Dynamism. What? By advanced thaumaturgy. Yeah, it is this. Okay, got it. Yeah, it's this. Okay. So we get charges every 5 seconds now instead of 8. Okay. Not blown away. Attribute requirement of gems can be satisfied by your highest attribute. That's just comfortable. Like, that's just nice. That's like almost righteous fire resistance feeling. That's good. Enhanced effectiveness. 20% less attributes. Inherent bonuses gained from attributes are doubled. Okay. Well, we're not really using crazy shit. And we have to use a talisman. So we're not really using Pillar of the Cage God, or we don't know that we're not using Hoa. Hands of Wisdom and Action. We don't know that. Okay, interesting. That's fine. Skills deal. Here we go. Here we go. So skills deal 20% increased damage for every connected red support gem. And skills deal 6% increased skill speed, which could be attack speed, which could be ignite, per connected green support gem. Integrated efficiency, and they have 20% increased crit chance per connected blue. So far we're seeing that it has the potential to make you attack fast and crit well and do good damage, if that's what you want to do. Quality of all skills. Do we know the quality on this? We don't, right? We don't see the quality on Flame Breath. Does anybody know what it is? I don't know what it is. I haven't seen anywhere what this quality is. But I would imagine, man, I would hope that it would be like increased area of effect. Would be kind of cool. I'm not sure what else they would do. Maybe ignite magnitude increase. I'm not sure. Maybe something like that. Okay. So we get the ability to automatically get charges. We get the ability to attack faster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we have quality on skills. Reduced cost to be sick. Yeah? Melodus, have a good one, man. Salute. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Very kind. So I'm going to call this mid. Would you guys agree? I'm going to say Gemling Legionnaire is mid because it doesn't really. So Gemling equals mid effectiveness, slight synergy with attack speed, with attack, crit, chance, and quality. Got it. All right. Not blow me away. All right. Witch Hunter. Here we go, you sexy SOB. We're going to talk about Witch Hunter because a few of you guys have brought it in like, hey, Witch Hunter, fuck yeah, this could be it. This is it. This is how you play a Wyvern right here. You make a fucking you make a Witch Hunter. Here we go. So what are my options? Increased cooldown recovery rate. Currently it's 6 seconds. Maybe it's better. Then what happens? Weapon Master. You get 100 passive skill points to become weapon set number 2, essentially, when you swap. So this is exciting because you can do some pretty interesting shit like this, and it could be the case that the Wyvern really pops off if you do like curse magnitude increase, and then you start popping ignites. Like if that's what you do, then Weapon Master could be great. Maybe I'm ignorant, but I don't know of a single build that really went ham with this. Can you guys think of one? If you have one, I'd love to hear it. I'm just basically one being that you have and let me explain what this is. You have your passive points. So you make your tree selections, right? Like you come down here, right? Life is good. That's all great. You have 100 points, right? Like you've done your due diligence. You're great. Okay, cancel, 2, click, whatever, right? You have your whole tree. That's skill tree 1. Then you have skill tree 2 that goes like all this way instead. Like it's just different, you know? Jewel sockets do make the second weapon set hard. They do, because you can't unselect it because you would lose so let's explain that for anybody that's not comfortable with the concept. Could be important. Right here is a jewel socket, okay? So if you're playing Path of Exile 2 and you put a jewel inside that socket, that's in your weapon set. You cannot weapon set 2 away from that because you've used you get that item. That's part of you now. Like that's part of the character. So in order to not take that, in order to use like 2 trees that are completely intertwining that don't care about jewels, you can't take those, which is kind of, in my opinion, debilitating. Do you agree? Like it's heavily restrictive. It almost seems like you would want to have a bear set up for tree 1 and then a wyvern set up for tree 2. That would be a good alternative. Or like using wyvern set up for magnitude curse magnitudes, like flammability, whatever we're doing. That's a big impact there. And then it's damage time. Then you start slapping the shit out of them, but you'll never use jewelry, which seems wrong. Yeah. What's going on, Doom's Remains? Hey, man. How do you get proj damage and proj speed on gloves? Is it a veiled mod? Could be a veiled chaos mod. Check out poedb.tw, Dooms, and look up modifiers on gloves and look for what you're looking for. It says proj damage and proj speed. You might have to like lock suffixes. Suffixes can't be changed and add it that way. Could be a thing. Or prefixes or vice versa. It'll be listed as a modifier. Does that help you? That's right, Dwarven Mind. Yeah, so we're talking about the Witch Hunter, right? And one of the cool things the Witch Hunter gets here is called Weapon Master. So you get 100 passive skill points on your passive tree to become weapon set points. So inside Path of Exile 2, right? If I open up my passive skill tree, you see these points, 24, 24? You would have 100 more. And so you can freely switch and move these around however you want between your weapon sets. So like, as I'm using this, if I go to like, I go to use my chiming staff, so I can drop down my sigil and I start popping off and I'm doing the Lord's work. Great. I just did that with the weapon swap. The thing is though, if I have a jewel socket that has an item in it like this, I can't undo that. Because it's an item on my skill tree, it has to stay. So I'd be branching off of this point. I go left, I go right, I go up. I couldn't get away from that choice. Or I just don't use jewels, which is a problem. Like, you use jewels. They're very good. Okay? Culling Strike. All right. And so Culling Strike, I believe Culling Strike is 20%. I need to check this out again. It's been a minute. I gotta see this. Culling Strike. Let me see. Okay. Depends on the type of mob. Yeah. Yeah, this one like makes it nice, right? So supports, let's read it. Supports flame breath, causing it to cull rare and unique enemies on hit, okay? And increasing their threshold at which they are culled. So culling strike will kill normal enemies if their life is at 30% or below. So if they're a normal monster and they get to 30% life, they're dead. Magic enemies are instantly killed if they hit 20%. Rares at 10% and uniques at 5%. These thresholds are checked before the damage of the hit is applied. So they're saying the percentage health of the monster is viewed, and if it hits that percentage, instantly dead. Got it. That's what Culling Strike is. So you just get that if you're a pitiless killer. And if you navigate up to Judge, Jury, and Executioner, you get Decimating Strike. So let's go check out Decimating Strike. Okay. Strike. Let me see. Decimating Strike. Where is this? I would like to see it so I could show. Not supported in POB. Really? I can't just look it up? Decimated Strike? No. I can't have nice things. What's it called? One more time. Judge, Jury? Probably POBDB? Yeah, probably. Probably. I'm not changing that. Let me see here. Thank you. Decimating Strike. Here we go. Thanks. Hits against full life enemies remove between 5 and 30% of life before the damage of the hit is applied. So you hit a guy that's got 1,000 HP for 100. He goes down to like, let's say 30% of that's gone. So he's at 7. He's at 70 or whatever. 1,000, sorry, 700. Then you hit him down for 100 after that. It always takes that chunk away. Yeah. Yeah, Wonder Boy. I understand. A lot of people are saying a lot of things about different builds, but I need to go through with a fine-tooth comb. And so I've never played a Witch Hunter, yeah? Static? No, it's between 5 and 30. Yeah, which is cool. So it removes it, then your damage goes. It's going to be super chunky. Okay, so you would have Culling Strike. So you'd be like fucking him up. If it's a unique guy, it's 5%. So you're going to do like up to what? You do 10 to 35% damage on that. And then you have 35%. Let's read what these minor nodes are. I feel like I missed it. So 35% increased damage with hits against enemies that are on low life. Well, that's cool. And 35% increased damage against hits with enemies that are on low life. That's also good. So 70% increased damage on the way in. So I assume most of the time, like you're just rolling the dice again, a bit of RNG. You're living the dream. That's kind of cool. I like that. I like that. It's kind of nice. All right, let's see here. Cooldown recovery rate into Witchbane. Enemies have maximum concentration equal. Didn't they change Witchbane? Hold on. I think this has changed. Hold on. Okay. Witchbane now has enemies have maximum concentration equal to 30% of their maximum life. Okay. And Ceremonial Ablution now instead grants Sorcery Ward. That's tanky. Also protects against physical and chaos, not just elemental. That's a big tanky upgrade. So you break enemy concentration on hit equal to 100% of the damage dealt. Enemies regain 10% concentration every second they have lost concentration. So you smack them really tough, huh? You said Decimating Strike, 2 in Sork Ward, and then 2 in the far right. We're going to find out. So your cooldown recovery rate's 12% into No Mercy. You deal up to 40% multiplicative damage to enemies based on their missing concentration, which is 40%. 30%, excuse me? 30% of their maximum life. Huh. Okay. Armor and Evasion, Obsessive Rituals. Less armor and less evasion, but you get Sorcery Ward. Okay. So Sorcery Ward. Let's see what Saucy Ward is. Sorcery Ward. Here we go. Okay. So it's a buff, persistent, lightning, cold, fire, physical, and chaos now. Passively manifests a protective barrier, which takes all the things I just said from hits before your health, which is greater energy shield, right? So it's another defensive layer, is what it is. Okay. And then it gets regenerated after not being hit. Plus, you wear a helmet. What's that? You got to... Okay, so hold on, Joshua. Let me see what you got here. So you're coupling that with what? Let me see what you're doing here, man. Increased Culling Strike threshold? Oh. Who drops this? That thing's hot shit. Huh. Yeah. Okay, so we're a Witch Hunter. We're breathing fire. Everything's just getting like immediately sizzled, roasted. Everything's dying quickly. We like this. This feels good. Even, I mean, shit. That's not bad. Yeah. Beetle Bite. See, I never played this. I'm glad you guys see this. This is, you guys are so helpful with this. Thank you. You're filling in the gaps. Like I haven't tried this setup. I know some of you guys haven't. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's add this to the build. So what do these things do? Aggravated bleeding on enemies. Why do we give a shit about this? Aggravated bleeding on enemies when they enter your presence. Why do you care about this? Take a look at Bullet Storm build and look at gear. Bullet Storm. Why are you using Beetle Bite? I don't understand. What's your synergy here? Okay, thanks. Okay. It changed? Beetle Bite changed? Let me see. So far, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no. I'm going to take this and just like bomb it. That thing's... Delete. See you later. Don't see the need for that one. Heart of the Well. 24% culling strike threshold. Really? Right. So Sasori in chat says, I honestly don't, this is what you wrote. You said, I honestly don't see the point of going for culling here. We build up a huge ignite just to cut it short when it's the biggest. So if you don't check out the options, you're ignorant. You just have to take a peek, have to take a look and see what makes sense, you know? It could be the case, Sasori, just as like a counterpoint, just off the top of my head, and I'm not trying to diminish your point, but listen up. You start off with like Witch Hunter only to go into like a Tactician later because you're in the mercenary tree, right? It's just options, seeing what's going on, right? And so that could be the case. Or maybe you start off Merc and then you go into Witch Hunter just because it makes sense. Who knows? But we're just doing our thorough due diligence kind of to see what options look like, you know? Yeah. Hakuru, we're theory crafting the Wyvern, Flame Breath Wyvern for 0.4 on Friday and just checking out all the ascensions to see what's going on. I had a note here of like what our goals were, so I can get rid of this, it's fine. Our goals were to have fun, make sure that Wyvern Flame Breath is forever, just going on forever with good single target and it's fun to play. And what ascension is best, and I've gone through basically all these so far were Witch Hunter. Yep. I mean, Gemling Legionnaire had it felt mid effectiveness, it has slight synergy with increased attack, crit chance, and quality, but we don't know what the quality is. So I can't say Gemling makes more sense so far. I think so far for me, Pathfinder and Amazon were the standout ones for me, with Ritualist later on potentially based off of rings, but that's where we're at. And so far, Chronomancer, this is what we've gone over. Chronomancer, Infernalist, Lich, Stormweaver, Invoker, Acolyte, Deadeye, Pathfinder, Amazon, Ritualist, Gemling, Witch Hunter. That's what we've done so far. So you guys have been listening for a while. Heart of the Well. Isn't that the jewel? Heart of the Well is the unique jewel, right? Yeah, Heart of the Well. Got it. Okay. Athalagos. Thank you for that. That's good. Yeah. Thank you for the follow as well, guys. What about wolf form? It's real. Wolf form is going to be a thing. We know in the podcast with Jonathan Rogers and Talkative Try, we learned that the team is working this week to make sure that there's build variety and build diversity for the druid class. So we know that the wolf form can have like lunar affected wolf, like primal wolf, and then all of your pets. When you become like Luna or whatever, they do too. So I'm not doing a wolf thing. I'm just looking purely at a Wyvern fire-breathing dragon for Friday. That's what I want to build. That's what I want to play. And so I'm trying to see what is out there for that. Like, what options do I have? What skill gems make sense, right? Like fire penetration, rapid attacks, Garukons. Like, are we going to do this bifurcated crit chance? I think so. We learned a lot. I learned a lot. Yeah. Always good, dude. Yeah. Are able to choose any class to go in animal shapes? Yeah. So, see, these are basic concepts we have to talk about. So, if you're just joining the stream, just joining in, thanks for giving the channel a shot. Let me show you a few things just so you can be a part of the conversation, maybe, and tell us maybe something that we're not talking about. It's really good, yeah? So, first and foremost, oh, come on in, my friends. Hi. Hello. First and foremost, we're talking about making a Wyvern. Hey, thank you so much for the raid, yeah? Which means that we have to use a primal talisman. We know that because Flame Breath is an attack for shape-shifted Wyverns. Its area of effects, sustained damage, fire, duration, channeling. We know exactly how this operates. We know what we're looking for. Thank you so much. Yeah, you love the vibes. Oh, thanks a lot. We're just going through all the options to make potential choices for what's going to happen on Friday, you know? And thank you for choosing me at the raid. I really appreciate it. So the question was just brought up, and I'm just kind of, answering questions as we go. Are we able to basically play any class and be shapeshifting? The answer is yeah, because you can quickly see that Primal Talisman is what you need to use these skills. So as long as you're using this weapon, and by the way, we learned from the podcast recently with Talkative Try and Jonathan Rogers that you're going to have a Primal Talisman in one hand, potentially a scepter in the other for the wolf enjoyers. They want to have a big, like, fantasy of playing a minion build as a druid, but not be the undead component or whatever, right? Spectre stuff. No, the team is working on giving you an option so you have a great pack, a wolf pack, right? So that's pretty cool. So we've learned that. And now Witch Hunter stuff is seeming interesting. So let me see here. Right. So increased effectiveness of sorcery wards. So we're just tanky. It's a tanky choice, yeah? They said Act 2. About Act 2. It is a two-hander, which means Biddy Grom, right? What's up, dude? Biddy, yo. You would take a key passive on the skill tree that you don't even see yet, because Jonathan kind of like spilt the tea a bit, and you would then use that to get that advantage, right? But you have 50% less spirit. Yeah, that note has been removed. Let me show you your ceremonial ablution right here. Ablution. So Witch Hunter, right? So it now instead grants sorcery ward, also protects against physical and chaos. So you're not getting, it's not 50% more. It's just that instead of only stopping elemental damage, now it's physical and chaos, which is quite good, you know? Yeah, just wiggles, eh? Come on in, dude, yo. Now you're right about that. All right. Plus in the passage tree, you pick up Call the Hordes, yeah, and Bounty Hunter and finish them off for 105. So we could call a lot. And then we have Zealous Inquisition, 10% chance for enemies you kill to explode. My friends, that one's very, very nice. So let's go into Fantasyland for a second. Let's imagine. So you're playing a fire-breathing dragon in Path of Exile 2 0.4 on Friday. That's what you're doing. You're locking it in. We're doing this. Okay. So you're in the air. You're spending mana. You're spending rage. Fire. Okay. As you're doing this, we don't have a way yet that we've talked about to do proliferation of ignition, so we don't spread it to blow everything else up. We've only talked about two things so far. Trying to make sure that we have a way to stay in the air as long as possible, of which I think we have a strategy for that. And I believe that's going to be the Pathfinder so far is doing it the best. Cool. But what we just learned is if we go with Witch Hunter, which is pretty cool, we have the Zealous Inquisition. So when we're blowing up all these things, and there's less things, by the way, because they just reduced the amount of monster pack size, doesn't matter. Still good. We'll see. I hope. 10% of the time, they're going to explode. And then they deal 100% of their life to things around them as physical, which is great. Cool. Got it. So we now have a way with Witch Hunter to do AoE clear. Even better. Yeah. You're moist? Yeah. Okay. So Zealous Inquisition, pretty good. So for Witch Hunter overall, I'm going to say, I'm going to try to put this down for Witch Hunter. So it seems like it has, Culling Strike seems to be its own thing. It doesn't matter if you're going to be breathing fire or not. So Culling Strike, so put Culling, helps with low DPS, because that's true. There we go. Helps with low DPS. And I'm going to put has massive AoE clear potential. Okay. I'll put this down as 10%. 10%. 10%. I'll put Zealous Inquisition. Okay. ZI. Is that fair? I think that's what Witch Hunter is going to give us. Yeah. Witch Hunter. Got it. Got it. Out of curiosity, what's your current leading ascension on the list? So far, on the list we've got of everything we did, Amazon, Ritualist, Pathfinder, Deadeye, Acolyte, you name it, everything on that list, the one that stands out to me, like, gun to my head, got to make a choice, go play something, it's going to be probably the Amazon. I would make a Huntress. Because I get good damage, I get a solid critical strike framework so I can go crit multi, I have good movement speed, and guess what? That boss is going to get sizzled. Like, it's going to die. And Amazon gives me that. So I think I would go Amazon so far. And if I couldn't choose Amazon, I would choose Pathfinder. Only because Pathfinder seems to have some solid passive skill tree choices. I don't know what the rest of them are, but I could, at any point, I could just switch into, let me see, right into the Marauder starting point after I get my critical framework done. So I have a bunch of crit. I got good attack speed nodes, and I come over here and I increase my ignite or flammability, I assume, over here, be my guess. And at any point, I can make the option to potentially reduce the rage cost per second. That's what I would say. So far, that's what I would say. The cost efficiency is the premier thing. Yep, it does. What would you guys choose so far? I'm curious. Yeah, timid. Yep. Okay, let me check this out. So now we're going into the Tactician. So what's he get to do? Totem damage. The only time we talked about doing totem damage was for spell totems. So that's us putting Incinerate. Oh, by the way, if anybody's not sure about why we're doing Flame Breath or why Incineration is really important going forward, Give me a 77 in chat. I want you to be involved in the conversation so you know what's going on. You're not just lost in the sauce and why it's really, really exciting. What's going on, Dez? Hey, man, you're going Witch Hunter again, yeah? 7th WH build for the 4th Tactician testing out Armageddon totems. Oh, awesome. Hey. It should. I mean, we're gonna find out right now. Yeah. See, Jobin just getting here, so it's not fair. Put me, and that's fine. Okay. Seems no one's going actual druid class. I haven't got there yet, but I plan on. Okay, so here's the thing, guys. We didn't know this. This wasn't known until the podcast happened. So there's 2 skills in the game in 0.4 that are getting a tremendous amount of value brought to them that wasn't immediately obvious. And so I'll show you 2. We'll close these down. We don't need this. So in the game today, right now, as I'm talking, there's a build you can play from the Chronomancer called Incinerate. And so the Chronomancer will freeze the screen, particularly on a boss, and it'll just cast Incinerate. And the game can't respond because it's frozen, and you just sit there with your hand and you burn the boss till it dies. Incinerate, okay? So Incinerate ignites targets as though it's dealing damage, some amount 12 to 414 to 18 to 622 fire damage. So you sit there and burn them for that amount of fire. Then you augment it with your skill tree to make it more. Cool. And then you have Flame Breath, the new Wyvern skill. It says it converts 100% of your physical damage to fire. You have 750% more. More is a multiplier. If you see the word more in Path of Exile, it's a multiplicative value. It's like the good stuff. 750% more ignite magnitudes. Rage cost is ignored for the first 4 seconds of going in the air and breathing fire. You cannot gain rage while the skill's active. And then immolation radius, that beam of fire that you're putting down, is 2 meters. And then you can empower the fire, and it gives 50% additional damage as lightning damage. And the empowered flame breath spends rage 50% slower. So these 2 skills, the reason it's important, and we didn't know before, is Grinding Gear Games is going to allow the ignite tick of both of these skills to stack. When they stack, I believe it's multiplicatively against each other. So what's important to realize is that the basic totem, or talisman, that we see here has an attack rate of 1.3 attacks per second. This is before any attack speed, any skill speed adjustments. That's just what it is. So you're attacking with that tick rate of your fire as a dragon every 1.3 seconds, okay? Which is like pretty great, I think. Now, we also learned that the sustained skill means you are hitting. It will hit, which means it can crit. And so because it can crit, that means we want to critically strike and then ignite with that crit to do like the most damage that we can. And so if you were to check out in-game what ignite does, I'll put over here like flammability, right? And I check out ignite, it's going to deal 20%. The base magnitude of ignite is fire damage, we'll say 100, equal to 20% of the fire damage dealt. But then if you critically strike, because you have crit multipliers, that's even higher. And I want you to critically hit as fast as you can with the highest magnitude of an ignite that we can find. And then all of a sudden, shit is melting. That's what's going on, okay? There you go. You think it's each hit adds the ignite damage to the old one? But we need to find out. I don't believe that. I don't know that that's the case, and nobody does. We're going to find out. But I think we would agree on this one. I'm not trying to be right or wrong. Here's what we're going to find out together, right? We're going to find out if and when it's true, if it, right? How much damage is that? How much better is that skill than it used to be? How good does that feel? Because I'm assuming, and this is the other thing I want to throw in there so you guys know what's up. I'm assuming that with the way that the game plays now, with this monster modifier that they added, I want to show this one to you right over here. Check this out. Not this, all the way down here. Remember that bursting bosses will be much more difficult to do. So right here, okay? Bosses now have an anti-burst damage mechanic. Once a boss has finished its emergence or becomes aggroed, the damage reduction period starts counting down. So you might have a build that's just like poison everywhere and you're going to kill them. Cool. Our strategy is on a big boss with big HP, Arbiter of Ash, whatever, right? Spell Totem, Incinerating, right? So that's Ignite ticks. You're a dragon, fire breathing, that's Ignite ticks. We roll it together, and that boss phase is now reducing itself anyway. So that shield that they have, kind of like, there's a shield that goes away, but so does your Ignite damage. It builds up. It's this burning sensation, right? So that's our thing. We're going to counterplay. We're going to counterplay the mechanics. So it should be fine. Should be okay. That's the idea. So we should be okay. How good is this? Time will tell. I think it's going to be fantastic. And I would say that overall, Witch Hunter seems cool with culling, but maybe we don't need it. Yeah. Do I have any objection using Black Flame Ring and converting Ignite damage to Chaos? No, I don't have any objections at all. That could be great. I don't personally see a reason to do that yet. I need to make sure that I'm getting the most fire damage I can or physical damage that I can get. And then I want to send that to the sky when I convert it to fire. Yep. Yep. No, I don't think so yet. You seriously doubt Spell Totem will be able to use a channeled spell like Incinerate? Yeah. They did say, you could be right. You could be right. But it was said live by these guys that I could show you the clip. It can cast any spell in the game. They said it. Maybe it can't be. Who knows? If that's the case, then who knows, right? We'll find something, because we don't even necessarily know two things here. We don't know that we need more help on single target. And if we do, I'm not sure what I want that second thing to be. It could just be lightning damage to increase shock, right? Yeah. We'll see. Maybe we'll see. We'll see, right? This is the cool stuff. On Friday, we find out. On Friday, we find out. Crackle. What's that? Crackle Keep Unique Ring. What's this? What's this? Crackle Keep Ruby Ring. Here we go. Ignite to inflict spread to other enemies that stay within 1. Oh, fuck yeah. That stay within 1.5 meters for 1 second? Yep. That's good. That's good, and I want to make sure I'm not just making a pure unique build. I want to roll some rares here and see what modifiers I leave out on the table, right? Yeah. Really, Ken? If you could give me a link, like as a whisper or a Discord link talking about that, I would love to see it, and I can update myself. That's a self-ignite ring? Yeah. Wait, self-ignite ring. Why is that a self-ignite ring? Ignites you inflict spread to other enemies. Where's the self-ignite? I don't. We lose a lot if that's our ring slot. Okay, let me check this out now. So this guy, I never played a tactician, but I've only heard good things. So the minor node gives me totem damage, +1 maximum number of summon totems for spell totems. Skills used have more speed, that's faster. Increased totem damage. Totems you place grant embarkment auras. What the hell is What the hell is embankment auras? What is that? Let me see. Embankment auras. Totems you place which grant embankment auras give a different aura buff to players in range depending on the kind of totem. So we're doing spell totems, which isn't listed here. So we don't know what we get for spell totems. I bet you, let's see what the values are. Artillery's increased immobilization. Siege Ballista's damage against immobilized. Mortar Cannon is damage as fire. Shockwave is, I assume, this is just a random prediction, but spell totems probably give spell damage. Probably. Embankment auras would be like you get more spell damage, which does absolutely dick for us because we're an attack skill. So this is cool, sort of, because it only helps the thing that helps us. So, okay. Minions deal more damage, supporting fire. Nothing. Increased armor and evasion. Polish that gear. Gain deflection rating equal to 20%. Okay, a good tanky node. Gain 100% of evasion rating is ailment threshold. Okay, that's nice. And because remember, right? Monsters are going to hit harder in 0.4, right? It's funny that they do 40% more damage in 0.4. That's fun. Interesting. Stay light, use cover. Defend with 200% of armor. And, okay, so this is all just defensive choices. Doesn't really do much for fire, flame breath by itself. Pin buildup. 40% more immobilization buildup. Got it. More pin buildup. Projectile damage. Pin. Okay, so we don't do projectile damage. So right where we want it is nothing. Persistent buffs have 50% less reservation. Persistent buffs have 50% less reservation. Persistent buffs have 50% less reservation. Is that right? Herald of Ash, right? While active enemies use sufficiently overkill with non-herald attacks, Flame Breath will cause an explosion that ignites nearby enemies based on the overkill damage dealt. Like, we're living in the land of Herald of Ash, are we not? Cast on critical. These are persistent. Has to say persistent. So this is persistent. Persistent skills are toggled in the skills panel instead of being used normally and often have to reserve spirit. Okay? That's not true. They only have 40% more HP. They'll actually do less damage because of less monsters. What's that? They'll actually do less damage because of less monsters. Are you sure about that? Oh, I'm sorry. Is it 40% more? Did I say damage? Sorry, streamer brain. 40% more HP, not 40% more damage. But what I thought was funny is the 0.4 increase on 0.4. That's what I was saying. Thanks. Thank you. Sorry about that. Berserker for the Rage, you feel will be really good if they don't change it before Friday? It looked good. We already checked it out. It seems okay. Yeah. Ream streams. Thank you so much. Siphon Elements. Okay, so sorry. In the confines, in the context of a solid plan, persistent buffs have 50% less reservation. We can just use more of these. Nilishar, congratulations. Yeah. When you start getting to the end game of Path of Exile 1, opening up the map receptacles, it's so nice, man. Like it just makes all the maps a little bit more rewarding, which makes the game more rewarding, which makes the dopamine just juicy. Congratulations, yeah. Is it one silver? Yeah. Think so? Yeah, 1 silver. Thanks so much. Thank you for the follow. Come on in. So interesting. I think we're using Herald of Ash. I think so. What about Elemental? Time of Need, nah. Trinity? Let me see. Nah. No, I don't think so. Mana Remnants. Here we go. So let's talk about Mana Remnants for a second, my friends. If we decide to use Mana Remnants, this is not going to be good gameplay. This is not going to be good gameplay. So we use Mana Remnants, right? We're blowing shit up. Remember, we're going backwards, right? We're going backwards, and we're killing everything. Well, the remnants have to be a huge radius, or else we're going to what? Go back to the things that we killed to grab the mana to go back again? That's not what I want. I want to kill it and then just keep going. Anywhere I want. Okay, I'm over here now. Hey, wings. Fire breathing. Woohoo! That's what I want. My gameplay, my mode, my path, not go back to collect. Hey, Sprilla, am I worried about the 6-second cooldown on Fire Breath? No, because the strategy for the build so far is that the Wyvern Flame Breath is forever with good AoE clear. Here we go. AoE clear in great great single target for everybody, right? Why are you going backwards? Oh, because we have to. Because when you're fire breathing, I think your flame is going to be like, okay, you walk forward breathing fire, okay? So how to say? I think what might be best is just walking through the monsters and breathing. So like, you walk through the pack. This is the pack. You walk through it. They drag with you, and you just burn them. Okay, you burn them. They die. So the other way is you breathe fire into the pack, and then you have to like do a circle till they're dead. Then you go. I think what makes this build so good is you just drag. It's almost like the rampaging bear, right? You just run through shit and everything dies. That same kind of play is like you drag the monsters with you till they all burn to death. You know? Am I playing Druid first? We're playing a Wyvern. Yeah. We're playing a Wyvern. No questions asked. That's my thought. Will you have enough movement speed to move between packs while channeling? I believe so. But that'll come in testing, you know? I believe so. There's other strategies we can use depending on what we do. Like, if we got Ritualist Ascendancy and we got lucky with the teleporting monster rare, like the rare modifier, then guess what? Now we're just like, you know, we're Temporalis. We're good to go. But that's not a strategy I want to rely on, nor would I want to like involve anybody's like expectation to be that, because that's not true, right? You're going Shaman, full Bear Rage? I still think Shaman's the one, but we're going to find out when we get there. We're going to get there. So this is interesting. There's definitely stuff to talk about. So I would say a solid plan's pretty good. What else do you get? Banner skills have increased area of effect. Banners gain 5 glory per second. There's no limit on the number of banners you can place. Yeah? Yeah? So let me tell you what you walked into, my friend, because you just got here. So, whew, good times. I'm so stoked for this, passionate like a motherfucker. So I'm going through a certain scenario for me and how I want to play the game. That might not be the same as you, so you might deviate. That's totally fine. The first thing is I want to have fun. If I'm not having fun, I don't want to do it. The second thing is I want to play a Wyvern. I want to play a Dragon. I want to fire breathe indefinitely. Okay? I want to do good AoE damage and good or great single target. Turns out grinding gear games kind of help me with that because now we can stack ignites. Didn't know that? Fantastic. So my question is like containers, like of all the ascensions that we know about, what is the best container to support the skill that I want to play? Yeah? Nasher, thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, I appreciate that, you know? Thanks for checking out the stream. Thanks for giving it a follow. You don't have to do anything like that. Thank you so much. You're always welcome to be here. Be yourself. Have a good time. So I've gone through, with the help of community members, you guys are so patient with me. We've gone through the Chronomancer, the Infernalist, the Lich, the Stormweaver, the Invoker, the Acolyte, the Deadeye, the Pathfinder, Amazon, Ritualist, Gemling, Witch Hunter, and we're about to finish up this Tactician to find out like what looks good. Then we're finding out what works well with the Wyvern Flame Breath skill, right? Flame Breath skill, okay? Athalagos says that brushing your teeth is good, but I want something a little bit more concrete. So Fire Penetration 2 removes all fire resistance. Awesome. Rapid Attacks 2 means that your Flame Breath is an attack, gets increased attack speed. Good. Ugaru Khan's Resolve is very good because you can bifurcate crits, which I think we want to do. Okay? So what items work good with the strat? What skills and support gems work good with the strat? We kind of are learning this already. Skill tree tomorrow? I fucking wish. Yeah? How much caffeine do you drink in a day? Do you see this cup? You see this cup with my face? This is the only coffee I've had today. I've had one, and I might go for a second one. There won't be a third. There's not enough time in the day, but typically it's like 2 cups a day because I really don't want to I don't want to like be disgusting. Two is usually fine. 2 for me. How about you? Also, I want people to know that what I'm doing is not solo self-found dependent. We can be using trade here, trade lead to get what we want. Does it make more sense to increase? This is the question that we're going to find out through all of our research, I guess, right? Does it make more sense to increase the frequency of ignite ticks? And I can explain what that means. Or does it make sense to extend the duration? Which one is more effective for our build, for what we want to do? And then we had like Fire Flower Amulet plus Ngannou's Chosen Charm equals permanent rage. But I've debunked that because it's not true that you get permanent rage when you have Ngannou's Chosen or Fire Flower Amulet, because if you read the skill itself, which is important, and I didn't fucking read the skill till way later, you cannot gain rage while the skill is active, but it's important to know that the rage spending that you need to use the skill is 50% slower when empowered, which means you use the power charge to get there, okay? You said his stream is nothing compared to my IRL? Same for you. So we're going to answer these questions, and we've already got a good plan. Like, we already have a good plan. The question that came in that's like right to the heart of the problem is like, is the duration long enough to stay airborne? And the answer is going to be probably. Just got to find out which one can do it. Which one can do it? Pathfinder can do it. With Pathfinder, because we get 6 different options on the Ascension passive Ascension nodes, we can reduce the cost of mana and the cost of rage big time, so that it may only cost 1 rage a second. So if we have 60 rage, we're airborne for a minute. Awesome. Okay. Duration of the dot over a number of dots. I think it's 4 seconds of ignite every time you ignite. Go ahead. And you just start stacking those up. And then they start to fall off, and some get added, some fall off. That's what it is. Okay? So, back into it. Okay, so I'm going to say, hey, Hazard, what's up, man? I'm doing great. How are you? Welcome in. Sure. Yeah, you can totally reset that on Chronomancer. Warrior can get rage per enemy hit, though, right? No. I mean, yes, a warrior can do that, but you can't gain that rage. Yeah. It's already Tuesday. Hopefully your week's shaping up nice. I would say, okay, so this is Tactician, right? Let me talk about Tactician in my view. I would say Tactician has interesting totem buffs and aura buffs. But I'm going to say, kind of like what I've been saying, not enough synergy with Flame Breath, right? It still doesn't quite hit the mark. It's just not, it's not gelling as well. It's like I choose to empower my totems. Okay. Or I could just like make Flame Breath happen more. Well, that's kind of more what I want to do. So it's more of like I would call this like C tier. Now I call it D tier. This doesn't do shit other than like help the situation when Flame Breath is happening, or empower it through the spell totems, which maybe you're right, we can't even use Incineration. That'd be kind of shitty, but okay. So does Tactician really give me anything? No, I would say no. Not really. Okay. Like, no. So of all 3 of these in the mercenary cluster, I would say Witch Hunter's your go-to in my view. All right. The Warrior Boys. Good stuff. All right. Have we done them all? Wow. You guys are so patient. Here we go. So our first one, right? The Titan. Let's check out patch notes first. In case there's anything here on this Titan with check out. Okay. Surprising strength has been removed. So let's go check this out. All right. Isn't that here? Which one is the surprising strength? Okay. 50% more damage against heavy stunned. Yeah. So this is gone now. Okay, pausing the music. Here we go. So to get to this, you had to get stun buildup, 18% increased stun buildup. Then you got crushing impacts. Your hits are crushing blows. Okay, let's go make sure we understand crushing blows. What are crushing blows in this game for everybody? Crushing blows cause a heavy stun on enemies that are primed for stun. So you see that white orb over their head? Bam, now they're heavy stunned. Okay, yeah, Coheed and Cambria slaps. Yep. What'd you say? Anna Jbuza on YouTube says Diablo 4 Season 11 much better than PoE 2 trash. Okay, well, thank you for your opinion. All right. So crushing blows is basically going to make sure that guy's heavy stun for us. Great. Then we get more stun buildup, but he's already heavy stunned. Cool. What else do we got? What else do we got here? Colossal capacity. Carry a chest with more inventory slots. Yes. Okay. Also, 4% increased strength. 4% increased strength again. Yeah. Hulking form. 50% increased effect of small passive skills. Now that's nice. This is like the reason you go Titan. You get more inventory spots and you get more passive skills. Okay. So is that going to help me with... Is that going to help me with Flame Breath at all? I don't think so. Yeah, okay. Slam skills have 8% increased area of effect. Well, is Flame Breath a slam skill? It's Shapeshift, Wyvern, AoE, Sustained, Fire, Duration, Channeling? No. Right? Also makes the movement reduction way better since you're on warrior side. Makes movement speed reduction way better. Tell me why. Let's continue. Earthbreaker, 25% chance for slam skills has nothing, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Slam skills doesn't do anything for us. Ancestral empowerment, every second does nothing for us. Increased armor, that helps. Stone skin, 50% more armor from equipped body armor. Great, defensive. Well, we have had good defenses all the way through. Regenerate life per second, that sounds good. Mysterious lineage, 15% more max life. Okay. So let me go ahead and read the patch notes just one more time. Was there anything else here? Okay. Crushing impacts grants 25% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. So crushing impacts is going to grant, let me see here, crushing impacts. One more time. Crush right here. Okay. So we have crushing blows. So we heavy stun. And when they're heavy stunned, we do 25% more damage. With the increase of smaller passive nodes, every node off the fire damage and rage, you get more of them. That's true. That's true. So you get more rage. That's definitely true. Yes. Added a new Mountain Splitter Ascendancy passive skill, which grants every third slam skill, does nothing for Flame Breath. Great. So overall, for Titan, that was a really easy review. Oh my God. So Titan equals small passive nodes, passive node bonuses. Could be awesome. But not enough synergy, right? With the Flame Breath skill at all. It doesn't have anything. It's all slam based, which is like, I'll talk pretty straight to you. I'm pretty sure like if you're not going to go shaman on a bear ascension game, like that's not what you're going to do. 100%. I'm thinking you want to be on a Titan for a bear. Like a bear Titan is like awesome, peanut butter and jam. And so why am I saying that? Let's go see if I'm even right about this guess. Isn't it true that all these bear attacks are like slam attacks? Isn't that true? Let's see. Where's my stuff? Where's my stuff? Rolling Magma, that ain't it. Rend ain't it. This is all Wyvern shit. Echoing Cry, sure. I'm pretty sure. Furious Slam, right? Shapeshift Bear. Here we go. Let me see. F Bear. There we go. So Ferocious Roar, that's fine. That's just Nova AoE meta. Then you have Bear, which is a slam, and that's it. That's all we know so far. Walking Calamity, Bear, Slam. Conditional? Shapeshift? Not a slam. Okay, so the only thing you do is you slam the ground. That's it. Some of the AoE scaling is pretty great with increased hulking form. Yeah, I agree. What did you say? Oh, here again, same individual on YouTube side. Diablo 4 Druid much better. Raven much faster than Dragon wannabe PoE 2. Okay, that's worth that's. I don't know why your day is going so poorly for you. You haven't played this game at all. You got a chance to enjoy Diablo 4's Druid the whole time. You're arguing from a really incorrect position. You might not like the game, but your negative view of it is not impacting me at all. I'm so excited to play this, and I've played a lot of your Druid that you're enjoying. And I enjoyed Druid a lot in PvP, and I enjoyed a lot of Druid in PvE. But I think what you're saying is just actually ignorant, because you're talking about something you haven't got your hands on. So as someone who doesn't know you and I'm just meeting you for the first time, I'm sincere when I say, like, give it a shot. You might actually like it. And changing your perspective might make it a little bit better for you. It sounds like heavy. So that's the last 15 seconds that I'm going to give you, because it looks like you're attention seeking. In that haterade that you're drinking should be put away, pour it out, and just fill up a cup of water. Maybe it's half full. See how that goes. Bet your life feels a little bit better. And if this is not like what you want to hear, then I'm not the channel for you. And you could definitely find like millions of other people that are going to put up with that shit. So enjoy it. Maybe give it a shot, and maybe we could enjoy it together, right? Maybe we could. Maybe not. That's up to you. I'll be there. I'll be there to support you. Even if you think it's trash, maybe we find out that it's great. Yeah? So happy Tuesday. Wednesday, which is tomorrow, is hump day. So don't make it weird, okay? Anyway, Bear Titan makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense to me. Other than that, I'm thinking it's kind of not great, you know? So I'm going to say that's that one. Now, Warbringer. And I'm waiting for Smith and Katava. So what do we got for Warbringer with respect to needing rage, maybe increasing AoE, definitely using fire breath? What do we got? Okay? Who knows? Okay, block chance. We're kind of in the air. So we're also using a two-handed talisman. That's the move. Renly's training. Gain base chance to block from equipped shield. We don't use one. So this is not very good. That's not very good. Turtle Charm. You take 20% of damage from blocked hits. We don't really block, you know? Okay, Warcry speed. Maybe we do a Warcry. Like maybe we do it for rage. That's maybe a thing. Warcaller's bellow. Warcries explode corpses dealing damage. Yeah, 25% of their life is physical damage. Ignore Warcry cooldowns. Okay, so really, really good. No, I know. Maybe I'll try a bear eventually, right? But not right away. So I'm going to say Warcaller's bellow is really interesting because we can get some shouts going, right? That'd be good. But that means we're not in... I don't think we're shouting as a Wyvern. That could be a problem, right? Let's continue. Armor break. More armor. Great. Break armor equal to 10% of hits dealt. Break armor equal to 10% of hit damage dealt. That might be fantastic. If we snap these guys... Remember, we're converting physical damage to fire, right? Oh, here we go again. Yeah. It's the truth. Diablo 4's performance is much smoother Paragon system in crafting than PoE 2 gambling system. That's your perspective, right? I could argue the same. Listen. Hey, you know, like it sounds like you're calming down, which I appreciate. So you're saying that Diablo 4's Paragon system in crafting is better than Path of Exile 2's gambling system? In the future, it might be, but I'll tell you right now, it is not the case that that's true. You can't deterministically create an amulet that you need for your build in like up until season 12 because of people's feedback, like myself and others, to make it that way. Which, by the way, for the last 11 seasons, I've been asking for. And so let's get past that. And just to like put a nail in the coffin for you, how's that Chaos Armor going to feel next season that you don't get to enjoy? Okay. Armor break. Let's continue. Imploding impacts. You can break enemy armor to below 0. While we're doing fire damage, that's going to be kind of nice, right? Let me see here. What else? Jade Heritage. I like Jade Heritage. I think it's really, really good. Totem life, maybe not something that we need. Answered call, plus one of the number of maximum summon totems. It only depends on how good the totems are going to be. If they're not that good, then we really don't need them. And I hope that we get to use them on single target because that'd be fun. Yeah. Oh, chaos is all gone? Well, what about the Seneschal construct? Do you get to enjoy that? What about your vampire skills that you got to use? What about and on and on and on, right? Cool thing with Path of Exile 2, if you played a mechanic that you enjoyed, it sticks around. It gets removed slightly and then brought back in a meaningful way. That's something that I really hope Diablo 4 starts to do. because it needs the help. But I don't want to talk about Diablo 4. I want you to start talking about Path of Exile 2. And if you don't want to talk about Path of Exile 2, that's fine. But I think you're going to have more fun because it's a good game. Yeah. It's just so good. Yeah. What's that, Veshwin? There's a note on the tree that benefits of fully broken armor applies to fire damage. What's it called? Both can be fine. Both can totally be fine, right? Yeah. 20% of damage taken from the nearest totem. Yeah, wooden wall. So maybe we could rely on this as like a defensive choice. I'm going to say maybe. Like, maybe. A Rami, like, I don't know when. Fist of War, Ancestral Call. Let me see Fist of War. Let me check this out. Wait, let me see in the game here. Fist of War. Okay. All gems, Fist of War. Oh, I'm on the wrong skill gem. I'm sorry. Let's check this out. Fist of War. Why isn't it coming up? Do I use a low-level gem? Let me see. Let's try this. Where's that, dude? I'm sure it is a what? I assume so, yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's a support gem. Oh, excuse me. Okay, thanks, man. What the fuck? I was looking up an actual skill. Yeah, that's on me. Sorry. Fist of War. Okay, Fist of War 1. Attacks and supported skills are ancestrally boosted. Supports slams. It's not a slam. Yeah, we're not using... No, doesn't work. What else? Ancestral Call. Let me see. Extremely deterministic. It's not the same anymore. Melee strike. Yeah. Okay. Support strikes you use yourself, providing a powerful ancestral boost. Cannot support channeled skills. Well, let's go check this out. Does that take it out of the equation? Let me see. Channeled skill? That doesn't support channeled skills. You said it's not only slams? Fist of War? Supports slams you use yourself, providing an ancestral boost. Attacks with supported skills are ancestrally boosted no more than once every 4 seconds. So, supports slams. It supports slam skills. This is the exact same thing that you would get in Path of Exile 1. I've used Fist of War. It's awesome. But this is not, for multiple reasons, it doesn't work. It's probably a dumb question. Ask me a dumb question, yeah? Did I hear Jonathan say in Talkative Try interview that the Wyvern, Dragon Breath, and Incinerate will have stacking ignited? Oh, yeah. Yeah, digital beholder. Yes. And that's exactly why we're building this the way that we're building this today. That comment, when I was driving around town today, got me to make today's stream the way it is. A bit more informative, digging into what the hell's going on data-wise, and seeing what the fuck is going on. Because I still think it's Shaman, but I still believe there's going to be a crazy build here that is all Wyvern all day in the air, breathing fire. Like, I'm waiting for this, you know? Yeah. Oh, I know some people are like floating in and out. It's all good, so I get it, yeah. Yep. Imploding Impacts also grants fully broken armor. You inflict increase all damage taken from hits. Oh my god, did I check the patch notes? See, we're checking like 3 things at once here. So let me see. We did Titan, but we didn't do Warbringer. Imploding Impacts also grants fully broken armor you inflict. Increases all damage taken from hits, which would be ignites. By how much? Who is that, by the way? Is it Quizza? Hello. Hi, Quizza. Come on in. Oh, a Warcry bear. Yeah, Warbringer bear sounds great. Titan sounds great too. Okay, I'm going to pause the tunes for a second. So we're going to break armor to below 0. We're going to have flammability magnitude, ignite magnitude. We're going to increase all damage taken when they get heavy stunned. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me see. What else? 4, 5, 6. So we have extra totems for spell totems if there's a spell that we want to use. And that's about it. Oh, and we get Jade Heritage. Ooh. So we get good damage, good defense. And we get another layer of defense behind totems, which we get more of. And we get Ancestral Spirits. Trigger an Ancestral Spirit when you summon a totem. This is nice. I think this is maybe an option. I don't know if it's better than anything else, but it's an option. So Warbringer is looking good. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Warbringer is looking real good. Thank God you wrote that. Yeah, Jevnert, very good. So Warbringer, right? Warbringer, here we go. Warbringer, right? B-R-I-N-G-R. Warbringer equals good situational damage increases, has good defense, Defense options. I think it's okay. I'm going to put this as a star. This is nice. I don't think it's better than Amazon. I don't think it's better than Pathfinder, but I think it's nice fantasy-wise from anybody that wants to play like a warrior off the rip. Yeah. Good defense options. Additional totems is interesting. The Molten One's gift. Let me see this. Okay. The Molten, right here. The Molten One's gift. Is this it? Okay. So you get 10% fire res, 15% increased effect of fully broken armor, and fully broken armor effects also apply fire damage taken from hits. Guilt, Suffering, Greed. It's pretty cheap outside of Suffering. No cooldowns on shouts also means infinite rage and ultimately... Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. You know, that's a good point too. Fuck. But hold on. We got 8 points, right? You get 8 points. So, Warcaller's Bellow. 1, 2. Breaking Armor. So, like, we're shouting infinitely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jade Heritage at the end. I wouldn't choose... Man, why does Jade Heritage just not... It's just not something you need. So, we Warcry. Totems. So, Warcry, Totems, and then big damage on break. That's probably how I would build it. I would say, not even in this order, but Warcrawler's Bellow, Ancestor Call, Anvil's Weight, and then Imploding Impacts. I think makes sense. That's what I would do. I wouldn't, unless hardcore, I wouldn't choose Jade Heritage unless I had a reason to. And I think I would give up the extra totem, even though it's like not, it's kind of nice advantage, because we don't know that we need a totem, a spell totem specifically to do what we want to do here, which is good. Yeah. Does Wyvern's damage breath count as hits? Yes. No, we already know that's an answer. The answer is yes, Veshwin. So we recently found that out, man. If you just read the skill of sustain, the sustain tag, sustain skills cause a large number of hits over a period of time. They roll for critical hits independently each time. So we know that Flame Breath is a hit-based channel duration fire AoE skill. Awesome. Like, we know that now. So it works. So I'm going to put that in there. This is really, you know what? Can't be sleeping on shouts, man. They're very good. So situational damage increases. Great, great shout. Effectiveness. Great shouts. I'll leave it like that. Has good defense options. Additionally, totems. Additional totem is interesting. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay, now here we go. Smith of Kitava. The Smith of Kitava. It's so good. Ken, it's so good. But is it better than shouts? I don't think so. Is it better than totems? Probably not. Like, two things doing incinerate, like, I don't know. If the incineration from spell totems isn't even on the table, I'm 100% going Jade Heritage instead, and I would delete that line about totems. Would Herald of Ash work with it? Herald of Ash works. Yeah. Is Molten One's gift a huge win for this then? Yeah, I think so. So what you're suggesting there, Veshwin, like how that would play out in my guess. So you grab Molten One's gift, right? Fully broken armor effects also apply to fire damage taken from hits. So like everything you're doing with your skill is conversion, right? So 100% of physical take is now fire damage. But you know what, Digital Beholder? They said any skill in the game can go in spell totem. So maybe that works, maybe it doesn't. So I guess what I'm suggesting here is like, once you go fire conversion, you're sitting there breathing on a guy, the ignites are ticking, his armor is gone, and it's full damage. And it's full damage, it's more ignite magnitude, it's more flammability magnitude. Nice. Very good. This is like presumptuous land though, right? Okay. Now, Smith of Kitava. The big man. The big man with the master plan. All right, let's see what happens. Since it's many small hits, don't you want to stack flat damage to make ignite stack quicker? What I want to do is crit. Shibuya, I want to critically strike with every single tick that I get, and I don't mind using Garukons to bifurcate the crit to see if I can get double lucky crit, to just do a double dip on crit multi. That's what I would want to do. What are your thoughts on that? You could use Armor Explosion, but you kind of get that from Herald of Ash anyway, right? Lots of Smith changes? Yeah, I know. We're going to check that out right now. The Smith changes primarily affect resistance, but we'll see how it affects us. So Smith of Kitava, okay? Let's try to put this into memory. What's up, man? So we need power charges and rage. We already can get that. We can get power charges all day long. There's many ways to do it. One of the strategies we're using so far is using items to do that, where we spend some mana, to take damage. And then when we take damage, if you're a Shaman Ascension, you convert the damage, physical damage you take into 3 types, which is cold, fire, lightning. Fire and cold are going to reset 2 unique charms for us of the mountain, and the other one's Nagamu's chosen. So we get max rage, and then we also get to have power charges. But just remember, Devour is going to give you power charges anyway. So if the situation's true that we can't perma-fly, we land, we devour the body. Now we're back up to power charges. We go again. Okay. Yeah. Reaper. He says in chat, right? I need to figure out what ascension I want with werewolf build. I'm thinking shaman, maybe invoker, right? I think it does, but I think so. Herald of Ash. Yeah. You said ignite magnitude. Stand by. Herald of Ash is over here. I gotta get a support skill. 1 sec. Where is my stuff? Here we go. Okay, Ash. While active, enemies use sufficiently overkill with non-herald attacks, flame breath, will cause an explosion that ignites nearby enemies based on the overkill damage dealt. Well, we're dealing a lot of ignites until they, like, when they die, it's the most damage we could deal to them before they die. Because they're on fire. Yep. Resonance, right? That's right. You think we'll have a heavy spirit build to use Herald of Ash? May pop that off another Herald for clear. So it was just about Herald. It wasn't about Herald of Ash, right? It was about using Herald of Thunder and Herald of Ice, I think, right? Let me see. So you're using Herald of Thunder to proc, and then you're using Herald of Ice to shatter those things. So you're full screen clearing this way. I don't know if we're doing that again. I mean, you could do it with the Coming Calamity. That unique chest is made for that. Me too. Yeah, Digital Beholder. I want to say it too. Blood and Poison had it too. Yeah. Yep. Invoker Monk's just good, man. It's going to scale with elemental damage. Bonik, hey! Can you play Wyvern without going Druid? I can answer the question, but be open-minded here, okay, Bonik? So, can you play a Wyvern without being a Druid? Yes. Anybody can be a Wyvern, because to be a Wyvern, you have to use a primal talisman. You have to use a talisman weapon. It's a 2-handed weapon, okay? So anybody can wield weapons in Path of Exile 2, which means anybody can be a shape-shifting build. So, now that you're joining the conversation, we're checking out every single ascendancy available at the moment and just checking out all the ascensions to find out what makes sense. We've already got some support gems. We already know the skill gem that we're using. And then we're getting into like some itemization options as a community here. You guys give me some good stuff. Scold's Brittle, Vol's Protector, Trample Toe, Fire Flower, Crackled. Like this thing's, I don't know. It's all right. Nagamu's Chosen Charms, Breath of the Mountain. So we have ideas on how to make that Wyvern really, really effective. And then we're going to get into that just after we do the Ascension part, which is pretty cool. So far, so good. It's working. Okay. Back to it. Smith and Katava, the good stuff. Patch notes first, so we know what we're looking at. Okay, here we go. Each notable connected to the Smith's Masterwork notable now grants plus 200 armor in addition to the other bonuses. So let's turn that in English. So everything here into the Smith's Masterwork grants plus 200 armor. Padded plates has been removed. Lead lining has been removed. Heavy bracing has been removed. Okay? So where padded plates is, which is I think down here. Yeah, all these 3. So these 2 and excuse me, where is it at? It's not supporting straps. I think it was over here somewhere. Heavy bracing, this one. Okay. So 1, 2, and 3. These are all gone. Now we get, let me see. We get Katavan Imprint, which causes body armor to grant 60% increase glory generation. Okay, got it. Spike plates instead of lead lining, which causes body armor to grant increased thorns damage. I don't really care about that. Added tribute to Atula in place of heavy bracing, which causes your body armor to grant 30% increased spirit. Okay, got that. Internal layer now reduces crit damage taken by 100%. That's hot. Heat proofing now causes your body armor to grant the bonuses of being unaffected by all damaging ailments, which is awesome. So no more damage from anything that's a damaging ailment. That doesn't mean you can't be chilled, frozen, shocked. Those are not damaging ailments. Those are just ailments. Okay, so things like damaging ailments, right? Things that'd be like damage over time, bleeding, shit like that. That's a debuff to your character that does damage. It'll kill you. So heat proofing cleans that up. Now, the fire spell on melee hit, which actually affects flame breath, from what I understand, right? Okay. So the fire spell on melee hit skill granted by Heat of the Forge and Smith and Katava now costs no mana when triggering socketed spells. It also grants 10% increased damage per level up to 200% damage at gem level 20. Cool. The temper weapon skill also granted by against the anvil on Smith of Katava now costs no mana. The combust triggered by its empowered attacks now deal 25% more. Stand by. More damage at all levels and has base radius of 3 meters. Manifest weapon skill granted by living. There's a lot of words. So the manifest weapon skill now changes the target less frequently and thus spends more time attacking. It's an attack. Yeah? Stand by. As a mace now has a cooldown of 6 seconds up from 10. It's a slam skill. As a quarterstaff now has a cooldown of 6 seconds. As a spear, fixed the bug, so now it actually does some stuff. Cool. So let me see what I just said, because you guys might have caught me up on some shit. Fire spell on melee hits. Okay? A melee hit. Here we go. Melee. Give it to me. Okay, nothing. There's nothing. Nothing. Fuck. Melee attacks are those that directly hit with a melee strike or a slam. Melee damage, okay? Dealing melee damage. Melee attacks usually scale from weapon or unarmed damage. Any projectiles these attacks create do not count as melee damage. So a melee strike. Strike, got a hit. Okay? Got a strike, got a hit. Let's see if we're right about that. Can we get the word strike anywhere? Let's find out. So Flame Breath is an attack. Attacks are skills that directly use your equipped weapon to damage enemies. Spells are not attacks. The base damage, the attack speed, and critical hit chance of an attack are determined by using the weapon. In our case, we know it's Talisman. Attacks do not necessarily deal physical damage. They can deal any damage. Okay, got it. So Shapeshift. Shapeshifting changes you into a non-human form. Shapeshifting skills still use your character's stats. Using a skill that's not compatible with your shapeshifted form will automatically revert you to human form. Okay. Wyvern. We have no information on Wyvern. AoE. So we know it's area of effect. Okay. A skill that has an effect that applies to every target in its area rather than picking specific targets. Got it. Sustained. Sustained skills cause a large number of hits over a period of time. They roll for critical hits independently. So there's a hit there. Emotional damage, not this. Okay? Fire. Fire damage is one of the 5 damage types. It's reduced by fire resistance. Fire hits inflict flammability based on how much you do. And then you ignite a guy. Once he becomes 50% flammable, I think he's going to get ignited. Duration. Cool. And channeling. So, unfortunately for me, in sad individuals everywhere, it's not true that you cannot use melee hit. You're not doing a melee hit. You're hitting, but you're hitting with fire breath, which makes sense. You're not giving short shots with hands, okay? So wing strike would be a melee hit. So you could be going like this, that's going to count. That's a melee hit. Then you have melee hit. So this does not support flame breath, but it supports other wyvern attacks. So too bad, so sad. So what else do we get? Coal Stoker, modifiers to resistance. Okay, so we just push everything into fire, right? Then we get all of our resistances cleaned up. Easy defense. This is all fine. Forged in Flame, modifiers to max fire res, work with other ones. So this is very much righteous fire stuff. This covers a lot of our res. Okay, against the anvil, we temper the weapon. We already know about manifesting weapons. That's fine. So outside of all this, what helps us on our wyvern, like on our fire breath? It seems like you get regeneration per second. That's not a big deal. Physical damage from hits taken as fire. That's nice. Flowing metal. Unaffected by ailments. That's good too. Increased strength. Increased life. I got to say it, right? Am I a teacher when I don't stream? Psychosis. No, I applied to be a teacher for graphic design back in my professional graphic design days. I got denied. So I never taught a day in my life. But I will say, for 13 years before I became a full-time streamer, I did create online training courses. So maybe that part of me has changed forever. Who knows? You know? But yep. Do you actually need rage? Yes. Yeah. You could. You don't see anywhere on Flame Breath mentioning it requires rage to use initially. So this is the conversation, right? Cost, 88 mana, 6 rage per second. The conversation is like, hey, do you need to have 6 rage? I think it's actually 10 to use this. We don't know yet. Right? Because that conversation's interesting. If I don't initially need the rage, then I get 4 seconds for free. Up for 4 seconds, down, up for 4, up. Like, that'd be fine, right? Yeah. I'd be a great teacher, I feel. You imagine you sit in class and I'm like, hey, everybody, and whoever that is in the back row picking their nose, put that shit in a Kleenex because I don't want to wear that on my shoes. And then there's feedback, right? You're like, excuse me, I asked you to wipe, like, you know what I mean? Now all of a sudden no one's teaching, no one's learning. That happens. I don't think I could be a teacher. If anybody out there listening is a teacher, thank you for what you do. I don't think I could do your job. It's impossible. Hey, dude, Choose. I am so ready, man. Yeah. Right? Hey, you need to do your fucking homework, right? And if I catch any of you motherfuckers playing Druid this Friday instead of doing your homework, it's Fs. I will flunk you, right? I will flunk you in this class. Sure. Are you a teacher? Thank you for what you do, man. Thank you. Yep. If you don't, Chrono is way stronger. Yeah. And gives full uptime. It could be. Yep. Yeah. I'm not your dad. Exactly right. Yeah. Insane. So I think that for Smith of Catawba, specifically for us, it's a no bueno. It's easy defenses, and there's not a whole lot of fruit outside of that, I would say, right? D for Druid, and they get an F as in, forget about it, you're not going to the next grade, you didn't do your homework. Like, I think I get fired because I would hold people back if they didn't get it. You know, like, I would make sure that they know the content so that they're good human beings in life. Do you guys agree? I'm going to say Smith of Catawba has great defenses, great defenses, but zero has not enough synergy with Flame Breath at all. That's what I would say. Big letdown. Big letdown. Here we go. Okay. Shaman. Yeah. Now, I'm gonna put this real quick, okay, in brackets. TBD. To be determined, okay? Let me explain why. So the only thing we can talk about is not concrete. The only thing we can discuss here is superfluous at best because this is presumptuous. Other than seeing some stuff in video footage, some of this might be obtuse. It might not be correct. So this is the Shaman. This is what I think we're all playing. This is what I think we're all going to play. So Wisdom of the Magi, gain the benefits of additional bonded modifiers. Okay, cool. Like, right? Sacred Flow, gain 40 spirit for each empty charm slot. Fantastic. 15% increased life, mana, and recovery from flasks. Don't care. Passive point. Cool. Maximum rage. Okay, so here's the thing. When you read this skill, you're expelling rage every second in mana just to breathe your fire onto content in the game. The requirement, as we know it, outside of the initial first 4 seconds, right here. Let's slow it down. Rage cost is ignored for the first 4 seconds of channeling. Okay, so I go up in the air and I'm breathing. Cool. For 4 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deplete. And I can't get that rage back. I can't get that back. Okay. So everybody else that we read so far doesn't really do much with rage outside of Pathfinder that reduces all of these, I would say, by 5%. So you'd have to put some big investment. Okay? Let's kick back into this. So this is the Shaman is the only ascension that I've seen that is giving you big rage, which is basically giving you I think it's just going to give you more time in the air. So if we do this makes sense, right? We can get these rage nodes to move into like whatever this is, Druidic Champion. Every 2 rage also grants 1% more spell damage, but I don't see that being very valuable. We don't use spells at all. It's not a thing, right? We're saying boss is going to live more than 4 seconds. I think they will, and then they're going to die immediately. I think so. Okay, I think so. So that's not really all that interesting. Then we go up top, we have Furious Wellspring. So there's no inherent loss of rage. So before we get this thing online, so we're airborne, we don't just lose rage. Like we have it, it's there now until we spend it. So we regenerate 6% of our maximum rage per second. Okay, increases and reductions to mana regeneration also apply to rage regeneration. But let's remember, we cannot gain fucking rage when the skill's active. You can't do it. Okay, it's just about getting it full again. And so let's continue. Skills which are not default attacks cost 10 rage to use. Okay. And plus 7 to maximum rage. Got it. So far we've got a game plan. We can go in the air and we could just burninate the villages. So far it's looking good. Let's continue. What else? So reactive growth. I'm kind of in the way here. You take 4% less elemental damage per adaptation. Matching the adaptation's type, gain 1 adaptation when hit by elemental damage. Matching the type of that damage. So I think what I'm hearing is I'm going to take less elemental damage when I take elemental damage. But because you guys are so fucking smart, we can automatically make ourselves take fire damage. All the damage. We take all the damage types. We take some amount of damage whenever we use mana to pay for things. Well, we use mana to cast flame breath, right? So the second that we take that, we take physical damage. Great. Once we've got physical damage, Avatar of Evolution. 5% of physical damage is taken as cold, fire, and lightning. Cool. Then I have adaptations. They have a duration of 10 seconds. Great. So now by self-inflicting my damage, I'm taking less, way less. Awesome, great. That's what this guy does. I don't think this is it though. Like this is not final. Increased elemental damage. Well, that's fire damage. Increased all res. Great, keeps me alive. Maximum rage, maximum rage, maximum rage. Great. So then we get Bringer of the Apocalypse. I think that is bait. That's not something we're going to touch. Bringer of the Apocalypse is for shaman enjoyers that don't want to actually shift into a form, and they just want to watch the world burn, right? They just want to light the cigarette, throw it, and then boom, gasoline goes, and the whole world's like just destroying behind them. Crumbling mountains and shit, big plumes of smoke. That's what's going on. That's not us. We are the plume, right? We're the one that knocks. So I think that's not for our build. So shaman. Quick little review. If this is true, then shaman is, in my opinion, the no-brainer. I'm going to say it's the obvious choice. Outside of Pathfinder, it's the obvious choice. Right, Devo. Bringer of the Apocalypse, go ahead. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you. Everything should be dead. Yep. So what I'm going to write here is TBD. Best rage scaling. It has the best rage scaling. It has great spirit potential, right? Because of the belt. It's also got damage mitigation, and it also would have charm engine. Okay, I'm gonna put in brackets what that is. So anybody that doesn't know can just check that out. So scold, right? So scold plus chosen plus breath of the mountain. Okay. That would work. That gets us off the ground in the air. Okay. So shaman's the one for me so far. That's why we're gonna go druid, just because of that right there. Yeah. So if you go chronomancer, interesting cooldown usage, but not enough value in the tree. Assuming the rest of it, the only thing you get before we go into the last one here, which is Oracle, in the chronomancer, the only one that made sense. Again, now and again, you have a chance not to use a cooldown, so you can go in the air again. But I don't want you on the ground. I don't want you on the ground at all. I want you in the air at all times, right? And so, if you're going to use footprints in the sand, it takes you. You don't even regenerate your rage, but it takes you back to where you were, which is a really thematic, fun thing to do. Doesn't help you with clear as well. Then you get things like quicksand hourglass, kind of nice, situational. Enemies in your presence are slowed. That just didn't. You almost don't even feel it, in my opinion, compared to other things you're doing. Time snap, resetting all your cooldowns again is cool. Freezing time on a boss is always going to feel great. It's going to kick the shit out of him anyway. Like, I think this is how I. So Krokos, right? Krozos, pardon me. What I think you do is you play the Chronomancer and you just fucking forget about Wyvern. You play Chronomancer and you go in on Incinerate, because Incinerate does the same thing that Wyvern does, but you're not a cool dragon. You're not a cool dragon. And you can use Black Flame Covenant to convert that fire to chaos and go. There's a build for this already today. Before the patch comes out, the new league starts, you could try this to see if you like it. There's even videos on YouTube that show you how to do it. So we know what this thing can do, and it's only going to be better. Like, this might be it. This might be the Giga. Okay? Yeah. Oh my God, I'm so fucking bad. Shibarito, so sorry. Yeah. Krozos, my bad. What'd you write? Oracle could be amazing though, depending on 130 plus nodes. So fucking sorry, man. Read the wrong reply. Gotta be a Wyvern even if it's bad. I gotta fly in the sky, man. I'm so sorry. My apologies. Okay, here we go. Time to check out Le Oracle. Oh my God. Show it to me. All right. Oracles. Oracles. Okay, what do we got? Oracle. What did Neo say? Oracle. Go ahead. Don't promote the Chronomancer. That's my league starter. I don't want to. No. Hey, I'll just call it straight. I'm not going to change. Yeah. Can we utilize Naganu's Chosen to get rage back fast? Yeah, instantly. Aimless one. So if you want to get your rage back fast, there's an item here. If you're using Shaman, Scold's Brittle. So you take mana cost you pay for skills as physical damage. Assuming this is correct, okay? So you're in the air, breathing fire. You take physical damage, no problem. And then through the Shaman up here, Avatar of Evolution, that physical damage you get is now fire, cold, and lightning, which immediately procs your whatever you have, if you have these unique charms, right? So Chosen, full max rage, grats. Mountain, power charges, done. Every breath of fire you do, every step you take, every move you make, I'll be Wyvern you, right? That shit right there is empowered lightning infused ignites instantly. So drop down, go back up, and go again after 6 seconds. All right. You don't gain rage when you're in the air, though, so you have to land for that to work, but you just spend mana. Like, you just spend the mana to go in the air again, so it immediately fills you up, right? How expensive do I think the charms will be? I have no idea. Whoop, the fuck did I just press? Whoops, I have no idea. Okay, let me read the Oracle, the new Tang, see what's going on over here. Okay, so where do you start? Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm really, really sorry, but I didn't do my due diligence here. I just kind of went through it because I thought Shaman's the move. So for us to get to where I said, is it even possible? What's that even look like? So we get 2 points, right? The first one is going to be elemental resistance. That sucks. And then we're going to grab reactive growth. And then we end up getting avatar of evolution. So, interesting. Where does the rage come from? Where do babies come from? So max rage, that's 4, assuming it's that much, into more spell damage for rage, which is nothing for us, into maximum rage, okay, into furious wells. We need both of these. Okay. We need both of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're living right here. We're Furious Wellspring, Avatar of Evolution, Reactive Growth, and Druidic Champion, even though I don't want Druidic Champion at all. I think that's how I'd do it. I wonder if Wisdom of the Magi might be the move. Like, we're not going to get Spirit. Can't get that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I actually think Wisdom of the Magi might be a sleeper skill. Like, it might be very, very strong. The benefits of an additional bonded modifier. Yeah. Gain benefits of additional bonded modifiers on runes and idols. I don't know what that is, though. I got to find what that is. Anytime you want to give me extra mods, I'll take it. Sir Duncan, you hope there's a fun, broken build that lasts long enough for me to play it? Hey, maybe, right? Maybe. Okay, enough of that. So now I have an idea. Here we go. 8 points. Oracle, where do we start? Top left. Okay, let's zoom in. All right, what do we got? Can you guys read some of this? I'm not sure. I know the stream's probably small. All right, so let's go from the top. Hits against you have reduced crit damage bonus. That's pretty good defensively. The lesser harm. Enemy critical hit chance against you is unlucky. Damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky. Nice. So if you're not sure what that means, unlucky hits against you, you hit me, okay? The game evaluates that hit twice. It goes, hey, what happened? I get hit. One time it says, you hit me for 2 damage. The other time, no, we hit you for 200. Well, you're unlucky. You get the lower number. Congrats. We go for lucky on our damage, so we do more. That forces them to do less, which is great. Good for survivability. Interesting. Then we get critical hit chance, and then we get converging paths, moment of vulnerability. Okay, so I think we saw this. I think we saw converging paths, I think. This might be the one that echoes the boss. So the boss goes and you hit both. Whoa, how the fuck does that work? Imagine for a second that there's 2 bosses in a singular boss experience where you can double up on ignite ticks. Does the damage, did you just do quad damage? Wrong path? Am I blind? What are you saying? Right here. Oh, I'm sorry. Forced outcome, inevitable crits. Okay, got it. But I still want to talk about converging paths. If you're breathing fire on a 2 meter, let me see here. Immolation radius is 2 meters. And in that 2 meters, you're stacking the ignites twice on 2 targets. That's crazy. That's a lot. And especially if we start getting in the conversation of extended duration, well, who's to say when that thing hits? So like halfway through the fight, boss props up, we're doing good damage, and then bam, right? It's double damage for 3 seconds if you hit both and only when you near heavy stun, right? But if you set that up, I think that's a lot of work for nothing. I think that's like win more, but I think it's thematically pretty cool. Okay, so inevitable crits, inevitable critical hits. Let me see, they have that here? Let's see. Inevitable critical hits. So I assume it's kind of like this, right? Yeah. Causing it to accumulate critical hits over time. So you just keep critting. You just keep critting over time is my guess. We need a shit ton, like a lot. Like take 2 meters, make it like 6, right? I think that's a waste of time unless you just want to have fun, which is our number 1 goal. Then it'd be kind of cool to like melt the whole room, right? Might be kind of fun. All right. Let me check out this one. We don't know what that is. We don't know what this is, by the way, I guess. Increased immobilization buildup. Okay, and then we go into converging paths. Got it. What do we got here off center? Increased elemental damage. That helps. Harmony within. What's this? Hit damage is taken from mana before life if your current mana is higher than your current life. And you get less life, less mana. Okay, interesting. Not dismissive, but interesting. What do we got over here? Grants another passive point. Hot shit. What's downtown? Traveler's Wisdom. Right. Oh my god. Sloth Shiva. What's going on, Desh fella? 4 years of breaking demon legs. Dad dancing. Let's fucking go, he says. Dying for Druid in PoE 2. Friday. You get to be alive again, my friend. Thank you for 4 strong years. I really hope you're doing well, man. Non-keystone passive skills in medium radius of allocated keystone passive skills can be allocated without being connected to your tree. It's from nothing. That's what it is, yeah. Chaos Inoculation Synergy? Maybe, right? Hits is taken from mana before life if your mana is higher. Well, your mana can be higher than your life if your life is always 1, right? There you go. Done deal. So definitely a CI option for sure. Okay. Paths not taken. So the thing is, we don't know a lot about this, unfortunately. There's a lot of speculation on what those nodes. So Mark talks about this, paths not taken. This Oracle can see other passive skill tree nodes that other ones can't. And so there could be some really good stuff in there. I just need more information. So what would I say in general with respect to fire breathing? Potentially interesting. I'm going to put that down here. Like Oracle, I'm going to say has potential. More data is required. From Nothing lets you connect to stuff from the key passive. That's what this does. It says non-keystone passive skills in medium radius of allocated keystone passives can be allocated without having connections. Yeah. What's going on a Pickable Wedgie? Yo. It's pretty cool. Can be gross. That's what I'd say about Oracle. So there we go. We've actually done it, which is pretty cool. I didn't think it would take that long, but we're thorough. If nothing else, we're thorough-ish. Okay. So I'm thinking it's Amazon or Pathfinder or Shaman, right? Or Shaman. So here's the big thing. Here's the big question. And it really comes down to how this skill gets cast. So if shape-shifting into a Wyvern and then doing this fly in the sky kind of thing works, if the whole thing is that we have to have rage per second, which I think is 10, and again, not 6, if that's true, Pathfinder reduces it tremendously. Or we scale up our rage huge. So I think we're still safe to start Shaman, and I don't think it's a big loss. Okay, so let's go through the scope again of what we're trying to do. Last of the Druid's goal is to have some fun, create the Wyvern Flame Breath that's in the air, so forever airborne, right? Here we go, forever airborne. Yeah, with good AoE clear, good/great single target for everybody, smiley face. Got it. What Ascension works the best? I'm going to say that, I'll put this right here. These two. I'm going to say Pathfinder and Amazon because of what they offered us. You guys are saying Chronomancer. I disagree. I sincerely believe if you like the Chronomancer, you should just be on Incinerate. You really just should be on Incinerate, in my opinion. But do it what you will, okay? I think that the Ritualist could be great, but it's very gear dependent. So that's a problem. What works well with the Wyvern Flame Breath skill? So we're talking about in-game supports. Why Pathfinder? I was having dinner when you were on that one. Why Pathfinder? It has considerable advantage with reduced rage spending and the attack speed crit scaling. So Pathfinder, right? Let me go over here to Pathfinder for a second. I will show you. Okay. So Traveler's Wisdom now requires Pathseeker. Okay. Traveler's Wisdom now instead grants attribute passive skills, offer additional options. So I'll break this down, okay? So inside the game, it's like this. When you're on a Pathfinder and you go to choose one of these nodes, instead of just seeing Strength, Dex, and Int, now you get 5% more damage, 5% more defense, or 5% more increased cost efficiency. So with enough of these selections in your skill tree as the Pathfinder, the requirement for you to stay airborne on this Wyvern Flame Breath setup is pretty easy, because instead of 10 rage per second, you go way down. Now your rage per second is like nothing. So you just kind of invest in a little bit of rage nodes and eventually it costs you nothing. Yeah? Thank you, Janser. So there's that, right? Plus you're a fucking Pathfinder. So like you're all the way over here getting increased attack speed, which works for us now. Like everything's sick. The Pathfinder gives you all these the crit framework as well. That's why I said, so here's what I'm trying to be fair with it, and I don't know everything, guys, and I'm certainly prone to making mistakes like anybody else. So when I said the Oracle has potential, more data is required, can be gross. That's about all that I can say to it, because there's so much hidden data in what it can actually do versus what I can presume that it does, that I would feel really bad saying, hey, everybody, go make an Oracle today because Barricade thinks it's good. Well, fucking guy's a goof and has no idea what those data points are, so he shouldn't have said that. So he's not going to say that. In the third person, I'm done with that. I don't want to do you guys dirty. You know, I'd like you to like play something that's good. And the same is true for Shaman, my friends. Like, we don't have a fucking clue what those things are outside of what we assume them to be. So kind of got to wait and see, you know? Plus, it's the new kid on the block. It's the shiny new toy. Let's try that shit. Who knows? Right? Who's that? Safe Tamer. Thank you. Thanks, Safe. Hello, hello. So, yeah. Pathfinder looking good. Amazon, it's going to do good damage. It's got great critical opportunity. It's good for movement speed and attack speed. Like, I really think if I want to be smooth with it, Huntress is hot shit. Because Huntress gets to become a ritualist later, which gives you big value and you get good gear. And early on, the Amazon is like wonderful. From the perspective of like increased attack speed, good damage, Huntress does it all. Like this Huntress in the Amazon is surprisingly like nice, right? Look at this. So in for the kill, 20% increased movement speed when an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. Well, that's like all the time, because if 45% of their life pool is going to have an open weakness and we're just burning everybody and we're like proliferating the ignite, well, then somebody's going to have that, which means we're hauling ass. And that means we're going to have 40% increased skill speed, which means even more ignite ticks. So that just makes sense. And then you're going to have like penetration, lol, but attacks using your weapons, talismans, have added physical damage equal to 25% of your accuracy rating. Well, that's just another good mod we could hit. So great, more damage converted to fire. Great. Like, it just makes sense. Like, a lot of sense here. And then you have, like, critical strike, right? Chance to hit with attacks can exceed 100% chance to crit and gain additional critical hit chance equal to 25% of the excess. So it's like, fuck, all this thing does is crit, which is great. Because if we critically strike with ignites, then our ignite magnifier, or magnitude, is huge. Like, you see here? I'll show this over here. We learned, Sinister, I don't know if you're here for this one or anybody, it's important that you know, Flame Breath is a channeling skill that has sustained damage, which means it hits. So it hits, so it crits. So if it crits at 750% more ignite magnitude, well then fuck me. It's not actually 20% magnitude. And then we empower it with lightning so that that shock magnifier also affects our ignite. Like, I think I'm looking at my class. I so want to play Shaman, but I think I'm looking at this. How do I not? We're not standing still. We'd be flying around. We're in our airborne form. Yeah, inexorable crit 1, 2, and 3. Indian, yeah. Yeah, we want to go unlimited fire breathing. However that is. What do you mean no Wyvern Druid? There seems to be a misconception. This chick can use Wyvern Druid. She just has to use a talisman. It's definitely between, like, I've already kind of rolled it Shaman up, but I can see this outperforming it. And also I can see a situation where the Pathfinder makes it even better. Okay, so enough of that shit. Now that we got the Ascensions done, we have some more work to do. We can't just lean back and like, okay, we figured it out, because we didn't figure that out. So big speculation on what Shaman actually is going to be. Big speculation on what Oracle actually has. I don't know that I would be surprised. I would not be surprised to find out that the Oracle is the move. So if that's true, starting off Shaman could just be a great start. You're interested in a Nature Druid Stormweaver? Shaman, Apocalypse, huge. So let's talk about for a second what works well with the Wyvern Flame Breath skill. So we're talking about what supports look good. We said Garukons, right? I don't know how the hell I'm not going to put Garukons. Garukons is nuts. Garukons, what's it called? Garukons what? 1 second. Garukons Resolve. Got it. So fucking good. So good. So good. Garukons Resolve. For sure. That's probably number 1 on my list. That's the first thing that I want. I want to be doing that. Okay, boom. Garukan's resolve. Anybody not know why? Did you say Garukan's girth? Okay, because it bifurcates. Weird word. Furcates crits. So I'll put in brackets juicy damage. Big juicy damage. Big juicy ignites. Ignite potential. That's probably true. So Garukan's fire pen rapid attacks. Do we all understand fire penetration too? If not, let's check this out. Support stuff. Let's go learn some shit. Okay, boom, fire pen. Penetration, fire. He said penetration, lol, fire penetration. Here we go. Okay, so fire penetration 2. Hits from supported skills ignore enemy fire res. Sweet. So everybody gets a piece of it. Everybody gets a piece. Okay? Did they change Rakiata's flow? No. Does it work with ignite damage? It would... Oh, doesn't it invert? Doesn't Rakiata's invert? One sec. Rakiata's. Rakiata's flow. Stand by. Support skills that use damaging hits, which we do, causing those hits to treat enemy elemental res as inverted. Yep. That's fucked. That's big. That's big. That's big. So fire penetration can't penetrate resistance past 0, just so you know. So if you go up against a guy that's got like 100 fire res, right? Great. That fire res, you got fire penetration. You're like, yeah, no, you don't. Now it's 0. Come get some, big guy. Cool. Rakiata's flow, though, is far more punishing because anything, and I'm sure, I'm believing it's the same in Path of Exile 2. A lot of my PoE 1 data might like incorrectly come across, but I think any damage in negative res is multiplicative. So if that same guy has 100 fire res, now he has negative 100 fire res. So you really fucking burn his ass. Like 100% more. Like, okay, I think it's the same. Not all monsters have res, which is great because they're just taking value anyway. Like they're just taking the damage, right? You need the Devour skill as well for power charge generation. Pale Brew, we do not. We do not need that. We can use charms to achieve that already. Fire Pen 2 is a better choice to put there since Rakiata's will be a tad bit annoying to get early on. I agree. Like when you're making a build concept, we're talking about like the premise. The premise is everybody takes full damage from fire. Then later on, you're like, oh, and they can get inverted res? Awesome. But still something to consider. Okay? Very good. Rakiata's flow. And by the way, these are going to be easier to get. You don't need keys anymore like on the Atlas to get these. So that's cool. Rakiata's flow inverts, and I'm going to say inverts res, right? Very powerful. Okay? Yeah, very chase item. I'll say it that way. That's a good way of saying it. Thank you. Chase item for sure. Okay? Awesome. Cool. All right. So rapid attacks 2. Let's go back in the game here. Actually show some Path of Exile 2. So rapid attacks. So rapid attacks 3 is cool. You get 35% increased attack speed, but you deal less damage. I don't want to do less damage ever. So I'll just take 2. I get 25% increased attack speed. Got it. We'll take that. You might get one. You might get one, yeah? Is it Kelly Sheriff? Hello. Is it Believes? Hi, guys. Come on in the stream. Come say hello. They really buff spell infusions? Yes. A cold infused Wyvern could be very strong. Not with respect to fire breathing, because you're only getting the lightning infusion, right? Hyposaurus, how you doing, man? Virgin support? Let me see. You mentioned that before, didn't you? Right? Virgin support. Supports channeling skills use yourself, causing them to deal more damage the longer they've been channeled. 10 up to 40%. What's 2? Oh, wow. So it's just better? It starts off dealing 20% more per second up to 40, so it just cuts the time up? Okay. Yep. Awesome stream so far. Been learning a lot. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna be sad. I'm gonna be sad for you. Hey, Silver Fox. Thank you for the T1. I don't think I can play it. I think it's in the wrong scene.
Say his name.
Enjoy!
He appears. I believe in Barricade. I believe in Barricade.
Thank you.
He's live on Twitter and YouTube and Twitch and mobile. We slay and Ray classed in Sanctuary. Let's fucking go. Just say, I believe in Barricade. Yes, I believe in Barricade.
Stone Cold
Send it.
knows. Get those fucking hands in the air. Go nuts. Let's go.
Wave your hands from side to side and say,
Woo.
I believe
Thank
in
you.
Barricade. Barricade, so aerodynamic. Wave your hands from side to side and say, I believe in Barricade. Barricade, he's not your father.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for believing. I believe this guy can fly. Thank you. Did you see my scepter in Discord? Did I see your scepter in Discord? No. I didn't realize you sent it to me. Thank you. And Silver Fox, thank you for 12 months, man. Thank you for the tier 1. I hope you have a great time, you know? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So, my friends, pause for a second. Rubio! Thank you so much, hands in the air. Look at you guys. Look at that energy. I love that enthusiasm. You're fantastic. You're convinced? Hold on. So, you guys want to deal damage per second you're channeling. More, multiplier, right? But what if we went with the... Okay, I'm losing it. Posting scepter pics in Discord. You better watch out. What's going on, Happy Cat? That was amazing. Glad you liked it. I want to check out the build link one more time because I think we're not doing that. I think there might be a better way to go. I could be wrong, but I think I'm not. We're gonna find out. It's possible. So we're talking about none of this shit. I want to go end game life stacking, cold infuse. Yeah, do we have that here? Unleash support, projectile acceleration does nothing. Nah, that ain't it. Okay, I want to see this. I guess I'll look in game. Looking for physical. Okay, all the way downtown. All the way downtown. Is it heft? Okay. Let me see this. Physical damage, one of the 5 damage types. It's most common in the one reduced by armor, right? God, okay, so physical hits. I don't know if this is going to work for us or not. Oh, Grimnot, no. Oh, you make it great, thank you. So supported skills which deal damage increase in their maximum physical damage of their hit. So if we do this, so I'm going to get out of the way, heft, right? You guys are potentially saying, hey, I want to go into like, this scaling up channeling damage because it starts off at 20% up to 40 every time we do a tick, right? So you might get 10% more physical, but you got to wait a little bit longer for it. That might be the way to go. Outside of that option, heft is just going to cleanly give you 30% maximum physical hit. But this may not work with flame breath. We got to check and see. Brutality as well. So supported skill deals 30% more physical damage, but it cannot deal chaos, it cannot deal elemental damage, and hits with supported skills have a chance to ignore enemy physical res. So brutality 2 might, there it is, I want to see brutality. This might be it. Brutality 2. So the thing is, or even 3, we can't deal elemental damage. However, it's like, it's converting it all. It's a conversion. So yeah. Like maybe we just do that. We just take all of our physical, go in the air, and now it's fire. Great. Do we shut all of our damage off? Do we do ZDPS? I got to test this stuff. It requires testing. This might read like, you know what? You can't do fire damage because it says it. Then you put it on, you're like, holy shit, it's doing fire damage. Oh my God, glad I checked that out. And then there's Adelui's bloodletting scaling, depending on how much life we spend, right? We're going to see. A new skill like that on a new class, it may be open for like a little bit of exploitive work. We're going to find out. I would prefer it to be clean, but sometimes that's how it goes, you know? What's the over-under on how many days till we're playing Spark? You better cut that shit. Yeah, I'm doing good. Doc Zero Satire, how you doing, man? Not right away, yeah. You do it, okay, but different skills, different interactions, Veshwin. We need to test this to find out. Let's at least test it, okay? See how that works. Okay? So I'm thinking, what'd you say, Bludgeon? That was the one you said? Bludgeon? Where was it at? Where is it at? The one we just checked out. Bludgeon, I think, right? Channeling, let me see. Version, this one. So version, right? So version 2 sounds good to me. That's a pretty good one. Let me check this out. Version 2. I'll put this down here. Okay. Version 2. Got it. This is going to give us more channel damage over time. More channel dot. I'll say that. Better. Okay. So Garukan's Resolve, I think, is like a chase item for our build. So I'm going to put that down here below Rakiata's Flow. It's disgusting. Here we go. I'm back in the mix. What's up, the boy post? Hey, man. If I had to guess, when do you think they'll put the videos and information they mentioned? I was kind of hoping to go out today. If not today, maybe tomorrow. If I'm guessing, I hope it's tomorrow. You're going Wolf all the way? Yeah? Oh, huge, huh? Hey, they're working on a way so you can have like a Wolf pack, right? Insane. You're really good, man. Yeah, been a minute. Kids are getting older, just so busy. No, I understand, man. Remember, hey, the Bentley. Look at you, rolling up. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you. My daughter's 21 now, right? She's just heavy into artwork, chasing the dream, and I get it, man. I don't think I'll ever forget the moment where, like, when she was young and we just, go for Halloween and stuff, and just those tight hugs and those like squeezes, you just never forget that shit. So yeah, life is good. I try to tell everybody, like, enjoy the moments, because you just blink and 5 years goes by, wonder what you did. And so take time, enjoy it, because it's gonna be gone one day. So just appreciate life day by day, right? Day by day. I'll do it. Cheers to that. Cheers to life in great people and great company. Yeah. And Wyverns. Cheers and salute. You guys are wonderful. Coffee done. Coffee is done. All right. You guys can see this? Smooth coffee. So we have an LJO gets us here. Lesser Jeweler's Orb gets us here. We have to work on the next one. Greater Jeweler's Orb. So this will be like, let me see. GJO. Greater Jeweler's Orb. Love it. Okay. And a PJO. Perfect Jeweler's Orb, right? See what looks good there. Okay, got it. I know. Huge fan, try not to. Hola, bestage. Thank you for the Prime tonight, man. 37 months. Thank you. No, it was the end of the cup is what it was. Sorry. Okay. Let me see here. Is there anything super sneaky that we can do with channeling skills? What's crackling? Okay, first of all, charges. Charge. What are we doing on charges here? Charge Profusion, right? Perpetual charge. Let me see what's going on here. So, support skills that generate charges. Ours doesn't generate charges. Giving them a chance to generate additional charge, no. Supported skills have a chance not to remove charges, but count as consuming them. So, what we're talking about is right here. It's the Empowered Flame Breath, because we need that. I think it's like part of the key to getting this engine in the air and staying there. So Empowered Flame Breath gains 50% damages lightning, which is going to make it shock, which is going to make all of our ticks shock, which is better. And then Flame Breath spends rage 50% slower. So here's my perspective on it. When you're playing this guy initially, like I only care about bosses. I think the rest of the game's going to melt. So on a boss, he has that damage prevention window, right? Your initial hits with Flame Breath are very small ignites. Then you've done enough damage, he's primed for stun, and we go, right? Now the guy's electrified, he's shocked, he's taking multiplicative damage. Our ignites are heavily in the 4-second window stacking phase now. He's just burning. This guy's sizzling, right? Life is good. That's the most damage we're gonna get, okay? Won't the charm negate the need for that support? If we get it, but Infernalist 69, yes it will. We can't guarantee that yet. How else do we get there early on as we're playing, right? Act 2 and beyond. So I think this is like the experience we're going to get is like good sizzling, then really good. So to get to really good sizzling quick, I think we want to get like our max. Oh, thank you so much. Hey, Snowman, thank you so much. I think our maximum window of prime time should be within 3 seconds. So we're in the air. Anything that's on target for 3 seconds should be fucked. That's what I want to do. So how do we do that in the game with the supports that we have? Ambrosia.
Welcome.
Oh, Sir Hardcore. Is that HC Hardcore? Thank you for choosing me for the Prime today, too. Thank you very much. I hope you're having a good time. Very nice. Armor break. We just figured out. What's the list? What's on the list right now? In terms of what? For spell gems? We're using Fire Penetration, Rapid Attacks in version 2. Multiplicative Damage dot, just attack speed increase. So I'll put 25% attack speed increase, right? Okay. And then removes all fire res. So that's good. That's what we got so far. Jagged ground. Supported skills consume endurance charge to create jagged ground. Nah. Searing flame 2. Let's check that out. You guys can start spouting stuff off. We'll check it all. What's Searing Flame do? Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing ignite to deal more damage, but hits do less damage. 75% more magnitude of ignite. Ooh. Now that's fun. So we do 30% less damage with hits, but the magnitude increase is 100%. So if you hit for 100, you're now only hitting for 70, and then you'd be doing an ignite. Let me just a quick little arithmetic here. So if it originally was 100, and we multiply that by 20%, which is our initial ignite, we know it's 20. But if we hit for 70 times 8.5, it's way more. So I'm thinking this is just, and I'm not the arithmetic guy. Oh, just JC backwards. Oh, it is. It's Chris backwards. Yeah. There you go, Chris. What up, dude? Thanks, man. And thank you. Are you guys down with the strategy of just making this a pure ignition? Like a pure ignite engine? I think that's what we should do. I think we don't give a flying rat's ass with the initial hit, and we focus on the big power that was increased, which is ignite stacking. I'm down for Searing Flame too. I think so. Because the skill itself is 750% more ignite magnitude. You said it's 20% per second. Yeah. 20% per second for 4 seconds. 80%. But what I'm showing you is like, I'm trying to find the value. So it's going to be 850% if we have Searing Flame 2, because 100% more plus 750 more is 850 more, right? So 8.5 of whatever the 70 damage was per second is my guess, Larry. I'm down for this. This sounds okay. Searing Flame 2. Okay. Plus 100% more dot multi. Okay. Ignite 3. Let me check this out. What's Immolate doing? Can't ignite? That'd be a problem. Goodbye. I actually typed in 3. Okay. So ignites from supported skills deal damage 15% faster. Holy shit. 200% more flammability magnitude? Yep. Okay. Hold on, I got a little bit too excited. 15%. One sec. So 4 times 0.15, 0.6. So it's 3.4. 3.4, 0.6. So 4.6. Okay. Got it. Little bot, hey, happy holidays to you too, not your king. How you doing? Maybe a dumb question, but since we already have 750 ignite magnitude, want the negative 30 hurt more? In what way? Switched? I'm open for conversation, right? This is like, we just get the idea generation going out there. There we go. Just wiggles. Isn't it Storm Charge or something? Stormfire? Shocks from supported skills do not expire on ignited enemies. That's kind of nice. Didn't they change Stormfire though? One sec. We just talked about that in the patch notes, did we not? Now causes enemies shocked by supported skills take a percentage of ignite damage as lightning damage as well. Layla Bear, yo. How you doing, Layla Bear? So this is going to take that ignite damage that we're pushing as lightning as well. I think we have to take this. I think we have to take Stormfire. And it might be more important than the other ones. Okay. Stormfire. I'll put this as a 0.4 patch adjustment. Patch modifier, right? Needs testing. I'll put this like big time. Needs testing. We'll see what happens. Okay. Could be great. Yeah. Hey, Gurney. Come on in, my friends. How you doing? Welcome. I hope that you know, but if you don't, we're doing some theory crafting here. I'm gonna be playing a druid. 0.4, it's happening. I plan on playing a shaman, and so we're gonna be playing a wyvern. That's our whole thing. We're gonna be a wyvern with the talisman 2 and a weapon. We're trying to find out how do we make this thing like really, really interesting. How do we make it good? Like, and I think we have a good plan here so far. Yeah. I have no. I think we're gonna get the passive skill tree on Thursday. Is my guess. Yeah. Is theory crafting gonna be available? No, I can make this available. Arbiter's Ignition. Let me see. Where are you seeing Arbiter's Ignition? Is it a new skill? Like,
Hello there.
I am so
1 sec.
beyond that is-
Yeah, you're great.
I have many services.
Hello there.
Where's the stuff? It's been so long. Buy, sell? Where is it?
Go on,
You.
but don't worry.
Yeah, you. Okay, buy items. Here we go. Okay, Arbiter's Ignition. Here we go. Supports fire spell skills. Fire spell. It's fucking spell, right? Ugh. 20% chance to gain Flame Archon on igniting an enemy with a supported skill. Fire spell skills. But it's not a spell. It's an attack. So, no. But I do like the Archon stuff. We haven't really talked about Archon stuff because now in the patch notes, and I'm going to reference this, they talked about the conversion of Archons into Elemental Archons, right? Elemental Archon stuff. So, yeah. Have you found a way to sustain rage cost for the skill yet? Seems really steep, costing upwards of 15 to 20 rage per second and preventing rage gain during channel. We have Deshio. So, hello. Adalui's Bloodletting. I think I got to check out Bloodletting real quick. Okay, so Adalui's, right? I mean, fuck. Supported skills gain 2% of damage is extra physical per 10 life cost. Like, yeah, maybe. The thing with Adalui's is that they nerf the shit out of it, right? They just nerf the shit out of it. But the thing with Spark with Adalui's, just to have the conversation really quick, I played Adalui's Bloodletting Spark last season, and I ripped the game apart at 2 million damage. Okay. Now, Adalui's Bloodletting, if we go all in on physical converted to fire, and I'm going to answer your question on making the Wyvern air, like fire breath, like kind of consistent. The thing is with Adalui's Bloodletting, we never played a Spark build where we had consistent ignition behind it. Like, it wasn't Spark for 4 seconds equals Spark damage. Like, that could still be really, really good. Does that make sense? Because the application of damage is like so rapid, it might still be disgusting. But I don't know that. And if we go this way, then you're talking about, heft and just pushing physical into like into fire conversion. So it could still be the move. I would be kind of sad. Pretty positive guy, but it'd be kind of boring if like this is still that good, It's like, yeah. So here we go. So let's talk about the next part. I don't think so. Someone should test this, and if they get it to work, great. Life scaling, like, we know it works. I mean, it works to some degree, but it got heavily nerfed. Like, you have to have really good gear now to make that nice. Now, Deshio, your question was, have we found a way to sustain rage cost for this skill yet? And you're right, it seems steep. I agree. So check this out. This is all that I came up with everything we're doing. So we went through every single ascension with Path of Building 2, looked at every single node. We tried to find out like what makes the most sense, right? And so the Pathfinder gets some new stuff in 0.4 that allows you to reduce the cost, make things more efficient. So we're going on efficiency of everything. So because of that, I'll show you in the patch note here. This is like kind of what we found out. So Pathfinder, right here, right? So Traveler's Wisdom is going to give you the 5% increased cost efficiency. You're going to change your skill tree to be really, really efficient for the skill that you're going to use. So you just stay in the air. That's what you do. So you essentially make it so cheap that you can be airborne forever, and you essentially try to get your maximum rage in the skill tree. So the things you have to do to give up damage to do this fantasy is the following. You have to make your build more efficient so that it's very lean so far. That's what we're doing. Outside of being efficient, then you're going to grab maximum rage nodes, whatever those things might be on the skill tree. That we don't know. So like over here, it could be just a plethora, an absolute plethora of rage nodes, in which case Pathfinder is also very good because you get to have this Path Seeker, which could put you from, as an example, like maybe you use this to get like increased attack speed and you go for the critical hit framework so that you have high crit chance. Great. And then you use that Ascension passive skill point to come over here and grab a bunch of rage or like ignition magnitude increase, things like that. Then the rest of it is just plain efficiency of everything. And that's how you stay in the air, is making it cost essentially no rage. 1, 1, 1. And if you have like 40, you're there for 40 seconds in the air. Then you drop down, and we have ways already. Like if you're the shaman, it doesn't work for the Pathfinder, but you could devour to get all your power charges back up, and up in the air you go again. So yeah. Yep. I think that what we're going to do is we're going to try to build it with like a gem switch. What about Mercenary with the extra passives? The problem that I found with the Witch Hunter is Witch Hunter is really cool. It has the Culling Strike stuff, which is excellent. But remember that the 100-point passive swap does not allow you to put jewels in the tree and transform around that. So like that's something you don't want to do, is you don't want to have, like, you want to put jewels in your build, but you can't do it if you're a Witch Hunter. Can you devour a boss mid-fight? Not only can you devour a boss mid-fight, but devouring a boss mid-fight, something they do gives you more power charges instead of like what it is on regular monsters. Yeah. Yeah. Devour, anything can devour. As long as it's a Wyvern talisman, you're there. You're there. You said Witch Hunter explodes enemies, no corpse, no charge? Sure. So that's what I got so far. Where are you at with it? Now, as far as like support gems, Agaru Khan's Resolve is fucking good. Bifurcating crits is sick. I love that a lot. That will probably be more than Rakiata's Flow. Like the inversion is nice, really nice. So Stormfire, Searing Flame, Burgeon Rapid Attacks, Fire Pen. I think that's an okay start. I think that's okay. There's other things we can consider. Let me know what you think they are. We totally should go through them. Yeah. Okay. So like, let me see some more supports here. Ignite. Cool Headed. What do we got? Nah, that's whack. Okay. Flammability Magnitude we don't need. Eternal Flame 2. Yeah. What's 3? Wait a sec. We need a way to refresh Ignite. Maybe it's critical hit 3. So supported skills have a 20% chance to refresh Ignite on critical hit. Well, if everything we do crits, because that's what we want to build this as, and we have, 10 ticks per second, that duration's refreshing. So it's possible to assume that Eternal Flame 3 with a higher level Wyvern could just have a fuck ton of ignites. And let me go check the patch notes, because I think that's probably why they changed something there. Ignite. Let me see. It was something about Ignite having no, right here. I think fixed a bug where effects that spread Ignite were incorrectly just inflicting a single hit's worth of flammability when tried to spread. That's not it. There's another one here. Okay, here we go. Igniting aura effects, including ignited ground, no longer apply an infinite ignite. Instead, they apply regular ignites with standard duration and will reapply them after they expire. Right? The next time the aura applies flammability to that target, okay, yeah. The same if the ignite had been removed from the target. Okay, which is why I think that it's going to be like 1 ignite, 2 ignite, 3 ignite, and they're all kind of stacking with each other, I think is the case. Yeah. Is it Toy Rodeo? Yo, what's going on? Good to see you. Good to see you, Toy Rodeo. Yo, is it possible to assume there will be cream? There is going to be, yes. Tons. Because there's going to be burns everywhere. Yeah, of course. Yep. It can be a trap, but it's also very good herbst, right? Rakiata's Flow is very, very, very good. Like, very, very good. Oh, so really quick, talking about itemization and stuff, because there's many ways to build this, right? This dynamic. So, like, we're talking about skill gems. We're not even talking about items outside of, like, maybe an engine when we're not flying on a shaman. There's so many legs, so many different facets to this, which is exciting. So, yeah. I'm thinking I'm thinking we could start off Eternal Flame 3. We start off Eternal Flame 2, then we go into 3 after we're built up better. Let me check out Eternal Flame 3. I like this a lot. It's definitely worth considering. It's definitely worth considering. So let's get the notes up here. All right. Yeah, this doesn't even make sense anymore. PJO, GJO, get rid of that shit. Like that's not set in stone, right? 1 second, guys. Got to clean up my notepad file. That's everything. Okay, Eternal Flame 2 and 3. Let's do this. Flame 2/3. Depending on crit chance. Got it. File, save. There, I just finally saved it. Yep. That's a lot of uniques. It's just different places. Hey, yeah. Oh, thanks. I'm working on one. I shouldn't say I am. We're all kind of working on one right now. Like that's kind of what it is. Like Vol's Protector gain a power charge on crit. Well, that's gonna happen. Like we're always gonna be critting, especially if you buy Barricade. Ooh. You'll play Amazon Jungle Bear? Really, Marty? Reset? What's that? Won't Eternal Flame per new specifications reset your building ignites from Flame Breath? No, why? Thank you. What were you doing today? If you don't mind me asking, what are you getting into? So why do you think Eternal Flame would reset it? What are your thoughts? Increasing the ignite duration doesn't reset anything. Supported skills have a chance to refresh ignite duration. So 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 5, and they're all doing that. You know? Yeah, we get some, but like, so let me show you this. I would hate to have somebody like just get in the channel and go, oh, this stupid build needs 7 uniques. Forget about it. That's not what it is. We're just looking and seeing what kind of makes sense. Like really, this could be none, right? Fire Flower could be none. Trample Toe could be gone. Vol's Protector, it's nice. This is essentially what we're looking for us. So the Jade Tiara, as a shaman, requires you to damage yourself to ignite your charms. Because the shaman, if it's not changed, converts physical damage to elemental damage, thus hitting yourself for fire, lightning, cold, activating your charms. That's why that's there. If you don't want to do this, then you don't need the helmet. You don't need to use Breath of the Mountains, and just go for the Vol's Protector body armor itself. And when you critically strike, you have a chance to gain a power charge. So you're going to have power charges. Like you're going to be critically striking on this guy to charge. Awesome. Okay. Testing an AI recommended build for the new release, Warrior at the moment. Oh, really? We're just going through the options. Like, I would never say, hey guys, check out this new league starter that requires 11 uniques. Like, fuck, you're screwed. Yeah. You know, you're screwed. Yeah. Insane. So what did you mean? I don't want to dismiss what you're saying in front of us. Let me know. Is there a way of refilling the charms back to max? Oh yeah, you can get charm charges regain. Yeah. Belts do that shit. All kinds of stuff like that. Yeah. There's even passive skill tree nodes you can grab that say like charm recharge, right? Check it out. Charm charges, and look where they are, by the way. Oh, really? Toy Rodeo, I'll give you something I was working on before. Do you know what Selenium is? Are you using that with your AI at all? You may need to do that. It might be great. Yeah, I mean, we have options. Like, you have options. You have choices for this, which is nice. I'm thinking Amazon's gonna be hot shit. Amazon or Shaman's gonna be fucking nuts. This one here is like, when you go in the air, Amazon's gonna do tons of damage. I think so. And after that, you can go into Ritualist once you get good rings, right? Ice Taka and Charms. Like, it has choice. Yeah, I think that Shaman's safe for like a good time, nice time, fine. And then you go into Amazon if you want to go like big burst. That's what it seems like to me. So Toy Rodeo, there's a service you can use called Selenium. Selenium goes to a website like PoE Planner, and it iterates through every single node on that URL, on that web page. Every single. It clicks every button to find out what that data is. Okay, it's called Selenium for your AI, just really quick. So use Selenium to scrape all the different nodes of the skill tree as it knows it. Once you have that, you go, hey AI, go ahead and plan through. Tell me what gives me the most flame damage, flame magnitude. And it says, okay, this is how you'd click it to get it. This is the max value. Here's how many points it is, all that stuff. That's stuff that I've checked out already, trying to find out. I think my experience so far could be my limited exposure to AI build generation, but it doesn't know the game yet. But if you get it somewhere where it's fantastic, all the power to you. I hope you get there. But that's a tool I would use. I would make these agents do that. I like the human element. I like learning. You know, it's kind of fun, but There's definitely waters for that. Yeah. That'll be a big help. No problem. Yep. When I did graphic design for like website testing, we used Selenium all the time just to find out how people would like break our shit and then try to correct it. So yeah, been out for a while. I'm not sure what he's using. Yeah, it waits till it runs out and adds a new stack. Unsure that works with pre-built stacking. Right. So a typical Ignite. So here's the thing. You make a great point. Infernalist, you make a great point. So let's go to the game for a second, right? Eternal Flame, right? So let's put this back. If you were to refresh the Ignite duration, everything before 0.4 would not allow you to put other Ignites on a target. It's not a possibility. But in 0.4, two things let you do it. One is going to be Incinerate, one is Flame Breath. You have two options now. And that will persist through this refresh, I assume, right? So not Bloodshed. Is POB updated? No, not yet. And I think we'll probably get it Thursday. If we get it before that, that's great. So this is a whole new experience for all of us because we haven't had a skill that lets us multi-ignite, right? There you go. So outside of all this, what was the other one you said? Somebody said another one there. Rage Forge. Let me see this. Rage Forge 2. What do you got? Supported skills have a chance to not remove rage. Not remove rage, but still gain benefits as though they had. Oh, we talked about this already. Yeah, we talked about this already. So the joke here, because it's a 6 second, it's a 6 second cooldown. So if you use Rage Forge, there's a situation where you don't actually remove the rage to be airborne. So you jump in the air, you check to see, is my rage going after 4 seconds? No? Okay, I got it. Then you go in the air, is my rage going? Yes? Ah, damn, drop to the ground, wait 6 seconds. Okay, go up in the air, 4 seconds, are we good? No? Ah, damn, go again, right? And so you keep flying up until you finally get that Rage Forge roll, then you're like, no rage, and away you go, right? It's not going to remove any rage. It's like, I'm not fishing for that. That sounds shit. That sounds bad to me. As a matter of fact, I think a better approach would be making sure every time I go up in the air, I just don't lose the rage. Like, I can just stay in the air. Let's do that plan, right? Instead of trying to get the plane in the air, let's keep it in the air once it's there. Yeah. Thank you, Icetaki. Yeah. Yeah, insane. Yeah. Dus viet, hey, nice. Yeah, 5-9, yo. Okay, let me see here. So what else? I want to check out physical. What about overtime? %30 more non-ailment damage over time. You excited for it? What's that? Silver Fox? You said ignited enemies take more damage, but any damage. Ignited enemies take all the damage from us. Ours is going to be fire and lightning so far. Let me see. Acrimony. Nah. I want to see some lineage support gems real quick. Yeah. Come here, Ange. Okay, gems. Here we go. Sorry, reading. Oh, you enjoy this? Vigilante, yeah? Sure. Yeah. Judd's all over it, huh? This is like, yeah. Exclamation mark playlist, something we've curated over the years. It's been fantastic. It's like, I used to listen to these songs playing Magic the Gathering on tabletop and just getting after it. Yeah, it's been great. Uruk smelting's kind of nice too if we go with this whole idea that like fire damage can break armor as well. So fully breaking armor supported skills causes the target to permanently take 20% damage. It's like, it's not multiplicative though. Seems kind of bad. Paquette's packed. Here we go. So sorry, I've read the patch notes. Which one are you thinking is not correct? What's that? Wouldn't Rage Forge roll for every second you're channeling? Stand by. That's a great question. I don't think so. So I don't read it the same way you do. The cost of using Flame Breath, it's like it's costing you 6 every second, you've initiated the skill. I think it's on initiation, not on use, not on, how do I say that? So it's, your question was like, wouldn't Rage Forge, which is this, wouldn't this roll every second you're channeling? Supported skills have a 30% chance not to remove rage. So I think this is on its instantiation, like when it is first used, not on the polling rate. So not on the frequency. There you go. So like initially it's gonna be 88, then 6 rage per second. That's just happening. That's not going anywhere. Okay. What time does the league start on Friday? I want to say 3 p.m. Eastern, I think. Does anybody know for sure? You said rolling every second makes more sense. No rage on initiation, just on channeling. Interesting. You're looking for a fun, low-budget leveling build? Do you care about your ascension or no? 2 p.m. Eastern. There you go. 2 p.m. Eastern. There you go. That's right. Yeah. I'll be here for it. Many of us will be. If you're looking for like a cheap get after it build that's pretty jokes, I would tell you to use what we used last season. It was awesome. And so I think I have it here on only Cades. Let me see here. It should still be there. Builds, right? Here. I'll get you a link. You don't gotta worry about this if you don't want to use it. It's fine. Let's load this sucker up. What sorceress build would be good this season? Anything lightning is going to be nice. I think cold is getting a push. Fire is getting a push. Sorc stuff, I think I would look at like anything that I could increase the limit on, because in the patch, they gave it so that, just so you can see here, my friend, at the very top, it used to be a thing where squalling right here. So multiplying squalls had +1 limit to elemental skills. Now it's +2, which is a lot, and you can echo some shit. So spell echo on elemental limit increase could be fucking nice. Pardon my language, but it could be fun. Like you do one thing and it's just like tons of it, right? That could be the move. I would say this is good, but typically when it comes to like you said sorceress build, don't fall into the trap of looking around at other ascendancies, because anybody can use elemental skills in the game. So like typically blood mage is the bomb because you get Sunder the Flesh. Any spell you have just gets a massive increase in its crit chance, which makes the damage better, which makes your game feel better. So fantasy-wise, this is pretty cool. Stormweaver, I'm not sure if it's hitting the mark yet. Nobody knows till they play it. But Blood Mage is always a good fallback. Yeah. Maybe. Shield Wall Warrior's really, really good. Shadow, yeah. Shield up, slam the wall, break everything up. It's been very good too. Yeah. Yeah, very good. You like the limit build for Stormweaver? Give that a shot. I don't know what I would use there for that one. Right? You're going for a full wolf summoner build. Don't know if it's going to be any good, but by the gods, I'm willing to try. I appreciate that. Yeah. Suspicious Red Panda. I appreciate that. Remember that, did you watch the Talking to Try podcast with Jonathan Rogers at all? He made a comment, which is why I'm asking you, talking about how they added a key passive to the skill tree that lets you use a talisman, two-handed weapon, and a scepter. So if you're going for that wolf pack build, you're going to need to summon a lot of like wolves, right? And so you need spirit to do it. And so they're going to allow you, I assume you're playing a shaman for the spirit, but they're going to allow you to use a scepter in the offhand as well at 50% reduced total spirit to generate more of an army. So that's going to be kind of fun. Can't wait to see what you do with it. Yeah. Stormweaver, Thunderstorm Gardener. Sure, whatever that means. I don't even know what that is. Yeah. I don't know if they're going to have an announcement. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I have no idea. What do you think they're going to talk about? PoE Con or something? Who knows? Yep. Oh, there you go. Cold Infusion doesn't do double damage. It actually does a lot more than that. Spark Cold Infuse gives you like, do I even have this? Do I have it here? Let's see. Are we on the right guy? Yeah. So Cold Infuse Spark, right? It actually gives you, look at, so regular Spark is 11 projectiles, and then Cold Infuse Spark is 18. You actually fire more projectiles, which is pretty cool. And then you increase that damage with a massive cold application, which is why it's so much better. And so you can see like you're doing what? 19,000, then Cold Infuse ones are 24. So Cold Infuse shit, we're already getting like 2 million base Spark. Cold Infuse is like somewhere like 3 to 4 million, but that won't be the same anymore. It won't be the same. Be prepared for that nerf. Yeah. Yeah? Making you wet. Stormweaver Gardener making you wet since 0.4. Yeah. Fuck. Who knows? This has been good. I'm not sure about that. It's 50% overall. So take that with a grain of salt. Wait to see what the actual data suggests, but then go for it. At least you have an option instead of nothing, right? Yeah. Twister is easy to get online. I've heard good things about Twister. I never played it. This is the fucking problem with this game. There's so many cool things to try. I just haven't had an opportunity to give it a go. I've been so locked into Spark. I need to like live a little. Yeah. What's Wet Dog? What's that? I don't know what that is. We say Rage Forge, right? Or Rage? Something else. Let me see. Rage Forge 2. I'm going to write that down. Looks pretty interesting. Rage Forge 2. Okay. Okay. Needs testing. Okay. Half drunk monk, yeah? Doing some of this shit? I always thought like the unarmed build looks pretty strong. There's got to be a solid unarmed build out there. There must be. Okay, one more time. What about... Let me see this. I want to see the skill tree here for extended duration. Okay, that's all going to change. I know it's uptown, yeah? No. Don't give a shit about that. Okay, what's this? No. Don't give a shit about power charge duration. Don't care at all about that. Okay, so... Ignite duration on enemies. I assume that that's just going to be like through the roof, right? Have I started my practice build yet? I can't. It's kind of stupid, but like the only thing I could do, honestly, is that's where the beat drops. If I decide to play something that already exists, like a Pathfinder or a Huntress, right? Then I could start a path. I could do that. If I want to go Druid, which I want to go Shaman, I can't. I don't have the tree for this, so my initial points would suck. I wouldn't be able to speculate that. I couldn't even tell you what Volcano is going to feel like to use, or even what a bear is like to stomp on that ground. I assume it's going to be great, but I can't do that yet. So unfortunately, no. I can't really do that practice test. What I could do is like just frivolously go through the axe just to say that I've done it and kind of, refresh myself with it. But I don't need, nah. Derusting, exactly. So like the derusting, I was supposed to derust today, but I haven't derusted yet. I've been busy getting the data through. And I just want to take 2 seconds again. I've said it a few times. I want to say it again so you hear it clearly, hear it from me again. I thank you all very much for your contributions to make this ever-flying Wyvern fucking awesome. I really look forward to it. And so we've learned quite a few things going through this. If you guys haven't, that's surprising to me. This is nice. So Fire Pen 2 to remove, look, we have all kinds of supports now that make sense. The bifurcation was so fucking good. What a good find, man. That was excellent. I'm just going through the game here to look for like anything else that might have something to do with curse magnitudes or like ignite magnitude. And I don't see one. Magnitude of bleeding, like that's if we convert. Commiserate, let's see. Interesting. 40% more. When inflicting an ailment with supported skill, remove that ailment from yourself. Ailments inflicted by supported skills have 40% more magnitude. Well, that's ignite. So commiserate is 40% more magnitude. What about AoE modifiers? Let's see. Area of effect. Oh shit, you know what we were doing before this? My apologies, guys. We were checking out lineage support gems. Some of these chase ones, right? Dahlia's Desire. This would be interesting. Maybe. Sorry, I'm just thinking about faster pack clear. Like, I think everything's dead anyway. I think more about movement speed. Okay, don't care about that. Don't care about that. It's not a command skill. Kurgel's Leash? Nah. Spells, too bad. At Ziri's Allure. Didn't they add new lineage support gems? How many did they say they're adding? I think there's more, right? Getting 9 for some reason, but I think that's wrong. Okay, don't care about that. On Citadel. We're not doing walls. Less glory, okay. No. Yeah, I have decided. So I'm going to be going with Shaman, the Shaman for sure. It's everything I think that I want. It's between 3, but I'm going to land on Shaman. It's between Amazon, Pathfinder, and Shaman. Gurukhan's is capped at 50, which is 75% chance, right, to bifurcate? Yep. Spark Elementalist hits plus comment on crit. Hey, sure. That sounds sick. Fire Pen 2, yeah, to ignore all fire res. Yeah, we have that. You're going Pathfinder for League start? Hell yeah. What skill? Not doing that. Supported skills deal 30% more damage if used in weapon set 2. Okay, so it's more damage. Okay, check this out. Rigwald's Ferocity, right? Supports attack skills, granting them attack speed at the cost of damage, or more damage at the cost of attack speed. So, if we use Rigwald's Ferocity, we could get a situation where we use... Look, we have to find out, right? If it turns out that attack speed is the shit, then we put this inside of our weapon set 1, and we have rapid attacks at 25. Would you say it's nerfed? Oh, fuck. Hold on. I'm so bad. What happened to my OnlyCade's website? Oh, no! Oh, no, she's dead! Let's close all this shit. Rigwald's, thanks. Right. So, it's better. Rigwald's Ferocity is better than Rapid Attacks 2. So, Rigwald's eyes. Rigwald's right here. Rakiata's, Gurukhan's right here. So, it's 20%, 30% more attack speed. Okay? So, in our weapon, we could have 55% increased attack speed. One is Rapid Attacks 2. The second one's Rigwald's Ferocity. That means that at a 1.3, let me see here, math, assuming this is the case, and I'm bad with this shit, but here we go. 1.6, is it 1.6? 1.3. 1.3 times 0.55, 0.71 reduced. Okay. 0.9. That doesn't even include attack speed yet. We mean no longer attack speed. Sorry? Am I blind? Did I miss something huge you guys are saying? Rigwald's Ferocity now has supported skills have 30% increased attack speed. Oh, it's not multiplicative. Okay, so 30% increased attack speed, sure. Okay, fine, yes. And then rapid attacks. Increased attack speed. So it's 55%. It's not multiplicative, it's additive. Yeah? 55% additive. Okay, so maybe not 0.9. Someone who's smarter with math has got to figure that out. So the point is, one of our initial things we talked about this, the point was here. Does it make more sense to increase the frequency of Ignite ticks? Ignite, I'll type this in as activations. What's the right way of saying this? Ignite. So Ignite is an ailment application debuff. Okay, increase the frequency of Ignite debuffs, right? I'll put stacks or extend duration. So stacks would equal attack speed, I think, or extended duration. And this could be like through fucking who knows, right? This could be skill tree / ascension passives, right? ASC. I don't know which one's more effective because it seems to me the problem is subject matter. That's the problem this question needs to solve. So the problem is subject matter being a big boss that's kicking the shit out of us and has a lot of life. Like we're talking Arbiter, Giga Arbiter, big guy. Okay, tons of life. Cool. If I just beat the shit out of him by breathing so much ignition on his ass that he just melts, obviously that's ideal. In a circumstance where that's not true, then Rageforge 2 could be the move, because Rageforge beats that strategy. Rageforge says, hey, every time you go to ignite, refresh the ignite duration, which essentially is the same thing as saying perma ignite duration across the board for the prolonged duration of the fight. He's just dead. We've already watched the Dreamcore video, and I think that Dreamcore's situation, I agree with 1. I think it's situation 1. That's right. But ideally, right? Cocaine Cutie, we're flying the whole time. It's the remix to Ignition. That's right. Right. Infernalist, that's what I think. You think the base attack of Flame Breath is so high, so you think duration's better? Who knows? Yeah, I think so too. I think I agree with you. It's so like you're saying the same thing I'm saying. Duration-based ailment scaling usually looks better on paper, but feels worse to play. I want that fast hit, you know? A fast hit with a good number should be sufficient for the majority of the content, I think. But who knows? This is all, like what I just said is just so speculative. I don't know. So that's interesting. That's interesting. Thank you for that one. Okay, back to the game. Good shit.
Oh, it's you.
Hopefully what I said makes sense and you can follow along. If you got lost, just let me know. Takati's Ire, Poisons, don't care. Resolved, yes. Rakiata's Flow, yes. Unatal's Embrace, sure. Okay, sure. We're not doing chaos damage. Tools, Stillness. Tolls, not tools, tolls. Esh, don't care. Zoffs. Don't care. Kulamex Dominion, yeah? Spells, not a thing. Kalissa's Crescendo. Enemies affected by curses are pacified. Ooh. Sick. So enemies affected by curses from your supported skills are pacified for the final 30% of the curse's duration. Interesting. Oh, great question. So I'm thinking armor evasion is my guess. I think I would want to go armor on my Wyvern because I want to convert some of that damage that I get to elemental damage type, and then I resist that, is what I want to do. And then I want to mitigate that elemental damage as well. That'd be my guess. It could be incorrect, but my gut tells me armor for the shaman. I think armor. I think it seems like it wants to be armor evasion, but I think armor because of the modifiers available to armor. What are your thoughts? What are you guys thinking? Morphix, let me know. You can see the damage number of breath in the PoE2 page. Sorry? I'm sorry, my friend. You talking about downtown? Down with this? This? Zibiquoyas? Which one? Let me see what you got here. Some of these names, man. Did you spell it wrong? Strength plus in gear, evasion's bait, armor evasion. Or, strength int. Yeah. Yep. 800 base damage. Where are you seeing? First of all, this isn't the right word. Biddy? No, it's new. I'm in the patch notes. Are you saying it's on this page? Are you talking about this? Supported skills that leap in the air. Nah. I don't think so. Hey, look, guys, it's us. That's us. Fuck yeah. No, I don't need to explode bodies. Everything's gonna die anyway. But ignition and flammability are two different things, right? Yeah. So Silver Fox, you're not gonna be the last one to ask this, and it's okay. And I need to learn it too, because I gotta become like great at this shit. So flammability is just a target's ability to become ignited. So how flammable are you, right? When you start off the conversation, you're a little bit wet. Then you become slightly moist. Then you become kind of dry. And then you're at like, now you're flammable, right? Got you. Then I ignite your ass. That's kind of how that works. Flammability is trying to ignite you. That's what's going on, okay? And so then once you're ignited, once you're under the effects of the remix of ignition, then it's full send to Value Town, baby. That's what we do. Yeah. I love that. Exploding bodies is cool. That's right. But landing, not so hot. That's right. Yeah. Bushman, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, you guys are great. Thanks a lot. Let's continue, though. We're not done yet. I wish that was great. Yeah, exactly right. Stacking reduced movement speed penalty from using skills might be nice for smooth gameplay. I agree. That could be good. Totally concur. Okay. I like Dahlia's Desire. I think that's nice. How's the build killing the mobs? Oh, we float over them and breathe fire on their face till they die. That's how we do it. If we want to spread the love, we put on a Herald of Ash. And so that would just like spread, right? Sorry? Fat Cheesy Pants. Would you say in chat was getting confused with time zones with the new Twitch drops at 12 a.m. UTC on the 12th? I don't know what the hell that is. I'm not good on conversion times. We don't know what the quality of flame breath is. We don't know what that is yet. If somebody knows, I'd love to hear it. Heidi's Mercy. Supported skills cannot kill enemies with hits. Can we bust this? Okay. So hear me out. I'm using Flame Breath. Everything I'm doing is using Rage Forge 2. Okay? So Rage Forge 2 is saying that I have a chance to just consistently refresh all the ignites on a target. They reworked it? Fuck. Thanks. Let me read. Thanks. Now it's Dominus's Grasp. Oh. Next. My strategy was I'm going to create a monster. I'm going to create a Frankenstein, okay? So it can never die to our ignites, and all we do is refresh ignite stacks. So like we're at 1 million. We're at 1 million ignite stacks just fucking ticking down, right? We're good to go. Life is great. We just drag this shit in, and then it explodes, right? It'll explode with some other mechanism, which if we're a crit build, we already know what that can be. There's an amulet we can use that just does lightning damage. And when we do lightning damage with, like, let's say, as an example, Choir of the Storms, right? Which now has 5 charges instead of 1, that shit goes. And I think with Herald of Ash, let me make sure I read Herald of Ash. By the way, everything I'm saying right now is not even possible anyway. Okay, so Herald of Ash. Right, so while active enemies, you sufficiently overkill. Well, the amount of ignite on that fucking guy would have a tremendous amount of overkill, right? With non-herald attacks, which would have been Lightning Bolt, will cause an explosion that ignites nearby enemies based on the overkill damage dealt. So it's the initial damage, I guess. But if it ignites nearby enemies, then maybe that ignite passes through. I don't know. That was my guess. I'm going to roll a huge fucking ignite into something and then go bowling and boom, away goes the whole screen, you know? That was the idea. But that idea is dead. Dots can overkill. That whole strategy doesn't even work, Mr. Pink. You can't even do it because they changed that skill gem as well. You can't roll the damage over time. What you can do is you can use Trample Toe. Let me pull this up for a second. Trample Toe is the GOAT. Okay? Trample Toe. Deal 30% of overkill damage to enemies within 2 meters of the enemy killed. Awesome. Let's see how that looks with new skills. Who knows? I don't know if like a fire-breathing thing will like push through that damage. I don't know. Time will tell. Okay. So anyway, Toa's Tending doesn't matter. Ramirez Requital. Supported skills that create companions. Next skill. Izel's Torment. Triggered. Nope. Now. Sion's Temper. Very good. Very good, but spells. Calm's Madness. Supported skills. Oh, hold on. Let's stand by. So supports melee attacks. I don't think we're a melee attack. I think we learned that we're not melee, right? We're looking for this. Melee attacks are those that directly hit with melee. Yeah, we're not. That's not us. Okay. Fuck. Next. Arjun's Metal. Good. No. Rotha's Assault. No. Deodre's Undoing. No. Tech Rods. Tech Rods. Yeah. So Conk, when things are like ready to be primed for stun and you send the wings through, not only do you do damage, you do like this wave damage too, right? You said Requital would be good for, excuse me? Ramirez Requital? Support skills that create companions? Do you know if wolves are companions? I don't think that they are. Okay? I don't know what the hell they're going to be. Maybe they are. I don't know. But yeah, wing buffet, you can just, right? And then, wing buffet. Done deal, not buffet. Too sick. Minions, not things. Aelith's Chimes. Chance to gain a power charge when expending combo. No. 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 Spells, no. Paquette's Pact, no. Corrupted Blood, no. Hold on, let me read this. No. Maybe, though. Minions? Do you think it's minions? Wolves are minions? Okay, there you go. That's how you're going to get like 21 or whatever you said? Yeah, that's right. You think Takati's Ire? You're saying Takati's Ire could be good? Stand by. Why? Oh, for poison shit? Is that what you're thinking? You can do cast on, yeah, you can do cast on death. Remember that they're self, like they respawn, right? Okay, one sec. Uruk Smelting. Fully breaking armor, supported skills. Yeah, no. Brutus's brain. So there's nothing really here. Einhard, yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. What did you say? Oh, fuck, it's melee again. Oh, man. Supports melee strikes, causing them to deal a modifier. So, like, the whole thing is, like, if you can trigger this, oh, you get all the beast modifiers. It should be great. Yeah. Arbiter's Ignition doesn't work because it's a spell. It's a fire spell. And you got to remember that what we're using is an attack. Flame Breath's an attack, so... Well, it might look like a spell. It's actually not. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be fun. Yeah. Isn't Devour melee? Devour, yeah. Wait. Devour, yeah. Shapeshift Wyvern melee slam. Yes. Yes, it is. Please remind yourself. I don't want to be devouring shit. Like, Devour starts, then we go. If we even have to do that. It could be a thing where, like, it could play like this. I should probably show this too. I'm kind of in the way, but it could play like this where you're doing Flame Breath, right? We're just Flame Breath all day. Flame Breath. This is us. Fire, 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 fire. Okay. Then we have to, right? Devour. Got it. Up in the air. Flame Breath, Flame Breath. Like, we just keep doing this. Like, that's our piano key right there. And we're like, okay, ready to rock and roll? Boom, da boom, da boom. Orbit Storms, Flame Breath, Flame. Like, you know what I mean? It could be like that. I think that's how we play it. What would I recommend for anybody who wants to do this? Do I have, like, what would I tell somebody? I would say, okay, let me see. One thing I'm very ignorant on is banners. Hey, Silencer, what's up, man? Which unique jewel are you talking about, Weak Old Gun? Which unique jewel? Which one do you mean, man? Yeah. Chemistal, GG's, yeah? Would we be using duration on Devour? Not really. Need Valor for banner activation? Got it. Okay, I think I got sent something here. I want to read, you know what? We got sent this early today, so if you've been watching the channel, you know that everything we just discussed is pretty much nothing to do with this document that I'm so excited to read now. This is Lakati stuff, right? You guys sent me Lakati Flame Breath math. So he says, Eternal Flame 3, Total Incineration. What the hell is that? Did we miss something called Total Incineration? Let me check this out. So, Total, that's nothing. Come over here. Is it a, I assume it's a support 4 or 5. I don't fucking know. Total, is it a new thing? Incineration? Where is this data? What is this? Total I don't know what this is. I don't know what he's talking about. Okay. What's that? Off to bed. Oh, I hope you had a great birthday. Thanks for, hey, happy birthday. And thanks for spending some of that day with us tonight. Okay. Head back to bed. Get well soon. Stop being sick. So he says Eternal Flame 3, Total Incineration plus crit, which is what I suggested to. Infinite damage, probably not going to happen though. Does he? Oh, and you sent me the video, right? Okay. All right, let's give this a view. Tell me if the audio is okay, my friends. Just let me know, guys. It's loud to me. It's loud to me. Okay, I lowered it.
Locati here.
Hey,
Today
Locati.
We're kind of doing a little bit of perusing on YouTube. It's in kind of
The way that one works,
else good.
kind of interesting. You just continuously fly.
Odds.
But we also wanted to make sure that that ability, if you want to, you're just continuously flying around in the air for ages.
Is it good?
All right. So that's pretty insane news. When we were originally looking at this build, I was seeking a way to supplement the flame breath damage with a weapon swap, Hammer of the Gods, because without rolling ignites, it just wasn't sufficient enough for scaling on single target. We have base damage effectiveness on flame breath of 893% versus Hammer of the Gods.
Here, I got you.
80%. And so originally the plan was weapon swap Hammer of the Gods for bossing, flame breath for clear. Very, very simple and straightforward concept. However, now we have rolling ignites for massive damage effectiveness on flame breath.
Yep.
No need for a weapon swap, and we are getting access to unlimited flame breath through some combination of uniques, items, and passives on the tree. Now, I imagine that is going to require utilizing a special talisman for dragons, similar to what the bear has. That's going to cost us a tremendous amount of damage in order to do that. And so we have a couple of options. Option one is we go through with our original plan, which was rage per second stacking with mana regen and dealing with a very small down.
I don't want to be rude. I know the microphone's loud and shit, so I'm trying not to like blow your ears out. So far, to answer a couple questions, Krozos, thank you. That's true. That's huge. And also Silencer. The Ascension I'm thinking of is going to be Shaman, but I could move into Amazon or Pathfinder. Any of those three make sense to me so far. There's conversation about Chronomancer. I think Chronomancer is going to be so much better on Incineration outside of anything Druid. So for me, it's going to be Shaman, Pathfinder, or Amazon, and everything else can like just take a back seat. Is where I'm at so far. And if I get that wrong, can't wait. That's exciting. Yeah. Hey, you too. Happy holidays, yeah?
One time on flame breath in between regenerating our rage again, so that we can have a long flame breath with a lot of rage.
Yes.
So that's option one. Option two is we can have a weapon swap between a high DPS talisman and the low DPS predicted talisman for the unlimited flame breath. Now, option three is maybe they don't decide to screw us and they allow us to have the unlimited flame breath without sacrificing our weapon slot, which is our main damage scaling, but we shall see. We do have options, though. It is nice to hear that we can potentially have an unlimited flame breath and just fly around burninating the world.
The villages.
Not a math. So base flame breath per hit. The base damage effectiveness is 893%. That is the base attack damage multiplied by the more magnitude modifier. And you can see that here. It's just the base attack damage, the more ignite magnitude modifier. This is our base damage effectiveness per hit of ignite. And technically this is 80% of the damage done, but it's the same for Hammer of the Gods, so the comparison is irrelevant because ignite does 80% of the damage over the ignite duration. Now, with ignites rolling, we can start calculating in the number of hits that we have as our base ignite damage effectiveness per second of channeling. This is huge. 8,033% base ignite damage effectiveness per second. That is roughly 5.4 times the base damage effectiveness of Hammer of the Gods. That is monumentally massive. And that is because we're igniting at a rate of 800% attack speed right here. Now,
if you haven't had the opportunity in Path of Exile 2 to drop a Hammer of the Gods, it is so sexy. It's so sick. You just wait for the future. Like you hit it, that circle shows up, and you know that guy's fucked. And so what he's showing you here is essentially like that effect times like 6, or in this case, 5.43. Like it's fucking tons. Like it's one-shot city.
If we get to include the full duration, this means we are assuming an infinite number of stacks of ignite can roll into the damage. At a base ignite duration of 4 seconds, that gives us 32,130% damage effectiveness, roughly 21 times the damage of Hammer of the Gods. Now, this ignite damage is assuming you channel for...
Storm, nice to meet you. You said, hey, I thought you thought that in the Grinding Gear Games presentation, they said there wasn't a unique talisman for other forms yet. I don't recall reading that or hearing that. I recall them saying, we're going to show you this talisman, and we're not going to tell you the other ones yet. They're trying to be a little bit tongue-in-cheek and letting you know that they're on their way. So maybe they're developed, maybe they're not. My assumption is that they are made. We just don't know what they are yet. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know that there's a unique that I need to find on my Wyvern to keep me in the air. I hope not. I haven't even thought about that. That hasn't even been here yet. We'll see.
4 seconds.
Yeah.
If you're channeling for 2 seconds, it's going to be half that, 10 times the damage of Hammer of the Gods. If you're channeling for 1 second, it's 5 times the damage of Hammer of the Gods. Needless to say,
everything will burn. Now, there does exist a world where ignites have a finite stack, similar to the way poison stacks with a finite number of poisons in PoE. If they set it at 10, then we're at 8,000% damage effectiveness. If they set it at 5, we're at 4,400% damage effectiveness. So if there's a number of stack limit, we can take a look at that and see what the differences are there, but we won't know that until we actually get into the game. Now, once we start calculating in ignite duration modifiers, ignite magnitude modifiers, it gets big. And so no links on the skill, just a passive tree and some jewels. We're at 143,675% damage effectiveness for ignite over the full duration of our flame breath. Now, this is on an 8-second duration flame breath. So again, this is assuming that you're channeling for 8 seconds, but if you are channeling it for 8 seconds, you're doing 30 times the damage of Hammer of the Gods.
We don't need no totems
With your flame breath. Now, we're going to be utilizing ignite proliferation and extended duration with eternal flame and a lot of other links on the skill to be able to maximize this damage. We will probably have potentially have a weapon swap situation. We can throw curses in there. There's so much we can do with the scaling.
Which I mentioned.
At 30 hammers of the gods per flame breath, we really can't do anything but kill stuff. I think the Fire Dragon is going to be an absolutely insane build, and we will continue to update it as we find out more things. I've already got a passive tree put together that is a general outline for the build, but that's obviously going to change once the Shaman tree actually gets launched with the 120
we've seen Candlemaker,
passives that are up on the top left side of the tree. We also have other options for generating rage. Death Articulated Gauntlets can give us rage per second, and we can
won't do a damn thing because you can't generate when you're breathing flame, but fine.
Also get sources of self-reflected immolation, so that we can run around with the righteous fire effect,
which we already use. We have that already. Yep, helmet and charm go.
We got a lot of options on the build that we're looking at, and so I'm really excited to get this put together. Now all we need is a tree. We need a JSON file with a passive tree, so that we can really get working on the build. In the meantime, stay tuned for updates. Like, subscribe if you want to see more.
And the other thing, here, I'm gonna absolutely share this. The other thing to consider, by the way, if this thing doesn't work, guess what? This whole fucking thing, this whole strategy to some degree, it's still gonna work on Incinerate. Like, you're still fine. I'm gonna give this a thumbs up. Here you go. What class? What's that? What class is your thinking, Druid? What's that? What class is you thinking? Watermelon, hey man, just joining in. Hey dude, I plan on playing Shaman. Shaman's my go-to so far. How do you zoom? Exactly right. Movement speed. Blink. Like, does blink take you out of form? I think it does. Then you're fucked. You're on a 6-second cooldown. So how do we solve movement speed? How do we do that? How do we become like that movement speed guy? That I don't know. Excuse me. That I'm not sure about. Is there not momentum or something? Let me see. Okay. After moving at least 2 meters during a single use of a supported skill, the rest of that does 40 more damage. Okay. Why are we not using momentum? Supports any damaging skill that you use yourself, causing it to deal more damage if you move a sufficient distance while using the skill. Okay. There's 40% more damage. What the fuck did I miss this? I just come out of, like, momentum falls out of my ass? Like, okay, great. You said any map of doorways will be a problem? Just don't run that map. Congrats. Like, now you're not doing that map. Also, not really. If duration's not a problem, why do doors matter? Let me see here. So that was pretty sweet. So momentum, yeah? Momentum. That's pretty good. That is going to be 40% more damage. More damage requires movement, which we already have. Yep. You said Pathfinder has the movement speed node? Yeah, there's like no encumbrance on that, right? I think it's over here. That comes with the cost too, though. You're talking about running Assault. Less movement speed penalty from using a skill while moving. Yep. And your speed's unaffected by slows. Yeah. And, okay, so if we decide to go Pathfinder, not only do we get to go to the warrior starting position, right? We also get a couple of points when we navigate over there. That's kind of nice. And we get that movement speed when we're flying around town looking good. We don't get the rage. We don't get any of that stuff, though. Is flight speed considered normal? I don't see, unfortunately, it's too early days. We don't have the data points on this. I would fucking love to tell you, but I don't know. Like, if I look at this, it doesn't tell me. There's no data behind this. Like, I can't see, like, negative movement speed and all that stuff, right? Maybe. You said if Rampage didn't drain your rage, you could have Rampage into Pax and then Dragon? I don't know how we solve movement yet. I don't know what that's like yet. I don't know. I mean, maybe I ride a Roa. Who knows, right? Yeah. It looks super slow in the presentation. Yeah, but you remember that the presentation is made to present to you a Wyvern. They're not gonna be like, hey guys, here's your fucking like Here's your crazy wyvern that just like, blitzkriegs the screen. I want you to get there. They're not going to show you that shit. Like they're just showing you that, right? And you can't get heavy stun while sprinting too. Yeah, that's true. Yep. Maybe like so you got to balance how you want to play it, right? Yeah, they just basically shot the fire and did a circle, which is fine, It's all good. Well, this has been a very informative session here. So what did we cover? I think I know exactly where I want to be. And that's Pathfinder, Amazon, or Shaman. That's exactly what I want to see. I do still think Oracle could be a crazy ascension. Now, what works well with the Wyvern skill itself? Fire Pen, Eternal Flame. Eternal Flame is good. Rapid attacks, version 2, Searing Flame, Stormfire, Rage Forge, Momentum, Rakiata's Flow, and Garukan's Resolve. That all sounds great. What items work well to strat? We had a few uniques that we found that do work well. We have to find out more about that. What's a great way to scale Ignite? I think we already know what that is. Faster attacks is the move, right? You think it's Shaman for you? Ritualist is OP for any build. I would agree that Ritualist is very strong for builds, except for the fact that it's not in the beginning, because the things you're scaling up are bad because the modifiers suck. And then once you have good gear, Ritualist pops off huge, in my opinion, from what I've read. Now, I might be misconstruing that, but I believe that's still accurate. Yeah? Switch, thank you. Share of the win. Thank you, guys. Nice to meet you. I mean, some of you are like Switch, we haven't talked. Thank you. Does it make sense to increase frequency of Ignite debuffs? More attack speed? Yeah, I think so. I think tucking in as many Ignites as you can in the window, I think makes sense. Or keeping them like, yeah, that's fine. That's probably what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to try to scale attack speed. Spell Totem for Incinerate stacking? That's still a thing. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, when you got the Boku bucks, then you're there, yeah. Toman, thank you so much, yeah? So that's what I've got. And so outside of this, what do we still need to know? Like, what do we need to know here? Okay. I'm going to close that out. We need to know. So, weapon modifiers, right? We need to know, excuse me, new uniques that affect this strategy, right? We need to know if there's a way, right? Stat priority. I think I already get that. I think it's gonna be like many other things, right? I think so. So stat priorities on this would be like, look at the skill. So it's 100% of physical converted to fire. So all you're trying to do is go for physical scaling, flat fizz, attack speed. Maybe like that's what I think we want to do. Outside of that, who knows? Maybe it's plus to skills. God knows. We're gonna find out. Depends on, like, I can't do a laundry list of things to buy when I don't know what the list is, right? They're adding new skills. Yeah. Always adding new skills. Always. You're going to throw that document up on Discord? Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think I will. Yeah, that'll totally be on Discord as well as this resources page. What the fuck? I just spit everywhere. Resource page, yeah. So I don't know the weapon modifiers for talismans. I don't know the new uniques. I don't know new support gems that may aid this. New support gems. My guess is they've done the math on that. They can't let that go. Hammer of the Gods is meant to be an ultimate skill that you move into. That scaling is way too high. So unfortunately, guys, this might just be like a flash in the pan conversation because it's just on faulty ground. It kind of fell below our feet. But I hope it's not. I hope it can be great. What else would we need to know, guys, outside of this? We know the Ascension. We know what kind of modifiers we're looking for with respect to like support gems. We know the Ascensions now. What we don't know is weapon modifiers. We don't know new uniques. We don't know new support gems. What else do we need to know to make this thing take off? What is the thing that we haven't talked about in your mind? Because that's where I'm at. That's the things for me. Yep. Oh, I guess we need to know skill tree pathing, right? Passive, right? Passive skill tree points. Need to know where that movement speed, sure. How to solve, how to interact with movement speed. Got it. Oiled up Nas. Oiled up dragon skin. Can't have dry skin. That's right. Dragon scales that tell the tales, right? Right. Sure. That's right. We don't know the nodes. That's right. That's so how to interact with movement speed, passive skill tree points. I'll put this as an asterisk as well. Oracle, right? See Oracle. See Oracle requirements. Got it. Cool. This is good. We've solved rage already. We cold gun. We can get permanent rage pretty much all the time. We use one helmet and one charm and we're there. Anybody can do it. So what you do is this. You take, excuse me, right here. So Scold's Brittle, Jade Tiara. Some amount of mana cost you pay for as physical damage. You convert that on the Shaman. Now physical is all elemental damage you take. So Fire, Cold, Lightning. And bam, you just hit Ngama's Chosen, the Ruby Charm, which grants you max rage. Maximum rage. Done. Okay. How many Pepsi? 0. Coke Zeros? 2. You're there. Best jewel for mod combos? That's good. Skill tree jewels. Got it. Good. Skill tree jewels. There's not actually much when it comes to grand spectrums. There's nothing that makes sense. Like, we don't need spirit that I can think of. We don't need life. That's not scaling. And resistance doesn't seem to be a problem so far. That seems pretty covered. Yeah. So there's many ways to convert. Blood Mage Wyvern. So I looked into this. You'll excuse my ignorance there, YouTube guys. I've looked into that. And so the data points for Blood Mage, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make as much sense. Like, you're working harder for less, I think. And fucking A if I don't eat these words. But so the only thing that makes sense to me would be like blood barbs, right? Bleeding you inflict on cursed targets is aggravated, essentially acts as if they're moving, which does more bleed. And then elemental damage that you have contributes to bleed magnitude. So you'd be doing spell base into converted bleed, which is fine. And then you'd have something like, as an example, Whispers of the Flesh. So they have reserved life of 15%. Sure, that's something you could do. Everything else doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense because this skill is not a spell. It's an attack, you know? Like, this thing is just kill. It just owns spells because of Sunder the Flesh and Gore Spike. Like, it just owns their ass. And so same thing's kind of true for Bringer of the Flame. Like, all damage from you and your allies ignite contributes to flammability and ignite magnitude. Like, that's all really good, but the rest of the nodes aren't good. Like, I shouldn't say that. They're not applicable to what we're trying to do outside of maybe the Hellhound on Infernalist. So I just don't see it. I just don't see how anything outside of, like I said, Pathfinder, Amazon, and Shaman make a lot of sense. Oracle is in the conversation, and Ritualist absolutely is when you're giga geared, but that ain't it. And also, I guess I'm downplaying Witch Hunter. Culling is fucking nuts. It's a really powerful thing, and maybe after seeing the data about how much damage this is going to do, you don't need to cull shit, right? Your ignite's going to be so high anyway that everything's just insta-culled. It's going to feel like that. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Time will tell. Time will tell. Maybe we play this so it's like you go up towards a pack, you hit them, you prime them for stun, devour a guy, then go in the air and like nuke the packs, but you get a bunch of packs first. Like, maybe it's like casting a net and then we pull the content. Maybe that's what we do. I hope that's not how this plays out, but maybe it is. That way we can sprint all the way through, have a nice time, enjoy movement speed, then lay down the law when the time comes. That could be the case. If that's the way it is, I think that'd be kind of rough, yeah? Got by build figure? What'd you say? What'd you say, Hasker? I don't understand. Excusez-moi. Is it straight maniac? This guy's nuts. Hey, he's nuts. What's going on? You might go Titan Bear, Wyvern mix. That's okay too. Yeah, Titan Bear. Actually, Warbringer looked pretty fucking good too. This whole setup with like exploding impacts with Jade Heritage was really good. Warcaller's Bellow. Like, that setup is nice. Because then you're playing a Wyvern for sure. Like, you want to be doing Wyvern, but that bear though, that bear. You got your build figured out? You got it all done? Oh, so proud. Oh yeah. Guys, I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm good to go. It's been 7 hours of nonstop data pressing and getting this thing together. And if you've been here since forever, you guys are like so patient. I just hope this was informative, educational, and like we have some good data here. I think that we do. And yeah, Lacati's got some solid math behind that. So it's fun to hear what he's saying compared to what we're theory crafting over on this side, because that's just consensus. It seems like we're all coming to the conclusion that Ignite stacking is nuts. Ignite proliferation is very powerful. And then overall, it's just about making the build feel great. Oh, making it feel fun to play. Quality of life, right? Is it fun to play? I might travel with Devour. We could Devour travel, maybe. I'll have a great rest of my night. I'm just gonna grab some dinner and bounce. Feeling kind of hungry. Yeah, it really does, eh? Nightwolf. He says, Mr. Cage, you continue to bring light and hope to gamers everywhere. Okay, here we go. Hope to continue to be a small part of the humble beginnings. Always just getting started, Always chasing that tail. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thanks. He says, don't mind supporting you and yours. Thank you for a very kind message, man. Yeah. Much love from Alaska, Ontario, receiving the Alaskan love, man. Thank you for 41 months. I hope all is well, man. Better education than public school. There you go. Amazing. Spells and attacks are different, right? Fire Toads. Thanks for the stream. Had a great night and good luck. Hey, thanks. So guys, Friday we actually have to play this. So I think I do a Derust run. I don't even know what the fuck I'm gonna play. I'll do something tomorrow. We'll see. It will be Path of Exile related for sure. You love listening to Lakati in his course. Oh my god. Oh yeah, he knows his math. It's good. Haven't heard shit about earthquakes between Alaska and Canada. Why is there a bear on the loose? Oh, what time Friday? 2 p.m. Eastern. So I'll go live at 1 p.m. Eastern to get ready to rock and roll. Get everything we need, right? Yeah. Paladin Thursday night. I like that Buckeye. I doubt it. I really doubt it. I'm not gonna be live for the Game Awards. Just so you guys know, I'm not gonna go live just to stream Gamer Awards that I don't even watch myself. I don't think so. I think I'm gonna get ready for the next day, which I'm more interested in, which is the Path of Exile 2 League launch. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'll try to keep up with the information stuff, but you know, life goes on. We'll see what happens. And then we get to fucking blast the crap out of this game again. It's so exciting. Yeah. Hey Marty, I'll be seeing you guys. Yeah. It's bait anyways. It's just not for me. Like I don't give a shit about those awards. It's not doesn't do much for me. So we're good. So you want to go here? Let me see. Boom. Who's our friend over here? I'm gonna mute just so I don't get like tased. So what's going on here? 2 viewers, yeah. Invoker Monk leveling, PS5. Perfect. Let's go say to our new friend, shall we? There's drops for PoE 2. I understand that I'm gonna miss out on the drops, but I'm not gonna sell out for that. I'm not gonna do that. It's just not what I'm gonna do. So I'm out of here, guys. I'm not gonna be there. So I'll probably watch it. If somebody's live that I recognize, maybe I'll hit them with some subs, get some cool effects and shit, which is great. I love that stuff. But I'm not gonna go live for the awards. Yeah. It's not for me, man. Making a build that's fun to play in a video game I love with people that I enjoy spending time with, fuck yeah, that's what I'll do instead. That makes more sense for me. Guys, thank you for everything. I really appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for your contributions. You don't make greatness by yourself. You obtain greatness by constantly eroding the cannot do this attitude. And we do this all the time. My friends, adios. See you. And let's go hang out on a PS5. Should be a good time. Bye, dudes. See you.